Cadets, if you have your mobiles with you, please ensure to keep it on silent or turn it off. have your mobiles, please keep it in silent mode. And as the proceedings kick in, please do not walk out of the auditorium. Please be comfortable in your place. Request you to maintain decorum by keeping silence and listening to the proceedings happening here. And in case, if you're going to go for lunch, there is a waste disposal procedure is there. Please ensure you do not litter the place in and around. It's a very sacred place, a library. So you have disposal areas. So there you dispose your litter. So it will be much appreciated if you could help us with this. Can I have a round of applause, please? To you, to all of us, to AMET University, AMET Institute of Science and Technology, and AMET City College. Thank you. So you're going to be moving in and out? Be moving in and out for this award. Okay. ठीक है, okay. There are some empty seats in between. Please fill up the holidays there in between. May I request the faculty to look into it. The GME cadets will be seated near the exit because they will be moving out for the presentations. The 40 GME cadets who have come, they will be seated near the exit because they are the cadets who will be attending the presentations and other concurrent track which is going to happen. Everything it's here. Kanna, idai touch பண்ணாதப்பா. இந்த பக்கமே வந்துராத. Area. The pakkim. Okay, sir. Okay. Yeah. Say here, sir. Light. I don't know. Just later and all you can put it away. Yeah. I know it's not cutting off. Okay. Okay, I can be ready. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Check 1, 2, 3. Cadets, please be standby. The dignitaries are walking in. So as they come in, I would request you all to stand up and continue with your standing ovation until the time they take the chairs. Thank you. Yeah, may I request the cadets to rise? Yeah. Order. முன்னாடி உட்காருங்க. Yes, sir. Ready. Yeah. Be seated, please. Thank you. Yeah. They're coming in. Yeah. May I request the cadets to please rise and welcome the dignitaries with a loud cheer. Thank you, dear. Thank you. My dear, yeah. There's still some photo sessions are going on. Please bear with me. I think this much we can take up. Yeah. Cheers. Cadets, please rise. And please welcome the dignitaries with a loud cheer. Let's put our hands together to welcome Director General of Shipping, Shri Shyam Jagannathan sir. Professor Adam Ventrit, Chair, IIMU. I request our Chancellor to come up on the dais. I request our Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Rajesh Ramachandran sir. May I request Captain Karan Kochar to come up the dais, please. I request Dr. Angelica Bayoun to come up, take the seat. Request Captain Rajkumar Palnivel to come up and take a seat. Request Captain Dr. Arif Dixon. I request our Vice Chancellor to come up and take up the seat. I request our Vice President Academic Dr. Deepa Rajesh to come up and take the dais, please. I request Principal DGS Course Captain Srinivas Gopal to come up and take the seat. I request Dr. Muttavilan sir to come up and take the seat, Registrar. May I request our Additional Registrar, Dr. Sangeeta Albin, Madam, please take up the seat. I request Captain Tushar Pradhan, Managing Director, Maritime Union, General Secretary, Maritime Union, to come up and take the seat on the dais. Please, sir. Welcome, Captain. Yeah, please. Yeah. And I request our Pro-Chancellor Academics, Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasagam sir, to take the seats, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, cadets, please be seated. Thank you. Please be seated and stay comfortable. A small pointer in case your cell phones are on, keep it on silent mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues from maritime industry, and my dear officer and gentlemen cadets and lady cadets from various maritime institutions. A very happy Tuesday morning to one and all, and I welcome you all for the AMET Global Maritime Summit 2024. My name is Captain K. Karthik. I am the Master of Ceremonies for today. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all. So, may I now request request you all to stand up for the anthem of Tamil Nadu, Tamil Thai Varthu. Please rise for the Tamil Thai Varthu. The song celebrates and honors the rich cultural values and tradition of Tamil Nadu. May I request the song be played now.
நீராறும் கடலொடுத்த நிலமடந்தை எழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமெதில் தெக்கணமும் அதிச்சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம்பியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே
May I now request the dignitaries to come and light the lamp. I request DGS sir, Professor Adam Ventret, please come forward. Yeah. Captain Karan Kocher, please. The traditional way of inaugurating a ceremony. Yeah, please sir. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. The lighting of the lamp symbolizes three main things. Asato ma sadgamaya, tamaso ma jyotirgamaya, mrityo ma amritam gamaya. Let this light lead us from ignorance to knowledge. Let this light dispel the darkness. And let this light lead us to reality. Can we have a loud cheer, my dear? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon a person who has over 50 years of academic and administrative excellence, including 3 terms as Vice Chancellor at the prestigious University of Madras, University of Bharadiyar, and the AMET University. He stood as the 100th President of Association of Indian Universities, and also he represented Indian universities in the Global Education Conference across the USA, UK, Spain, China, and other countries, fostering international academic collaborations. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasagam, Pro-Chancellor Academics of AMET University, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning to every one of you present here. Good morning. Honorable President of the inaugural session and our founder and Chancellor of AMET University, Dr. J. Ramachandran, revered and most respected Director General of Shipping and Additional Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, Sri Shyam Jagannathan, beloved and respected Chairperson of the International Association of Maritime University, IAMU, Japan, and Rector of Gdynia Maritime University, Poland, Professor Adam Ventret, respected Pro-Chancellor of AMET University, Dr. Rajesh Ramachandran, beloved and respected Captain Karan Kocher, Managing Director, Maersk AP Muller, respected Captain Dushar Pradhan, General Secretary, the Maritime Union of India, our affectionate Vice President Academic, Dr. Deepa Rajesh, our beloved Vice Chancellor of our university, Professor Dr. V. Rajendran, respected Captain Srinivas Kobal, the Principal DGS courses at AMET University, most importantly, other international guests, Dr. Angelica Bayalone, External Relations Director of MAP Philippines, who is representing the President of MAP, Captain Dr. Arif Dakshan, Captain Superintendent, Maritime Head, Department of National University of Science and Technology, Oman, Captain Rajkumar Palanivelu, Dean at National University of Science and Technology, Oman, respected Registrar Dr. Muttalilan and Additional Registrar Dr. Sangeeta Alvin, respected members of the management of AMET University, my colleagues and the faculty of AMET, ever supporting leaders and executives of various shipping and logistics companies, respected guests and invitees from various companies, organizations, above all, my dear lovable cadets from AMET and other maritime institutions. I am honored. I have been given the rare opportunity of delivering the welcome address in this August gathering. Today, we gather the global summit on charting the future of maritime excellence. This conference extends beyond the maritime sector to include individuals from various walks of life, aiming to address the broader goals of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly Goal 17, which focuses on alleviating poverty. Billions around the world depend on maritime transport daily, often without realizing it as well. By improving access to essential goods and services, shipping can play a pivotal role in lifting millions out of poverty. The global shipping industry is constantly evolving, driven by new maritime technologies, economic challenges, environmental issues, and the urgent need of sustainability. Friends, the maritime sector, like every other global sector, faces the defining challenges of the triple planetary crisis: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Shipping accounts for 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions and must make significant emission cuts to meet the Paris Agreement targets of 2050. Over the past decade, the maritime industry has made substantial progress in its decarbonization efforts. This conference aims to discuss these challenges and explore solutions through its various themes and sub-themes. Dear participants, I am privileged to welcome the President of our inaugural session, our Honorable Founder and Chancellor of AMET Group of Institutions, Dr. J. Ramachandran, who has established India's very first maritime university, that is AMET University, and founded the Saraswati Institute of Medical Sciences, SIMS, in Hapur, Uttar Pradesh, AMET Institute of Science and Technology, AMET IST in Tenpattanam, Sengalpattu district, and AMET City College, ACC in Villivakam, Chennai. These institutions offering programs in maritime, engineering, medical, and humanities produce around 2,000 graduates annually out of the contribution and the efforts of our founder and chancellor. He deserves a very big applause from us as well, who are all serving both in India and globally as well. Dr. Ramachandran's contribution to the global shipping industry are remarkable, having sent out 32,000 cadets to meet 2.7% of the global seafarer requirements. He established a center of excellence in collaboration with AP Muller Maersk Denmark, offering admission with guaranteed employment, enabling our graduates to excel as seafarers, shipbuilders, and electronic engineers. Known affectionately as Nase Ramachandran, he has dedicated his life to humanitarian efforts, providing vocational and career-oriented training to almost 150,000 underprivileged individuals in India. This conference also marks the celebration of our founder and chancellor, Dr. J. Ramachandran's 73rd birthday. 73rd birthday. Friends, yesterday, major section of the population of Tamil Nadu celebrated his birthday because as per his record, birthday is 1st July. But I got it from his family members. He was born by 1 o'clock of midnight, after midnight, 1 o'clock of 2nd July. So today is the real birthday for him. All of you can join with him very correctly as well. So, okay. And one more information. His son and our Pro-Chancellor is very firm about celebrating his birthday, not mere cutting and giving feast to the people. Hereafter, what he has planned. To commemorate his occasion, we will hold, AMET University will hold an annual Global Maritime Summit. Annual Global Maritime Summit every year, like 2024, here onwards, 25, 26, 20 year, this summit will be conducted on the day of his birthday. It is for kind information as well. And Dr. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation Awards ceremony also every year is going to be held. With this brief introduction, I extend a warm welcome to Dr. J. Ramachandran sir. We welcome you, sir. Next, I am pleased to introduce our chief guest, Sri Shyam Jagannathan, Director General of Shipping and Additional Secretary in the Ministry of Ports, Shipping, Waterways, Government of India. Sri Jagannathan has significantly contributed to the development of Assam state in his previous service period at Assam state, and he has extensive expertise in public finance, export promotion, public policy analysis, and rural development. His approachability, simplicity, and prompt decision-making have earned him widespread respect within the maritime sector. I have to spare a few more minutes. Sir, DJ sir, Additional Secretary sir, sorry, we have not invited you, just you are holding a position of DGS and Additional Secretary. We have invited you as the best human being among the officials of entire India as well. There are reasons. There are reasons. As introduced by friend, I have been in higher education service for the last 53 years. I have occupied many top positions. I met so many officials, so many officers of central and state universities. I have not found anyone. Whoever goes to him, he used to stand up and receive the people irrespective of the position. Very rare among the top people, number one. Number two, whatever grievance, whatever petition he gives, normally people receive the petition and say, I will utter you go. What he does, he asks the petitioner to sit in front of him. In front of him, he reads the petition and content. Can you believe? I am a teacher. Most of us are teachers. We are not nowadays taking notes, thanks to technology. But this gentleman is still traditional. He is keeping a notebook on his table. He writes each and every sentence of the petition. He is taking a notes. Have you ever seen any officer like him taking notes of the petition and listening to the people and taking notes after the finishing his notes? He is checking with the petitioner. These are all the things, Yes, these are all things, sir. Immediately, he is calling all his officials, key officials. 1, 2, 3. Hello, this gentleman brought this number of things. This is my notes. This is my petition. What is your opinion? What we are going to do? You know pretty well what kind of response they will give. He doesn't bother about that. He is always positive. He is always positive. Give direction to the people. I think it is good. Why not we execute it? It is better to give the order today itself. Such a way, he is disposing things very quickly, that too positively. Because of that only, the maritime institutions of India is coming up, progressing and booming as well. Regarding his simplicity, I am telling, can you reach an official through WhatsApp? He is approachable through WhatsApp. You need not send a mail even. Even if you send a mail, you can mark a copy through WhatsApp. Next 5 or 10 minutes, you will get the reply. Irrespective of your cadre, I am telling. And asking details. Getting details through WhatsApp. And giving decision also through WhatsApp. So we can call him as a WhatsApp DGS as well. Thank you very much, sir. It shows your simplicity. I am very confident that during your tenure as DGS, not only AMET, entire maritime institutions of India will grow, sir. Okay, sir. His innovative use of communication, including WhatsApp for receiving and addressing requests, has made the DGS office more vibrant and efficient. We are confident that under his leadership, the Indian maritime sector will reach new heights. I warmly welcome DGS, sir. Our guest of honor, Professor Adam Weinstein. It is a distinguished academic. He is a distinguished academic leader in maritime education. Professor Weinstein serves as the rector and president of Gdynia Maritime University, Poland, and the chair of the International Association of Maritime Universities. His expertise spans marine navigation, sea transport, geomatics, and safety at sea, among other fields. With over 35 years of experience, Professor Adam has authored numerous research papers and books, making significant contribution to maritime knowledge globally. Sir, it's the information of people on the dais and off the dais. Our chancellor and myself, we had the rare opportunity of visiting MIT, Boston. On that occasion, Adam was also with us. We entered into the library of MIT. We have gone through the details. During that time, the librarian rushed to him along with 2 or 3 books, saying that, Professor Adam, you have come. These are all the 3 books you have written about maritime. She has shown the 3 books to us. I think Chancellor remembers. 3 books to us. He is an encyclopedia as far as research of maritime is concerned. He is an encyclopedia as far as contribution to research is concerned, sir. So, we are honored by his presence and grateful for his support. Welcome, Professor Adam. Welcome, sir. Finally, I introduce our dynamic Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Rajesh Ramachandran, who will deliver the special address. Dr. Rajesh Ramachandran has been instrumental in ensuring high standards and success of AMET University, which is globally ranked 3rd for placement and faculty quality. His dedication to social service and to education has earned him an honorary doctorate from the Government of the University, London. As Vice President of NASE, he continues to support self-employment, career opportunities for rural youth in India. I extend a heartfelt welcome to our Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Rajesh Ramachandran, sir. I also welcome other distinguished guests on and off the dais, our Vice-Chancellor, patrons, executives from various shipping companies, and the POSMA chairman, especially Tandon, faculty members, and student participants. And I welcome you all once again to this conference. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, sir. It's a befitting welcome address suiting for the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to now felicitate the guest. May I now request Professor Adam Weinstein, Chair of the International Association of Maritime Universities, to felicitate our Founder Chancellor, Dr. J. Ramachandran, please, with the bouquet. Can we have loud applause, my dear? I now request our Founder Chancellor, Dr. J. Ramachandran, to felicitate Shri Shyam Jagannathan, IAS Director General of Shipping and Additional Secretary, Ministry of Ports and Shipping and Waterways, with a bouquet and memento. I now request our Chancellor, Dr. J. Ramachandran, sir, to felicitate Professor Adam Weinstein with a bouquet. Thank you, sir. May I now request our Vice Chancellor, Dr. V. Rajendran, sir, to felicitate Captain Karan Kocha, Managing Director, Maersk, with a bouquet. I now call upon Captain Srinivas Gopal, Principal DGS Course, AMET University, to felicitate Captain Tushar Pradhan, General Secretary, Maritime Union of India, with a bouquet. Cadets, we require your energy. Thank you. I now request our Vice President Academic, Dr. Deepa Rajesh, and convener of AGMA 2024 AMET University, to felicitate Professor Dr. Angelica Bayon, Director of External Relations, Maritime Academy of Asia and the Pacific. Professor Angelica Bayon is also representing the President of MAP, Eduardo Ma Santos. Thank you. May I now request our Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Rajesh Ramachandran sir, to felicitate Captain Rajkumar Painivelu, Dean, International Maritime College, National University of Science and Technology, Oman. May I now request our Additional Registrar, Dr. V. Sangeeta Alban, to felicitate Dr. Captain Arif Taksan, Head of Marine Department, National University of Science and Technology, Oman. I now request our Pro-Chancellor Academic, Colonel Dr. G. Tiruvasagam sir, to felicitate Dr. Rajesh Ramachandran, Pro-Chancellor, AMET University, as well as Chairman, Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation. Yes, sir, done. Thank you, sir. Please be seated. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce a master mariner with 20 years of experience as an officer and captain on merchant navy vessel. Served 18 years as general manager in vessel agency, stevedoring logistics company in Chennai. Had done port captaincy of various ships. He is presently the principal of AMET University, Chennai. Captain Srinivas Gopal, please come and deliver the theme address and set the tone for the conference.
Thank you, sir. Respected Chancellor, AMET University, Dr. J. Ramachandran. Respected Pro-Chancellor, AMET University, Dr. Rajesh Ramachandran. Respected Sri Shyam Jagannathan, DGS Shipping. Respected Professor Adam Ventrat, Chair, International Association of Maritime University. Respected Pro-Chancellor Academics, Colonel Dr. G. Tiruvasagam. Respected Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. V. Rajendran. Honored guests on the dais, off the dais, esteemed colleagues, distinguished maritime professionals, and my dear cadets of AMET and the other Wales and Maritime Foundation who have graced this occasion. Thank you very much. A very good morning to all of you. I'm honored at being given the opportunity to deliver the theme address. In fact, not just honored, humbled too. Let me first welcome you to the AMET Global Maritime Summit 2024 and the inaugural AMET Global Maritime Awards 2024 held under the auspices of Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation. Today we gather at the Anna Centenary Library Auditorium in Chennai, a city steeped with maritime heritage, to chart the future of maritime excellence. For over 3 decades, the Academy of Maritime Education and Training, AMET, has stood as a beacon of knowledge and innovation in maritime education. From its humble beginnings to its current stature as India's first maritime university, AMET has not only nurtured thousands of talented individuals, but has also played a pivotal role in shaping global maritime standards. Our commitment to excellence, underscored by accreditations and alliances with industry leaders like AP Moller, Maersk, V-Ships, continue to propel us forward. Our founder chancellor, Dr. J. Ramachandran, has established AMET City College in Padi, AMET Institute of Science and Technology in Tenpattam, and Saraswati Institute of Medical Sciences in Hapur, Uttar Pradesh, in addition to our AMET University at Kanatur. Our founder chancellor, Dr. J. Ramachandran's leadership has not only shaped these institutions into centers of excellence, but has also championed initiatives like the New Era Association of Educated Self-Employed Youth, NASE, empowering future leaders across diverse domains. The Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation stands as a beacon of inspiration established to honor the legacy of Dr. Nase J. Ramachandran, a visionary leader, educationist, social worker, entrepreneur, and public leader. His unwavering commitment to maritime education and sustainable development goals has paved the way for the generations of maritime professionals to excel and to innovate. Our vision to the foundation is clear: to inspire future generations to drive excellence and innovation in the maritime sector. Through our mission, we strive to recognize outstanding achievements in maritime education and industry, fostering a culture of innovation that addresses global challenges while promoting sustainable practices. Today, as we gather to discuss charting the future of maritime excellence, we celebrate not only the achievements of our industry, but also the transformative impact of visionary leadership. The AMET Global Maritime Awards 2024, named in the honor of Dr. J. Ramachandran, recognizes individuals and institutions whose pioneering efforts have reshaped maritime education, entrepreneurship, and sustainable on a global scale. The theme of our summit, Charting the Future of Maritime Excellence, resonates deeply with the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. As we navigate an era defined by technological disruptions, environmental imperatives, and evolving geopolitical landscapes, it is imperative that we steer our industry towards sustainable practices and innovative solutions. The adoption of digital technologies, artificial intelligence, blockchain, and automation promises to revolutionize maritime operations, enhancing efficiency, safety, and environmental stewardship. At the heart of our discussions today, there are pivotal topics such as maritime education and training, technological innovation, management strategies, and sustainability initiatives. These conversations, facilitated through insightful panel discussions, technical sessions, and paper presentations, aim to foster collaboration and drive collective action towards a resilient and prosperous marine ecosystem. Moreover, the AMET Global Maritime Awards 2024, instituted by Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation, stand as a testament to visionary leadership and exemplary achievements in our industry. These awards recognize individuals and institutions whose contributions have significantly advanced maritime education, innovation, and sustainability. By honoring their dedication and ingenuity, we not only celebrate excellence, but also inspire future generations to continue pushing the boundaries of maritime excellence. As we embark on this transformative journey together, let us reaffirm our commitment to shaping a sustainable future for the maritime industry that is characterized by innovation, collaboration, and inclusivity. Through strategic partnership, pioneering research, and a shared vision for excellence, we can overcome challenges, seize opportunities, and leave a lasting legacy for generations to come. I invite each of you to engage actively in today's summit, share your insights, and forge meaningful connections that will propel our industry towards a new horizons of success. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Captain Srinivas. Thanks for touching on all aspects of today's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, a trailblazer in maritime education and industry. He doesn't just encourage us, but he inspires excellence. He fosters innovation, and he has promoted several collaborations in the maritime industry. A maritime legend, a visionary educationist, a social worker, entrepreneur, a public leader. Beyond all these things, I think I don't need this. 1993, the first private maritime industry in India, institution, starting the H&D Nautical Science. It transforms into a graduation course in 2000, and then it goes on to become an university in 2007. And who comes to inaugurate? The then Chief General Secretary of International Maritime Organization, Captain Efthymios Metropoulos. His journey doesn't stop there. It goes across the world. Footsteps in Africa, West Asia Gulf, Far East. And that's the true brilliance of this person. Please put your hands together to welcome our founder chancellor, Dr. J. Ramachandran. I request you to deliver the presidential address, sir. Please.
positive-minded, industry-friendly, dynamic Director General of Shipping, Sri Shyam Jagannathan IAS, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. Respected guest of honor, Professor Adam Ventrit, Chairman of the International Association of Maritime Universities, Japan, and Rector of Gdynia Maritime University, Poland. Respected Captain Karan Kochar, Managing Director Maersk, Captain Tushar Pradhan, General Secretary, Maritime Union of India, Dr. Angelika Bayalan, External Relations Director, Philippines, Captain Dr. Arif Tuxan, Captain Superintendent, Maritime Head of Department of National University of Science and Technology, Oman, Captain Rajkumar Palanivel, Dean at National University of Science and Technology, IMCO, Oman, and friends from the industry, Captain Ramasamy, Captain Francis Joseph, and Principal of Rahman, my long-time friend, Captain Sagi, and Arvind Shankar, and Captain from OSM, and a great friend, Captain Rajesh Tandon, and many other principal officer from MMD Chennai, and other dignitaries of the dais, my dear future seafarers, future captains and chief engineers, and maybe the future ship owners. I welcome you all for this great function. Actually, this leadership awards have been initiated by Dr. Thiruvasagam and Dr. Rajesh Ramachandran. Initially, there was an offer, or they have been discussing and consulting with me to name the awards in my name as Ramachandran Awards. I bluntly, humbly refused. It has to be AMET Global Awards. And now, though they have been very generous in appreciating my whatever contribution or whatever achievements we have done, we have done through AMET. AMET means it is not just AMET, it is all because of all these industrial leaders and because of our earlier students who passed out and established themselves in the international shipping industry. So I am very proud to actually see that this award function is inaugurated today and it will go on forever and every year. I am delighted that both AMET University and Dr. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation are jointly organizing this significant conference. The AMET Global Maritime Summit with the imperative theme of charting the future of maritime excellence. Being the pioneer of maritime education in India, it is both appropriate and our duty for AMET to conduct this path-setting conference. I am doubly happy as Dr. Thiruvasagam mentioned that this global summit will be conducted annually on contemporary basis. I am confident that such summits will set the tone for both the industry and academia in the maritime domain. I am equally happy that a foundation has been established in my name with a motto to foster maritime excellence. For almost 4 decades, I have dedicated myself to maritime education and its excellence on a global scale. Such a foundation is indeed necessary to carry forward our vision and dreams in line with the contemporary developments in the industry. I am delighted to see the presence of Sri Shyam Jagannathan IAS, Director General of Shipping, Government of India, on this momentous occasion. He is a seasoned administrator with proven accomplishments in public finance, export promotion, prospective planning, public policy analysis, and judicial processes. Since 1997, he has served our country in various capacities and has now taken over the administration of one of the most important domains, shipping in India. I have observed significant changes in the administration of the Director General of Shipping since Sri J.M. Jagannathan assumed the helm. From an academic perspective, we experience a considerate, constructive, and guiding approach that I foresee will lead to a flourishing period for maritime education in India. On behalf of AMET myself, I deem it an honor that you are gracing this event today. I am equally pleased about the presence of another luminary maritime leader, Professor Adam Ventreat, Chairman of the International Association of Maritime Universities, a great personality, International Association of Maritime Universities, Japan, and Rector of Gdynia Maritime Academy, Poland. He has come all the way to participate in this program. I welcome him, I thank him. I understand he has become the rector of the university from which he graduated, a rare distinction for a mariner, excellence in research, academics, and administration. His unparalleled achievements in research, policy making, instruction, building, and strategic directives to the marine sector have earned him the positions of rector and chairman of the prestigious International Association of Maritime Universities. I appreciate the organizers for selecting such a distinguished personality in maritime education as a key figure for this global summit. Sir, your presence is both a pleasure and an honor for our university. Today I am proud to be called and founder and chancellor of AMET University. At this stage, I recall the moments in 1993 that drove me to establish AMET as a pioneering maritime institution in India at a time when there were no models to follow. I learned the nuances and made AMET itself a model for private maritime education in India. Those days were truly challenging. I can hardly imagine now that it was I who had the energy to overcome all the obstacles in establishing the Maritime Institution in collaboration with Glasgow College of Nautical Sciences from the UK, now known as City of Glasgow College. All this had happened because of God's will and wish. I had the support of many good souls, my family, friends, bureaucrats, faculty, and above all, my cadets who helped me to realize my dreams. Now AMET has grown like a banyan tree with 3 maritime institutions, producing over 20,000 proud professionals and ranking 3rd among global maritime universities, besides receiving all the national rankings and accreditations. Recently, we have established AMET Knowledge Park at Tenpatnam on the extended outskirts of Chennai on the East Coast Road. I envisage making it a holistic maritime complex that will host a plethora of maritime institutions and other knowledge centers across 160 acres of land. Over the past 3 decades, AMET has produced sailors, created numerous employments, and supported the nation and globe with the finest maritime human resources, establishing remarkable collaborations with leading shipping companies, associations, and organizations. Here I would like to emphasize the establishment of Center of Excellence at AMET Knowledge in Tenpatnam, first time in India, offering admission with appointment order, in which about 600 students are going to become assured seafarers in the future. And the support extended by Captain Karan Kochar is really appreciated on this occasion for this excellent support from Musk. Likewise, I envisage AMET emerging as a global maritime knowledge hub. The AMET Knowledge Park at Tenpatnam will be a key instrument in achieving this dream by creating the finest infrastructure and bringing in globally competent manpower, all under one campus. At AMET, we presently offer courses ranging from 2-hour post-C courses to various pre-C degree level courses, and above all, Doctor of Philosophy programs in niche areas of maritime studies. In the future, wherever there are maritime conglomerations at the global level, the knowledge generated and disseminated will drive directions. I have confidence that both AMET University and the foundation created will assist me in achieving this grand vision, fostering maritime excellence. I wish the summit a grand success and hope the participants leave with invaluable exchanges of knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. That was very pleasing to listen to your address. We also wish you a very happy birthday on this occasion. Not only AMET, Dr. J. Ramachandran has touched and transformed the lives of several educated unemployed youth under the banner of NASE. Ladies and gentlemen, I am rather honored to introduce this gentleman for his deep domain knowledge in public policy analysis, prospective planning, sectoral exposure to animal husbandry, rural development, and judicial process. He held key positions in Assam and Kerala, including Commissioner and Secretary Finance Department, Commissioner North Assam Division, and Commissioner of Commercial Taxes, demonstrating exceptional expertise in public finances and governance. Former Zonal Development Commissioner for Santa Cruz Electronics Export Processing Zone, SCs at Mumbai, where he significantly contributed to the export promotion and economic development. A 1997 batch IAS officer of Assam Meghalaya Kedar with a distinguished career in public service. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Shri Shyam Jagannathan sir, Director General of Shipping, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. So may I request you to come and deliver the inaugural address, please. Slide shifter. I'll get it.
Namaskar, good morning. Dr. J. Ramachandran ji, the founder chancellor, AMET University. At the very outset, our respects from the Maritime Administration in India for having pioneered in 1993 the first private initiative for a maritime academic institution, today a vibrant university, having contributed close to 2.7% of the global seafaring pool with 32,000 maritime graduates. And adding to this, today, on this auspicious occasion of your birthday, sir, we wish you many, many happy returns and prayers. And we hope you continue to inspire the nation and all along with your brilliant leadership. Professor Adam Wainwright, respected Chair, International Association of Maritime Universities. It is indeed a privilege to share the dais with you, sir, as you're well acknowledged in the maritime domain of academic excellence and research. a stellar gathering of eminent leaders in the maritime domain in India who each have contributed richly to its growth. Dr. Rajesh Ramchandran, Pro-Chancellor, AMET University. Dr. Rajendran, Vice-Chancellor, AMET University. Colonel D.G. Tiruvasagam, the Pro-Chancellor, Academics. Captain Srinivas Gopal, the Principal, AMET University. Ladies and gentlemen, and most importantly, the bright, meritorious, and talented future seafarers of our nation. I will be running through a presentation, trying to attempt something which is difficult to encapsulate in the permitted 20 minutes that I have. So please allow me to speak quick and run through the slides. Permit me to commence with the great Indian growth story. The slide demonstrates what the Indian economy is going to look at the end of the Amritkal period of 2047. We will be a $100 trillion economy. Our per capita income would be close to $15,000 per person, and we will continue to be the fastest growing and largest economy at that point of time. Today, we are going to overshoot Germany and Japan and going on to pushing as the third largest economy, a stable democracy, vibrant destination for foreign investment, and a nation that the world looks up to. This is the growth story that defines the future of all the cadets who are seated here in the auditorium today. 7,500 kilometers of coastline, 12 major ports, 200 minor ports, close to 13 million GT, and growing in terms of tonnage. I will try to flag what are the major growth credentials in the maritime sector. If you look at the screen, it shows you the percentage growths in various indicators in the maritime domain. You have 102% increase in the major port capacity, more than 1,000+% in the inland waterways cargo, 121% increase in the strength of seafarers to the global pool, which includes all these bright cadets who will be joining that same global pool of seafarers. 2 of our ports are in the top 40, 9 in the first 100. I will be speaking about that subsequently also. Mundra, JNPA, a phenomenal jump of 122 points in performance in container port handling by Visakhapatnam port, recognized by none other than the World Bank. We are the 5th in trained manpower. China and Philippines, thereafter us, and we aspire to do better. We are the 2nd in terms of global ship recycling and the 38th in terms of the logistic performance index. How does the next 10 years or so look like? This is what it looks like. We will quadruple our capacities in terms of the tonnage we handle in our ports. Alternate fuels, we will become cruise leaders in the Asia-Pacific segment, global leaders in ship recycling and also in shipbuilding and ship repair. We aspire to be there. These are some of the path-defining intents I have placed on the slide as the intent the government of India has repeatedly reiterated as giving due significance to the maritime segment of the economy. The Amritkal Vision 2047 is a document along with the Maritime India Vision 2030, which I strongly request all of the cadets to please read thoroughly, because it is something that defines your area of engagement as a professional in the maritime domain and how India is going to pitch itself while we relate to all the other nations. It is rightly said, shipping is critical because we handle 90% by volume and 75% by value. And one of the Secretary Generals of IMO had earlier very appropriately said, if shipping stops, half the world will starve and the other half will freeze and die. That's how critical shipping is. So you should feel proud that you'll be joining the same domain. This is how the vessel pattern looks. That's from the automatic identity signals. Red is for tankers, green for green cargo vessels. I've just tried to attempt to show you geospatially the maritime trade routes and how important India's location strategically is. We are living in difficult times. And what I am attempting out here is essentially telling the cadets that it is not an easy time. This is what happened in the Red Sea. You can look at what the map shows as a smattering of the incidents that happened. And these were not just affecting global shipping, Indian seafarers were affected. And I'll just list out one or two instances. Those were sleepless nights at the Directorate General of Shipping trying to coordinate. This is one incident, Ruby Mar, which basically was on the 19th of February. The flag was Belize. It was hit by basically a projectile, and this is what happened. Now 20 crew members were there, 3 were Indians, all rescued. And the Indian Navy needs to be commended because they carried out a flat out more than 120 days deployment, which is still ongoing, rescuing not just Indian seafarers but also providing maritime security cover to vessels irrespective of the flag and seafarers irrespective of their citizenship. Again, a word of caution to the aspiring seafarers of tomorrow. This is a list of our casualties we have in the seafaring profession, at least for our flag, the Indian flag, and Indian seafarers while being deployed on foreign flags. You can see it's not a very rosy picture. Simply trying to flag to you, safety first always, for yourself personally, for your vessel, for your colleagues. This again is one issue which has, since we contribute a substantial number of seafarers, abandonment of seafarers is one issue. So when you do sign on to vessels, look at who your principal employer is, what kind of a vessel are you being signed on to, and ensure that you have complete knowledge about what your employment conditions are. The awareness is essential for your self-preservation. One major challenge, if you look at the Shipbuilding Connect, we are doing much lesser. 93% of the shipbuilding is essentially in China, Korea, and in Japan. So where does India feature? Now, if you look at the recycling part, India is shown as green. What about the rest? In terms of the world orders for building, ownership, registration, we have a long way to go, and we need to invest a lot in this. The government's intent is there, but we need the right ecosystem to catch on and leverage the shipbuilding and ship repair connect. You look at the global competition, as I tried to say, there is a value case for why people manufacture in China, are in Korea, are in Japan. We need to replicate that out here in India. I'm glad that today's commencement of the AMET Global Maritime Summit 2024, as rightly said by Dr. J. Ramachandran sir, is the first ever and will continue in perpetuity. So you have some very significant sessions. You have sessions on maritime education and training, what I'm attempting to show here is by 2026, the demand for officers and ratings is going to be close to around 21 lakhs globally. It is going to grow. These are the countries, Korea, Singapore, Canada, Australia, Denmark, which will be experiencing acute maritime workforce shortage. Meaning, the avenue exists, we need to leverage on that. Philippines, we have a respected representative from there. They have shown India the way ahead because what they have done with the course structure and the language, the fee and financing to allow for seafaring, close to 45% of the proceeds to the national GDP is essentially from the profession of seafaring and shipping, which is a case that needs to be replicated back home too. I'm continuing with that. Women seafarers, it's really nice to see so many lady cadets who are joining the maritime domain, and we compliment you and wish you the very best, because you are those few who will comprise less than 1% of the total Indian seafaring pool. We need to have your numbers up, and I shall be coming to that subsequently. We need to use advanced technology and simulation. We need to have educational collaboration. Permit me to run through because I do not want this to be a monologue. This is what India is attempting to do. 12% to 20% is the increase, but these are the figures which I am showing out here. I will be leaving the presentation for subsequent deliberations. 20% is what is there, but I think 25% also is doable. So either you have one Indian seafarer among 5 global seafarers or one among 4, but India has very much got to be there. And these are the 4 pillars by which we'll translate that. We enhance the quality of maritime education, improve onboard opportunities and placements, promote careers at sea, and ensure seafarers' welfare actively and engage completely. We talk about maritime sustainability. The Pro-Chancellor mentioned global shipping contributes 3% in terms of the carbon GHG emissions. This is what was talked about COP Paris. And the goal here is you're going to exceed 1.5 degrees centigrade by 2035. And you need to basically ensure decarbonization as a counter to climate control. This is India's commitments, and you can see it's rather steep. You're looking at reducing carbon emission by 1 billion by 2030. You're looking at net zero by 2070. For an economy that is growing continuously at a CAGR of 7.5, given conservative estimates of up to 6.5, while you consume and grow, how do you meet this challenge of keeping your carbon emissions in control? Sustainable goals were touched upon. If you look at the right corner of the slide, you will realize we're not really doing very well. Out of 166 nations, we rank 112. There are countries like Maldives, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bangladesh. They're all in the near geography of us, and they're doing much better. That means a lot needs to be done. This is what was talked about. If you look at it, give or take 2.5 to 3% is what is the maritime carbon emission. So the other sectors we need to focus more, and also on the maritime sector for sustainability. That's the IMO journey towards the 2050 net zero. And this is what we're looking at as basically the indicative checkpoints in the IMO GHG strategy. Now, while we're looking at quadrupling your port capacities, obviously if you're handling more tonnage, you would be consuming more energy. So how do you have this global conundrum of carbon sequestration or carbon control? The fact is ports will go bigger, vessels will go bigger, and there is no escaping this. You will have bigger and bigger mother vessels which need deeper draft and would be carrying mega TEUs, 24,000 TEUs plus. This is the framework which we actually connect with when we are looking at ports and how ports will handle the decarbonization. So I have just put it into a single slide on all aspects that need to be done by ports. The Harit Sagar is the green port guidelines. While you become aware of what is there in the maritime domain on the water side, you also need to understand ports being fixed installations need to ensure their emissions are also under check. The scope 1, scope 2 and scope 3 emissions for the GHGs, they have been disaggregated into this kind of a matrix, and the Harit Sagar guidelines essentially would apply to these. We would want more deliberation in academic circles as to how we finalize and numerically index this into what we call as the green port index. So a port has a rating of 100. If it is doing 90, it is doing right. If it is doing 60, it probably is not doing good, needs to improve on certain counts. This is the connect the ports would have: dredgers, tugs, vessels, ship to shore cranes, operations, and dispatch and arrivals. I have consciously not put shore to ship power there, but that also is an integral part of what is there in the operations. Green tug transition is another aspect where if you look at most of our tugs, 43% are more than 20 years of age. So we need a green tug program on priority, which has been rolled out by the ministry, and we need to basically work for this. Why I'm presenting it here is, other than bigger vessels, this also as an ancillary has equal amount of training and vocational avenues. This is just in time. We are looking at a pilot with JNPA. It basically has been tried and tested out with metrics in ports like Singapore and Rotterdam, and is the future where turnaround times also include proper arrivals and departures from port. When we come to the shipping side, we look at how ships can reduce their carbon footprint, and the IMO has laid out very specific technical measures. We are now moving into an era of economic measures that are market-based measures. However, this is the connect. You look at logistics and digitalization, you look at hydrodynamics, machinery, energy, and after treatment. So essentially, the standard slide that is shown for a conventional vessel and the percentages that can be saved in terms of increasing efficiency, while you also traverse the transit towards technology conversion and also looking at alternate technologies, which is where, if you look at the build orders, you will realize, as on date, ships in operation, 93.5% are on conventional fuels. AP Moller Merckx has shown the way. They are doing other fuel ships, methanol, ammonia, and that's the way forward, because if you're looking at ships on order, 51.3% on the order book, you can see the split. LNG, of course, is a transitional kind of a fuel, because you have the issue of methane slippages, which hasn't really been addressed technologically. So probably would be around till 2040, while we look at basically other alternate fuels. It's just a little deeper dive on what specific you have: hybrids, fuel cells, hydrogen, which basically I will leave it to the house to address in terms of where we are looking at the connect as we take forward alternate technologies. And a simple kind of a graphic which basically tells you whatever your fuel choice for Indian mercantile marine would basically depend on those specific decision points: investment opportunities, export opportunities, infrastructure, the bunkering part, other core development benefits, etc. And believe me, the government is working towards this with as much of focus as possible. We are working overtime in the Directorate General of Administration for a national green shipping policy. Now, this has got multiple verticals which I've tried to put into one slide. It's easier said than done, because it's deeply technical in certain areas. And also for me, being a professional in the field of public finance, green finance is still something which is breaking, because as I mentioned, the market-based measures is something which is still nebulous. You really do not know whether you have fee bait or whether you would have basically Emission rebates are tradable carbon credits. So those need to be defined, and that journey is on. But ladies and gentlemen, I have showed this slide to tell you that India has the technology. If not for the larger vessels, at least for the mid-size segment, we are completely indigenously doing it in the spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat. So this was basically what was done by CSL. Norway has been given one of our autonomous unmanned vessels. I'll speak about technology subsequently. And this was inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister. It's the first indigenously developed and built hydrogen fuel cell ferry, which basically was done by CSL again. I just put this slide up because it gives you the revelation of how much of plastic we contribute. So if you look out there, India doesn't really cut a good shape. That is our contribution to the pollution of the ocean. So all of you would have your responsible shoulders to fight what has been the sin committed by generations before you. Maritime managed strategies, I will rush through. The basic challenge is to ensure the logistic connect and bringing down the logistics, the cost to 8 to 10%. Because I just put this slide interestingly, if you look at the left side, our railway speed has increased substantially, but its average is around 43 or 45 kilometers per hour in terms of the freight corridor. China moves the same cargo at something like 350 kilometers per hour. Now, in terms of basically truck movements, our trucks are essentially basically the 25 tonners, and they cover around 250 to 300 kilometers in a day. China does twice that, 40 tons a plus, and they cover close to around 550 to 700 kilometers a day. So apples to apples, you need to move your logistics faster and be cost competitive, because otherwise you will never end up becoming what is called as a manufacturing hub. This of course is the full value chain for any sort of a freight. The red is essentially where you have issues related to illegal gratification, where speed money or other corrupt practices erode the value chain and add on a hidden cost. Those need to be tackled, and I'll come down to how we are attempting to do that. This is where India stands, 38th on the Logistic Performance Index. We need to improve this substantially. And that's how the country is attempting to do this. We're looking at adopting advanced technologies and exploring new business models, fast-tracking infrastructure development, focusing on sustainable logistics, and, as I said, becoming a favored investment destination. Why the national logistics policy? I as well said, the entire logistics sector is informal, it's not organized. So we need to organize that, and we need to reduce the logistic cost. This is how we're doing it nationally. The government, the Honorable Prime Minister is leading the Prime Minister's Gati Shakti plan, which has 7 engines that drive it, and we are focusing on improving infrastructure, not just the port side, but also in the hinterland. That's how the vision looks. You have the Gati Shakti and the national logistics policy, and that together works in unison to give you the results that are there for 2047. As I mentioned this slide earlier, ports will be bigger and you will have more carrying capacity. One interesting thing that I wanted to show you was China does around 43% by road, but they do 34% by intermodal, meaning by water transportation, by sea or by inland waterways, whereas India is heavily road-centric. We are around 64 to 66% by road. Roads by definition are not that cost competitive or efficient as water. Another defining story I wanted to mention, if you look at the top horizontal histogram, what I'm attempting to show here is in 1991, 12 major ports in the government sector handled 91% of your cargo. Look at financial year 23, you have 55% of that cargo completely taken over by private ports. So you are having economies of scale, competitiveness being brought in by privatization, and that is where the future looks to. Port capacity augmentation, as I mentioned, largely would be private sector led. Seed capital would be put in by the government for the infrastructure. However, basically for your handlings and terminal operations, it would be for private concessionaires. Sagarmala is government's intent. This financial year, a budget proposal of around 700 crores. Over the last 10 plus years, since 2015 onwards to 2035, we are looking at infusing 1.5 lakh crore rupees under the Sagarmala initiative. That is how it is translating in results. You see the capacity 86% up, container turnaround has gone down 34%, wind and solar rejuvenating power sources, renewable power sources 1300% up, and PPP projects being awarded 150% up. This is an example of what's happening in Mundra, and why I have shown this slide is how major logistics lead initiator like Adani is handling it. They're looking at all solutions under one umbrella. So you've got trains, you've got multimodal logistics parks, grain silos, warehouses, and you've got rail track and marine flotillas. They provide you the whole 360-degree ecosystem for faster and competitive logistic handling. This is JNPA, which just celebrated 35 years, and as I mentioned, they are among the top 40 ports. And this is a story that needs to be told. 122 positions jump in container traffic handling in Visakhapatnam. How do we leverage technology? The maritime single window is what I wanted to introduce. Mandated by the IMO, by the FAL committee recommendations, this will be the single technical interface which allow vessels to digitally submit all information without the paperwork, without the requirement for an intermediary, shipping agent, etc. doing the work manually, and moving away from the graft to actual documentation of transaction times. The National Logistics Portal Marine, Sagar Setu, is basically already rolled out. Vessels have started submitting and we'll deepen this initiative further. I'm also trying to show that India is just not looking inwards. It has now started looking outwards as a global leader. So we are now following what is called as transit corridor development. You recently heard about the Chabar port, which was inaugurated by our Honorable External Affairs Minister and our Honorable Minister Shri Sarbananda Sonowal ji in Iran. Part of this, the AMET corridor. Similarly, you have the north-south region, where if you would want to work in these, you would need additional qualification and polar vessel and polar ice certifications along with your certification of competencies. The benefit, of course, is there in terms of how much of days and how much of kilometers you knock off, plus the unpredictability of the Red Sea also gets taken away. Technology innovations is another major session you are having here. Permit me to just briefly list out what was just touched upon by the Chief of Ceremonies: artificial intelligence, clean energy, maritime robotics, blockchain, big data and analytics, immersive reality. In fact, in your teaching too, for familiarization with vessels, etc., you would be working on this. 5G connectivity, cyber security, and maritime Internet of Things. This is how artificial intelligence should redefine the maritime connect. These are live examples. You have Yara Birkeland, which is the first fully electric and autonomous container vessel, and it is doing in the Norwegian fords and saving truck journeys of almost 40,000 trips in a year. The Mayflower is an experimental vessel which basically is self-autonomous based on AI, and 100% on renewable solar energy. This, of course, I will leave it to some of the eminent engineers here because they're working on the mass definitions which have come through, and these are also something. The mass essentially is the Maritime Autonomous Surface Ship. The various classification societies and what they have specified in terms of the degree 1, degree 2, 3 and 4 in terms of the autonomy. Meaning, artificial intelligence would happen. You could be a mariner, but there could soon be a time where technology is so good that you are actually navigating with a digital twin on shore while the vessel is at sea, doing your port calls, offloading, onloading, all remote operations. It's a hypothetical possibility, but technology is racing towards that because, as I mentioned, the AI market is expected to grow by 1.47 billion in the year to year before, and you can look at the compounded annual growth rate is 22%, which is phenomenal. I'll come back to our own Director General of Shipping, and given this opportunity, please allow me to list out what we are doing. The e-Samudra is the e-governance initiative which will deal with all your sign-ons, your sign-off, your COCs, your endorse, and that is what we are working at modernizing. These are basically the key elements of what we are looking at e-Samudra: easier access, customer-centric approach. I am extremely grateful to Colonel Thiruvasagam for giving me a very good introduction. But ladies and gentlemen, just as Dr. Ramachandran refused to have the AMET Global Maritime Summit Awards named after him, all I'm submitting is we are public servants at your service, and technology is the way forward, where you do not see the human element, but only the procedural government interface technologically, which removes the ambiguity that the human element brings. Now, this was something which is a grievance redressal. Anybody on board having grievances as a seafarer, this is just the architecture. We are working on this very hard so that you have reach to the DG Shipping Maritime Administration by WhatsApp, by SMS, by all means, by mail or by phone call, etc., so that the time escalated and the ready response and feedback is woven into this, and it is not left open-ended as a grievance. This, of course, I will run through because what I wanted to show was 78 pre-C and 42 post-C institutions like AMET, and they need to basically have the specific interface with administration, where we are looking at a redefined Maritime Training Institute interface, which removes the need for repetitive inspections, gives you time-bound clearances so that you are clear about your batches and also about where you're heading. The RPSLs are doing a good service, and of course a very minuscule percentage also do a good amount of disservice. So we weed out the dishonorable element and ensure that recruitment, placement, service licensees are actually doing what they're supposed to do as per Rule 5 of the RPSL rules under the Merchant Shipping Act. For my cadet friends, I leave behind this message of the wellness wheel, as we call it. 10 separate aspects you need to balance as an individual, and you will not just have to do it as a cadet, you will have to do it throughout your life. So these are the 10 separate things that you will have to work and apply yourself to ensure that you have the right balance as an individual, and then you contribute effectively as a well-being, wellness-oriented individual to society. That's how it is: spiritual, physical, cultural, social, financial, environmental, emotional, intellectual. Now I come down to my purpose of participating here. We are coming out with what is called as honor at seas. As lady cadets sign on to vessels, you will have more and more women seafarers. And this is the Indian Maritime Administration's effort to ensure that they feel protected, safe at sea, and honored. It has multiple five-pronged approach to it. There are some industry leaders like Captain Apandgar is there, principal of the T.S. Rahman, who has brought in ratings batch, which are women seafarers. So it is our duty to ensure we have a standardized module, and that's where I wanted to connect with Captain Karan Kocher and with AP Moller Maersk. Their initiative with AMET has resulted in this wonderful dedicated batch of women seafarers going on board. But why don't we carry your amazing diversity, equity and inclusion platform that you have and make it ubiquitous as basically the Indian Mercantile Marine Diversity, Equity and Inclusion platform. And for that, I would request all the industry giants to get together and work to develop this into a professional module. This is the Honorable Minister who launched the Sagar Mein Samman as a broad value statement, and now we need to professionalize it as a value input in the maritime training institutes and throughout the maritime profession. The five-pronged strategy that I mentioned is this: policy of zero tolerance. So you also have SHASH coming up as one of the 22 areas in the STCW revision. And we ensure this across. Gender sensitization module while they're training and while also on board. Lead institutions like T.S. Rahman, people need to look up to such institutions which are doing path-breaking courses in the sense of women ratings batch. AMET and Merck's are doing the number of women seafarers intake again. So other maritime training institutes and the Mercantile Marine Administration per se needs to further that, promote that. Shipping management companies need to basically have gender parity. And through social media, we repetitively state that an Indian lady seafarer is no less a seafarer than anyone else. That's how we look at the action plan. I had spoken about this on the International Day of Women Seafarers, and I request all your kind cooperation to develop and roll this out professionally. This is a video I wanted to leave you with. It's around 3 minutes, so I hope it runs. We can have the audio, please. It's about safety at sea.
A seaman became trapped between the mooring rope and the ship's rail during the mooring operation. The weight on the rope could not be released quickly enough, and he was flipped over the handrail and impaled on a forklift. Anchor shackles, especially joining shackles, have failed, resulting in loss of anchor. A combination of non-compliances led to the collision. Chief officer went to attend to the line when his leg got caught in a bite and was dragged and wrapped onto the winch drum.
chief officer was in the slop port tank carrying out stripping the operation from the deep well pump sump when he felt dizzy and started losing consciousness.
Ship's office, third officer, come in.
Yes, sir, third officer replied.
Okay, you can shut the ballast valve now.
I showed those gory videos just to flag my young cadets. Safety first always. Because you have to remember, seafaring is a wonderful profession. But Suraksha Sarva Pratham Hamesha. That is the initiative we are taking from DG Shipping. We will be having close to around 150 odd such videos which we will put out onto the social media so that you have an immediate connect. My message is basically, before I close, be active, keep learning, help others, be aware, and stay connected with your colleagues, your peers, your seniors, and enjoy whatever life has to offer. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed a very enlightening and insightful presentation with a very clear and engaging content that emphasizes on safety first. I'm sure the cadets who have seen the videos and the statistics would have gained a lot out of this. Once again, thanks our DGS, Shri Shyam Jagannathan, sir. Now it's time for us to release the conference proceedings. Before we go to that stage, a small brief about the conference proceedings. We had received over 100 articles from various institutions across the world, and we have shortlisted 71 out of it through a stringent review process. Most importantly, the papers presented in the AGM, in the AGMA, it's going to be published in Scopus Index Journal. Now, may I now invite Professor T. Sasilata, Dean International Relations, AMET University, to facilitate the release of the conference proceeding. The proceedings will be released by Shri Shyam Jagannathan, sir, and the first copy will be received by Professor Adam Ventrit, Chair of IIMU. This is the release of the conference proceedings. May we have a round of applause, please? Yeah. May I request the dignitaries to pose for the please, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Please take your seats. Yeah. Moving on, I have the pleasure of requesting a person who has organized over 150 free skill development medical camps, blood donation drives and eco-conscious events across Tamil Nadu. Is promoted, I know he was coming to stop me, but I'll not. Promoted employment over 150,000 youth through skill development programs and job affairs. He is a graduate from the Loyola Chennai. I am very pleased to say because I am also an alumni, and also holds a MBA Finance from the Cardiff Business School. Most importantly, he was awarded an honorary doctorate in education by Commonwealth University, UK, for Societal Development Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome Dr. Rajesh Ramachandran, Pro-Chancellor, AMET University, and President, Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation, to deliver the special address. Here is Dr. Rajesh.
Thank you, Captain Karthik. As usual, your introduction is actually bigger than my speech. A very good morning to our Honorable Chancellor, Founder, Dr. J. Ramachandran, esteemed Shri Shyam Jagannathan, IAS, DG Shipping, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. Sir, I must say that was an eye-opener, a very informative presentation. And as an Indian, I am really proud and happy that the right man is in the right chair. Thank you so much, sir. Reputed Professor Adam Wintred, Chair, International Association of Maritime Universities, Japan, and Rector, Gdynia Maritime Academy, Poland. And our very own good friend, Captain Karan Kochar, Managing Director, Maersk Fleet Management, Captain Tushar Pradhan, General Secretary, Maritime Union of India, Captain Rajkumar Palanivelu, and Captain Dr. Arif Tuksan from the National University of Science and Technology, Oman, and then Ms. Angelica Belon from MAP, Philippines, and friends and well-wishers on the dais, off the dais, Team AMET, the entire Team AMET for putting up this show, and also the wonderful young cadets. A very good morning once again. I'm deeply honored to welcome you all to this pivotal gathering of maritime industry leaders and experts. Today we converge with a shared commitment to explore the dynamic future of our seas, navigating through challenges and seizing opportunities that lie ahead. AMET Global Maritime Summit 2024, charting the future of maritime excellence, and AMET Global Maritime Award 2024 is a remarkable event in the maritime calendar. It intends to expedite industry growth, knowledge sharing and innovation, which is the brainchild of human beings. As we embark on this conference, let us reflect on our rich maritime heritage while embracing the transformative power of innovation. Together we can harness digitalization, sustainable practices, and collaborative partnerships to chart a course towards a more resilient and prosperous maritime industry. Long coastline, ports, and maritime sectors contribute to the nation's 95% of trade, in which 65% of trade value is attained through maritime transport. AMET Global Maritime Summit is an endeavor to connect industry stalwarts, upcoming cadets, maritime researchers, and policy makers to share their experience and findings to unlock new opportunities. Wishing everyone a productive and inspiring conference, I eagerly anticipate the discussions and outcomes that will emerge from our time together. Thank you all. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your usual very short and emphatic address. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to introduce to you a person who has authored over 18 books and over 350 papers, editor and member of numerous maritime journals and conferences, co-founder and chairman of International Conference Transnav on Marine Navigation and Safety of Sea Transportation. He is also the fellow of the Royal Institute of Navigation Nautical Institute, founder and editor-in-chief of Transnav. With over 35 years of experience in marine navigation, sea transport and safety and significant contributions to telematics, geomatics and hydrography, is currently the chair of the International Association of Maritime Universities, IOMU, Japan, and also the rector of Gdynia Maritime Academy, Poland. Let's put our hands together to welcome Professor Adam Wentred. May I request you to come and deliver the guest of honor address, sir. Please.
Mr. Chancellor, distinguished guests, AMET staff, students, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure and honor to welcome all participants to the AMET Global Maritime Summit 2024 and AMET Global Maritime Awards 2024. As president of the Gdynia Maritime University and chairman of International Association of Maritime University, welcome you in person to Chennai, India. Thank you very much for your invitation and hospitality. It is my first time in Chennai and in India as well. This presentation was very impressive. I think that India is growing, and Indian maritime shipping industry is growing too. I am glad to see such wide range of stakeholders today ready to debate and exchange views. Thank you very much, everybody, for your coming. Most important part of each conference is discussion. I hope you will have a lot of occasion to exchange your point of view, to establish working groups and partner consortia for the next scientific project. As you may know, I was the active seafarer, and I am currently in the maritime industry. Many of you have sailed in the past, but are now active ashore. That's it's normal, isn't it? What I do sometimes find is that our rush to save environment, to develop the next great navigation instrument, or to implement further legislation on shipping, there is the tendency to forget about the seafarer, the end user of the development. This is so important, as it is us, the seafarers, that must use it, implement it, or comply with it. I would argue you about your business, please do consult with today's seafarers at every opportunity to make sure that what you are developing will work on board today a modern merchant navy vessel. Many of us reaching the end of our careers, so it is essential that we include the next generation of seafarers in this discussion. Our leaders of tomorrow are here with us today on our ships, in our offices, in our schools, universities, and in our homes. We must engage with these younger career professionals and share our knowledge, experience, and truth with them, for they will navigate our maritime industry into the future. Today, however, We will be giving awards to those who have been doing it for a long time, to those who have been role models for years. As chairman of the international jury, I want to say that the choosing the award winners was not easy. Many great awards candidates were entered into the competition. Fortunately, there were 3 different categories of awards. To conclude, I believe that AMET Global Maritime Summit will serve a good discussion platform for safety at sea, maritime security, and protection of maritime environment. I wish you the enjoyable and productive conference. I wish all participants fruitful discussion. I wish AMET University, I wish India all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Adam Ventrit. I'd like to extend my Jindobri and Jinkuya. I hope I got it right. Thank you. Yeah. Dear cadets, ladies and gentlemen, coming up as a person who is consistently ranked in the top 2% of the world's scientists in material science by Elsevier and Stanford University since 2019. He has been fostering institutional education, growth and excellence with over 25 crores in grant and led 23 funded projects. A Fulbright Nehru International Education Administrator Program. Please welcome our Vice Chancellor, Dr. V. Rajendran, AMET University, to deliver the felicitation address. Here is Dr. Rajendran, please.
Thank you, Captain Karthik. Most respected, Honorable Founder Chancellor of AMET University, Dr. J. Ramachandran. Most respected Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Rajesh Ramachandran. Most respected Pro-Chancellor Academics, Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasagam. Respected Sri Syam Jagannathan, IAS Director General of Shipping and Additional Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping, Waterways, Government of India. Respected Professor Adam Ventrit, Chair, International Association of Maritime University, Japan. Respected Captain Karan Kochal, MD Maersk, and other dignitaries on the dais, of the dais. Very good morning to everyone. The Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation was established to foster maritime excellence and to honor the remarkable contribution in maritime sector. The Indian maritime sector is one of the most crucial logistic sectors with a strategic and economic importance. It contributes to 95% of India's trade by volume and 75% by value and around 5% to Indian GDP. Our mission is to recognize, foster, and celebrate outstanding achievements in maritime education and industry with a focus on sustainable development goals. We aim to inspire future generations to follow footsteps of our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. J. Ramachandran, who drives innovation and excellence in the maritime sector. To foster excellence in the maritime field, Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation recognizes maritime leaders, researchers, and entrepreneurs through several awards. The Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Leadership Award will be presented annually to recognize an eminent individuals whose visionary contributions significantly uplift maritime education and create significant goal and social impact. Similarly, the Maritime Excellence Award will be presented annually to acknowledge the institution demonstrating outstanding performance and innovation in maritime education and the shipping industry. And the Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Innovation Award will be presented annually to honor entrepreneurial endeavors, individuals, startups, or small business entities that advances in the shipping industry through new technology, products, and business models. On behalf of AMET University and the Foundation, I congratulate the awardees and wish them continued success and recognize for their contribution to the maritime sector in the years to come. I extend my sincere thanks to our Honorable Founder Chancellor of AMET University, Dr. J. Ramachandran, for his guidance and continuous support in steering the Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation and guiding us in organizing annual award ceremony. I hope that the AMET Global Maritime Summit 2024 and AMET Global Maritime Award 2024 will be a grand success, fostering more research outcomes and meeting the needs of all participants. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the wishes and the successful conference. Here is our lady who leads us from front. She has a bachelor degree in electronics and electrical engineering, a master's degree in shipping and logistics, and a doctor's degree in management studies from the University of Madras. In adept leadership, she ensures efficient management across 3 critical areas in AMET University: admissions, placement, finance, and purchase. She has also held several leaderships and logistics positions in Bremen, Germany. Here is Dr. V. Sangeeta Alban, Additional Registrar, Maritime University, AMET University, to deliver the vote of thanks. Please welcome.
Respected dignitaries, delegates, participants, HODs, deans, director, faculty, support staffs, and my dear cadets, a very good morning. On behalf of AMET University and Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation, it is my distinct honor and privilege to extend the vote of thanks as we draw to a close this momentous inaugural session of our international conference AGMS 2024. First and foremost, I express our deepest gratitude to our Honorable Founder Chancellor, Dr. J. Ramachandran. His visionary leadership and unwavering dedication since the inception of AMET in 1993 continue to inspire all of us. The Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation is a testament to his dream and vision, and it stands as a beacon of maritime education and research. We are highly indebted to the esteemed guest, Sri Shyam Jagannathan IAS Sir, Director General of Shipping, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. As the head of the regulatory authority, his support is crucial to all our MTI for ongoing success. Thank you, sir, for gracing us with your phenomenal informative presentation. We are honored by the presence of Professor Adam, Chair of International Association of Maritime University and the Rector of Gdynia Maritime Academy, Poland. Your unparalleled expertise in maritime education, research, and policy making enriches our event. We are deeply appreciate your presence today, sir, and your address. Our sincere thanks to Dr. Rajesh Ramachandran, our Honorable Pro-Chancellor of AMET University and the Chair of Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation for the unwavering support and guidance in all our initiatives. A special mention with fondness and affection goes to Mrs. Shushila Ramachandran, the Managing Trustee of AMET University, for her continued support and prayers, and also to mention our Senior Vice President S. Karikalan sir for all his support. I also extend our heartfelt thanks to our energetic Pro-Chancellor Academics, Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasagam sir, for his mentorship and strategic direction, being instrumental in taking AMET University to new heights. His guidance in this event has been invaluable. I sincerely thank our Vice Chancellor, Dr. V. Rajendran sir, for his unwavering commitment and guidance who have played a vital role in the success of today's event. I would also thank the Vice President Academics, Dr. Deepa Rajesh, who is also the convener of AMET Global Maritime Awards, for her support and valuable contribution. I would also like to acknowledge Captain Gopal Srinivasan, the principal of DGS courses at AMET University, for his hard efforts in organizing this event. Also the principal of AMET Institute of Science and Technology, Captain Karthik, for being the awesome MC of this event. I extend my sincere thanks to Principal Officer, MMD Chennai, Mr. Kili Mohana Rao sir, Captain Dr. Francis Joseph, Managing Director, FJ Marine Services and Consultancy, Singapore. Captain Dr. Ramasamy, Honorary Consul of Republic of Angola. Captain Tushar Pradhan, General Secretary, Maritime Union of India. Captain Dr. Rajesh Tandon, CEO of FOSMA. Captain Arun Mehta, Managing Director, OSM Thom. Captain Karan Kochar, Managing Director, Maersk Fleet Management. Captain Arvind, Culture and Capability Management, Maersk. Captain Rajkumar Palnivel and Captain Dr. Arif Tuksan from National University of Science and Technology, Oman. Captain Manmohan Sahi, former Nautical Advisor to Government of India. Captain Ashutosh Pradhan, Captain Superintendent T.S. Rahman. Captain Ajay Gangadharan, Captain Superintendent Maritime Foundation. Mr. Sunil Kumar, CTO and Head TA, the Greater Eastern Shipping Company. Dr. D. Rajshekhar, former Scientist and Group Director, VMC. Captain Sundeep Inkruti, Founder and CEO of Smart Sea. Ms. Sonali Banerjee, Marine Surveyor at Indian Register of Shipping. Ms. Angelica from MAP Philippines. Professor Mr. Susai Rajendran, Research Director. And the officials from Eagle Star, OSM, Thom and NSK, and all the delegates who have traveled afar to join us today. Our heartfelt thanks to our Registrar, Dr. R. Muthailan, Special Officer, Dr. Jayaprakash Vel and Dr. T. Sasilata, Dean, International Affairs, for their detailed planning and flawless execution. You people have been the spine of the event. Thank you. We would also like to acknowledge the dedication and hard work of Dr. Christopher, Ms. Jayashree, Ms. Divya, Ms. Sudhakar, and the entire organizing members of AMET University. We also extend our gratitude to the family members and the friends of our founder chancellor. Our gratitude also goes to the faculty and cadets of AMET, the admin and support staffs, participants all over the globe, invitees from shipping companies, faculty, cadets from other institutions for active participation today. I extend a special thanks to the press and the media for covering this event, and the auditorium technologies managers for ensuring the smooth running of the program throughout the day. As we forward to the rest of the day, we are confident that the discussions and the collaborations initiated here will pave the way for innovative solutions and advancements in the maritime industry and beyond. Finally, to each and every one of you present here, I thank you for your participation and for making this inaugural session memorable. Together, let us continue to strive towards excellence in maritime education and training, inspired by the vision of our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. J. Ramachandran. Thank you. Have a productive day.
Captain Karthik, 1 minute. Only 1 minute. Please allow me to acknowledge and to thank Dr. Adam, who have chosen AMET University to host the annual General Assembly of 2025. See, friends, International Association of Maritime Universities has almost 80 maritime universities as members. Every year, IAMU conducts its annual event along with annual General Assembly. This time, when I received the application, nomination form, I approached our Chancellor. Shall we apply for requesting IAMU to sponsor and conduct the AGA 2025 at Chennai, at AMET? Chancellor has given permission to me. And I was asked to make a presentation at Finland, Helsinki. It was really a tough task. There were almost around 9 universities of throughout the world they have participated, including myself as well. That time, the selection was done by a committee which was shared by, who is none other than Dr. Adam as the chairperson. I have made a presentation. I left out the venue of presentation. thinking that definitely this is not going to come to India because rest of the other 8 participating universities are really good, very big in many things as well, even dressing, presentation, etc., as well, I thought. There was a call from Takasi, you Thiruvasakam, where are you? I am just outside your hall, sir. You come, we are going to make an announcement about the selection. All other people are here, why you left? Then I went inside. They asked all the people to stand. That announcement made by Dr. Adam, really all 9 people did well from various countries, US, Czechoslovakia, Turkey, India and all. Out of all this, the committee unanimously taken a decision of selecting AMET University, Chennai, India to host the AGA 2025, which is going to be held in October 2025 in Chennai at AMET University, in which around 100 participants from throughout the world are going to participate, in which certainly our Director General of Shipping will also going to be as one of the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you very much, Adam, for the opportunity given to us.
Thank you, sir, for making that exciting announcement. I also would like to thank Dr. V. Sangeeta Alban for that meticulous vote of thanks. It shows that how much as the AMET family we are bonded together. A small pointer before we close, take a formal close for the inaugural session. Just after the national anthem, the next session of panel will immediately begin in a seamless way as the dignitaries descend. So I request the next panel members to be available here. Now, thanks for your continued attention for the inaugural session. May I request you all now to rise for the national anthem.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you so much. May now request the dignitaries to descend from the dais and request the dais managers to set up the dais for the panel discussion, please. Yeah. Captain. Welcome to, yeah. Turn off the mic. This is the. That's yeah, all the people. So we will be introducing them.
No, you do the normal thing. When you sit in the panel, I just want to speak to just a small sort of a phrase or a line. Okay. See what they will do. I don't want to speak something else.
But that's what I'm saying. You can do the introduction. Just few
I don't want to do the full introduction. Then we get into the panel style.
Okay. Sorry, sir, it got a bit stretched up.
Sorry?
Sorry, it got a bit stretched up. Yeah. Cadets, request you to please be seated because we'll be starting very shortly. I request the cadets to be seated. Cadets, I request you all to be seated. I request the faculty in charges to look into that. I request the faculty in charges and cadet captains to see their platoons are inside, as we're going to start shortly. May I request the panelists to come up to stage. I have the pleasure of inviting Captain Arun Mehta, the moderator for the session, Managing Director, OSM Tom, Mumbai, India. Please give a loud applause, my dear. Yeah. Yeah, please. May I request Captain Manmohan Singh Sagi, sir, former nautical advisor to Government of India. Cadets, you all need to understand that we all passed through Captain Manmohan Singh Sagi, sir. So please give a round of applause. Sir. Please, sir. Right. Yeah.
Captain Sagi just called you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. May I request Ms. Sonali Banerjee, Marine Surveyor of Indian Register of Shipping, to come up stage. Madam, please. May I request Captain Ashutosh Apankar, Principal, Training Ship Rahman, to come up on the dais. Welcome, Captain. Please. Yeah. Now I request our own Captain Ajay Gangadharan, Captain Superintendent, Maritime Foundation, to come up stage. So, yeah. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen and dear cadets, as you all know, there is a strong need that we need to emphasize a lot on the safety of sea. We need to look into the conventions, check for the need for amendments and revisions, if any, for many reasons. One among that is safety of sea of life. You have seen the presentation made by DGO, sir. Beyond that, we are in a compulsion to adapt to new technology. And also, we need to comply with the various international standards to enhance our preparedness in order to mitigate our risk, also to be competitive in the industry. So we have a panel here of eminent industrialists. The panel is going to be moderated by Captain Arun Mehta. The topic of the panel is navigating change, bidding the gap between STCW amendments for resilient seafaring. Now I take the pleasure of introducing the panel to all of you. The moderator of the panel is Captain Arun Mehta, with over 35 years of leadership in maritime sector. He spans expertise in sailing, technology, education and ship management. He spearheaded India's largest ship management merger, uniting OSM and Thome Group, showcasing his strategic acumen. Captain Arun's career embodies a profound dedication to maritime excellence, marked by visionary leadership and impactful strategic activities. Please give a round of applause, my dear. Next in the panel, we have Captain M.M. Sagi, sir. He was the former nautical advisor to Directorate General of Shipping. He holds the rank of an extra master and an MBA combining maritime expertise with strategic business acumen. He has recently concluded a decade-long tenure as independent director at Shreya Shipping Logistics, India's leading coastal container shipping company. He has led Indian delegations to the Maritime Safety Committee of IMO and International Oil Pollution Compensation Fund, IOPC, shaping global maritime policies and safety standards. Welcome to the panel, sir. Please welcome, sir, with a round of applause. Next in the panel, we have Ms. Sonali Banerjee, Maritime Surveyor at the Indian Register of Shipping. She has transitioned assured to pivotal roles, including Maritime Superintendent at MSC, Ship Management India and Tech Manager at Samson Maritime, overseeing critical operations for Reliance. Currently, as a Principal Surveyor at the Indian Register of Shipping, she champions gender equality and co-founded the Federation of Global Maritime Community, recognized for her contributions, which awards such a Rotary Prakyaraj Achiever of the Year. Please welcome Ms. Sonali Banerjee with a cheerful applause. I am pleased to introduce Captain Ashutosh Apankar, Principal Traineeship Rahman. Over 25 years of global and multicultural experience in managing people, team building and operations. A PhD in 2013 from OIUCM, specializing in maritime education and research. He is actively involved in seminars, conferences, both nationally and internationally, enhancing global perspective to maritime education. We are pleased to have you with us, sir. And I'm very delighted to have Captain Ajay Gangadharan, Captain Superintendent Maritime Foundation, is a distinguished maritime leader, and with a career spanning with BP Shipping, AP Moller Maersk, and CT Management, he brings extensive global operational expertise. Currently serving as Captain Superintendent Maritime Foundation, is recognized by the Director General of Shipping, Government of India, for his role in conducting oral assessments and enhancing maritime competence. Now I request you all to be seated and get yourself ready for the discussions. Over to Captain Arun Mehta for the proceedings.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. First of all, a very good morning from this panel to all of you. I sense that people are still sleeping, so we'll wake everybody up, I guess.
Can we have a loud good morning from all of you?
Can we all stand up, please, for a minute?
Please, cadets, rise.
All right.
We're just few minutes before good morning, so good afternoon. So can we have a good morning from all of you? Can't hear. Thank you.
We need to hear the voice of the youth of this nation. Come on, louder. All right. Very good morning to you.
How's the Josh? No. How's the Josh? How's the Josh? That's good.
Now we can have a seat. So first of all, let me thank AMET for bringing this Global Maritime Summit together, and also to Colonel Dr. Thiruvasagam to reach out and ask me to moderate a panel on a subject which is very close to my heart. The earlier one, which earlier
one which I had attended over here and had moderated a panel, and I would hazard a guess none of you were there, and if you were there, then it's critical that if you were still there, because that was 5 years ago before COVID, and that was on mental harassment. So I think the reason why I say that these are two important topics was because of if you read the title, it says navigating change, and navigating change, but then there is about navigating change between STCW amendments. How many of you over here feel that it is important, that change is something which is constantly happening? Please raise your hands if you feel that there is change which is happening. So many people feel this, that life is static, things will continue as they are. But I think with the permission of this panel, I can assure you that as far as life is concerned, it is not going to be static, it is going to be a dynamic change throughout. And in the maritime sector now, what we are seeing is that the velocity of that change is increasing to a point where it is becoming imperative that we are able to find a way to navigate change. Such a topic, navigating change with STCW, was unheard of about 15-20 years ago. I don't think we ever sat down to discuss. And I would like to invite the panelists over here, and I think you've got a fantastic audience. So all the cadets and all the dignitaries who are sitting over here, I would encourage you to listen to them carefully, because they represent a spectrum, a cross spectrum of what our industry is, all the way from training, evaluation. We talked about MTIs being represented. Captain Ashutosh Apankar, he's on the forefront of what he has tried to achieve at TS Rahman. Captain Gangadharan, who has been instrumental, he's been recognized for his efforts for from the teacher shipping on how to conduct and the oral examinations, which at some point all of you will go through. Sonali Banerjee. She has been in multifaceted roles, and now she is looking after from the IRS, which is a recognized organization. And of course, there is Captain Saggi. The less I say about him, the better, because I think probably anybody sitting on the front row over here would have passed through an oral or something through Captain Saggi, or have reached out to him at some point of time to seek some advice. So as nautical advisor to the government of India is, I think, at one point of time used to be the highest ranking position which a seafaring officer could attain. And I think, sir, thank you. And he's been instrumental, I remember from way back, in trying to bring what is called equivalence in shipping from an education perspective to what you get as a certificate of competency. He had been pushing that and championing it for many years, and trying to get something which is a cross-reference for the industry and for the youth. So I'll dive straight into the panel and ask. This is going to be like a proper discussion which we are going to have. I can assure you none of the questions are pre-prepped. And Ms. Banerjee has been asking me off and on, what are the questions? And this is not going to be a question-answer session, it's going to get driven. So if anybody has anything, please send a message to Captain Karthik over there, and then he can take it up and discuss it, So I'll start with Captain Apankar, if that's okay. So Captain Apankar, you deal with the youth, something similar as of what you're seeing today in the audience. And we're talking about change happening in the industry, Why do you think that, the STCW convention actually achieves the goal of achieving the competence standards for the younger generation as this change happens?
Thank you, sir, for the question. Sir, as you are aware that the IMO's theme this time is navigating the future, safety first. What IMO does or what they work towards is safety and security, of course in tandem with the maritime environment, and that's the culture they want to bring in. As of now, I feel sometime looking at the STCW in past, it was primarily meant for officers, and at the cadet level, it was not percolating down. For example, today's threats, if I may say, is like cyber security, green gas emissions, all these things when you come to know when you clear your pre-C training, and then you start approaching to these angles. But I guess now is the time that these young generations, they should be made aware of it, and certain aspects like cyber security, which they are well conversant with, if they are trained more on that, and if the STCW convention is looking down the last run, this will really go in a long way, where when they become officers, they are more aware of it, and they are able to counteract all the threats. Just to share that India is also moving towards something called NEP, National Education Policy, which actually tells you that theory and practical knowledge has to be equal, or they are giving more emphasis on the practical knowledge. So if we introduce such courses for our cadets, they are well prepared for the future. And as DG sir says that we want to go ahead with more number of Indian seafarers, we need to be competent, and for all this we really need to be geared up. So just to give you one example which comes to my mind, now ECDIS is compulsory. Of course, in STCW you do ECDIS after you clear your second mates. But if you start introducing it at a junior level or at a pre-C level, they become more competent. Of course, the routine chart pattern will go, but this is what needs to be introduced. So in the amendments, they should also look at the present generation requirement, which percolates down to pre-C level.
So you do feel that there are changes which are required?
Yes, sir, of course.
So if I can go across to Captain Gangadharan, we talked about different changes. Captain Ashutosh mentioned about the changes which are required and certain things which he mentioned, like the ECDIS. But what is the end result you feel we are looking at? What these boys and girls should be aspiring to? What is the young generation should be looking at when they come out to sea? What can they expect?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the question. And I must thank AMET for inviting me to this panel and sharing the dais with such dignitaries with Captain Sagi. I think it's an honor. It's a big honor to be here. Now, before I answer your question, sir, for the benefit of all these youngsters who are here, and I see most of them here, a little background. I just want to touch upon a little background for them to appreciate it a little bit more. I'll just go back to the genesis of STCW, and I take the liberty of just taking a couple of minutes on that. And I say the liberty because sitting on the stage with Captain Sagi, I'm talking about STCW. He's the guru of STCW. We all know that. We have looked up to him and learned a lot from him. So just going back for the benefit of the cadets there, this is not a very old convention. Seafaring has been there for generations, for the ages, for times immemorial. We are talking about a convention. We are discussing about it now. It's something which has just come into being in the last 30, 40 years. The first 15 years, nobody even talked about it. And I am from that generation. When we entered shipping, there was something about STCW, but nobody knew what it was. There was no formal or informal training before going on a ship. And that's how we joined ship. And of course, we learned most of it at the job and along as we progressed in our career. 95 is when this STCW convention became a buzzword. There was a lot of things being talked about, competencies being talked about, you're demonstrating the competencies we talked about, also the assessments being talked about, and bringing uniformity across the stage or across globally. Now that is what the genesis of this STCW convention is. Every 15 years or so, we have been seeing some changes. The topic is also about resilient seafaring. So I would say, as seafarers, as you youngsters who would be seafarers very soon, I would say we are, as seafarers, very resilient to changes. Now, though I was a little surprised seeing your reaction earlier in the day when Captain Mehta asked you how many of you think there's going to be changes, there has been continuous changes. We either recognized it or actually went with the system, went with the flow and adapted it. For example, there have been disruptive changes as well. You talk about ECDIS, which we just talked about, and we also talk about GMDSs and the radio officers. What seafarers have done over the period have continuously reskilled themselves to come in tune with the latest amendments. And as Captain Mehta points out, yes, there are a lot of changes which is going to be happening in the near future. As we speak, IMO is already in motion. There are some 22 specific areas about this STCW review. And believe me, a bulk of it is going to talk about technological or emergence of technology in the future. So we are all going to be part of it. And I think the mood will change with time, though in the morning he woke you up. But yes, we need to wake up to all that, and you will all be part of that change and for a resilient seafarer in the future. So 22, out of these 22 specific areas, 10 of them are going to be talking about technological advances, and also a few of them even talking about mental health and SASH and certification, etc. So yes, we need to gear up for it. Like Captain Ashutosh said, as an administration, as the maritime training, as the largest, one of the largest providers of seafarers, we need to keep the changes in mind, and we need to adapt. The sooner, the better.
Thank you, sir. So I'll jump across to you. So Sonali, it was talked about in the morning. DG sir talked about the changes which are upcoming from an administrative perspective, and things which are changing. And he talked about autonomous ships being built by Kochi Shipyard, AI coming in. From the perspective that you are in the Indian Registrar of Shipping, and you see it from a recognized organization perspective, can you just highlight to the audience over here, what do you see upcoming in the next 5 to 10 years? What quantum and velocity of change you foresee is going to definitely become mainstream? Today, things which are looking at the fringes, how do you see them coming into the mainstream?
Thank you, sir. And to begin with, I would like to thank the management of AMET for inviting me for this global conference. And as DG sir had mentioned in his presentation, that we are also looking at enhancing the participation of Indian seafarer on a global context. And it is these MTIs who are going to play a vital role in the enhancement of this participation of Indian seafarers. Now, for the Indian seafarer to remain very relevant in the international context and to be able to add value to that, it is very important that we catch up with the global trends that are coming in, the dynamics of the shipping industry. So as discussed under HTW 9, I think one of the primary areas which are going to come in the next few years, that is building up competency to catch up with alternate fuels, digitalization, AI, and like in any other profession, we have a continuous professional development. Same applies to maritime, that we have to continuously develop the competency of our cadets to be able to meet those global standards. So we have alternate fuels which are coming up, a new set of competency to be able to handle with ships which are dealing with that. We already have IGF code which is already there in place for ships which are going to use those gases fuel. So how do we build up the competency within our cadets? Then the AI and digitalization. Definitely this is one aspect, this is a rather, I would say, a sensitive part which we know is an underlying factor, but it is not really addressed that well. In the coming years, I definitely feel that data analytics, that when we have AI, when we have digitalization, data analytics, how we analyze the data that we are receiving in towards maintaining the health of the vessel, towards maintaining the health of the machinery, if at all we are talking of partly automated ships and all. So those competencies are going to come very handy, and definitely the participation of women in the maritime sector. That again is an aspect which was earlier not really recognized, but with the thrust of the IMO and the STCW putting that in their own convention. So we can see that globally there is a lot of acceptance. However, we also need to understand that women are joining at the entry level. We see a lot of women coming up through the cadets and fourth engineers or a third officer level. But we see that very few of them really rise up and stay there. So we need to have some policies and procedures and maybe rather look into those aspects that how we can enhance their participation at the top management level also, and then when they move ashore, we are able to give them a good break.
So would it be fair to say that, you know, this is not going to be a one-time sort of a change. This is going to be something which is going to be constant. Something new will keep coming in. And as seafarers who are currently in or connected, anybody connected, not only seafarers, but anybody connected with seafaring or the maritime domain will have to constantly skill themselves, unlearn some things from the past and learn new skills, new techniques, new ways of doing things, and upskill themselves constantly or reskill themselves. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, so I mean, as we all know, change is constant. I mean, that is the most spontaneous thing to happen. So any industry, as we understand the business, then we apply the implementation method, how we are going to achieve those business objectives. Then we identify the gaps, then again we come back to the root, that the training, learning and development. And this is a continuous process. So we have to identify those gaps, then we have to implement them, and then we have to see that how the effect is.
I think nobody has done that better than Captain Saggi. So sir, can I come to you and ask you?
Thank you, sir.
Sir, there was a 78 convention. I think you alluded to the 1978 STCW convention, which everybody knew was there, but didn't know what was it about actually. So at the end of it, you used to get a blue chit, and then you used to get a hardcover, which if you were lucky, you would get it at master's level, and you sailed with that. And then came 95, and one of the key things which changed, if I may say so, was that it moved from showing academic performance to saying that we will be wanting to see demonstrative competence. Am I fair to say that was one of the big transitions between the 78 and 95, sir?
Yes, absolutely. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you. Absolutely right, Captain Mehta. This is the big change which happened from 78 to 95. In 78 convention, primarily, now let me, since also youngsters are there, let me share with all of you what the convention is. So shipping by nature is international. That means the foreign ships, the European ships, American ships, Japanese ships come to India, and Indian ships go to the East Coast. So what that means is that the rules by which the game of shipping is played have to be international. So conventions are nothing but international rules for shipping. How these conventions are made? The member state of IMO, they sit together in London in the IMO office, and they discuss that what is the right way forward to make sure that the shipping is safe, shipping is secure, and shipping is environment friendly. And then a convention is drafted, it is implemented. Now, as far as the countries are concerned, implementation is not automatic. The provisions of the conventions have to be taken on board in the national law. The reason being that in case a convention doesn't become part of the national law, if anybody is breaching the convention, you can do nothing about it. There is no enabling legislation to make sure that the provisions of the conventions are complied with. Those who are not complied with are dealt with appropriately. So it is very essential to take on board the conventions into the national law. So STCW is one such convention. Who implements the convention? It is the flag state of the ship. But the flag state may or may not comply with the convention provision. Now, if the flag state doesn't do what it's supposed to do, then what happens is, suppose it is supposed to make sure that seafarers are trained properly. And if they're not trained properly, not certified properly, but they are certified, so they're running the ships. But when these ships go in the foreign shores, they would cause problems. They would cause grounding, they would cause pollution, they would cause all kind of issues, damage to the ports. So there is, in every convention, there is a provision what we call the port state control provision. So the inspectors from the shore side come on the ship and verify that the ship is actually indeed complying with the convention provisions or not. So there are checks and balances, and the loop is closed in all IMO conventions. Now, as far as STCW is concerned, it came into existence in 1978. Then came the amendment in 1995, and as Captain Mehta said, that it was a sea change. Basically, in 1978, they said that this is X, Y, Z, every country needs to have, and every country made its own interpretation, and they trained their officers accordingly and certified them. But then that caused a lot of problems because every country's interpretation was different. The 95 convention was most prescriptive. It was written down in detail what a seafarer needs to know and demonstrate how he or she is competent. And then only certificate of competency was given. So that was a big, big change. Then there was some minor amendment in 2010, and now we are talking of further changes. It probably will come out in 2027. So we have every 15 to 17 years, there is a review of the convention. Now, now you can imagine, we're talking of a change in the way we certify and train our officers and ratings every 15 to 17 years. But we talk of change, the change is happening every day. Now that's a huge challenge all of us are facing, that how do we reconcile the two? We have to meet the convention requirement, but the convention gets completely dated. Today we are talking of 2010 convention by which we are doing the training and certification. We are in 14 years behind. In 2010, many of us could not even imagine the kind of things which would be happening on the ships, the kind of training or certification which would be required on the ships. So how do we deal with it? So one way forward, ships are running safely, most of them. It's not that the convention is taking so long, so we are not doing anything about it. But one of the key things is that to make sure that our convention and the requirements remain contemporary is two things. First of all, it's a huge responsibility of the maritime administration that they should ask the right questions. Why it is important? Because if the questions are dated, what is asked in the examination, then whether they are relevant or not for present-day shipboard environment, the training institutes will teach exactly what is asked in the examination because everybody wants to pass the examination. So what should be asked in the examination is what is relevant in the contemporary environment on board the ship, and that is what should be taught in the training institute. So that is one way forward. Second issue is the huge responsibility on the companies. Now, companies need to make sure that every seafarer who is sent on the ship is actually competent, not only from the point of view of certification, but he or she should be competent to man that particular specialized ship on which he or she is posted. Not only the ship, but also the voyage. It could be a polar voyage. It could be a voyage in the monsoon months. It could be passing through Singapore Straits through heavy traffic. So the person who is in charge or doing a particular function on the ship, they should be competent to perform those functions competently in that environment on that ship. That's all I would like to say for the time being. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. So I think you can't get a more simpler summarization of how the convention and the system works. But at the same time, coming back to you, Captain Gangadharan, Sagi sir pointed out about the onus of, one is that between conventions, between two conventions, there is already a sea change which is happening, right? And the convention is at, let's say, at particular windows, you know. And every 15, 17 years, there's a new convention which comes in, which looks at a lot of historical and whatever they can foresee in the future, and come up with some internationally agreed standards which any seafarer should be able to attain to be able to serve in international shipping. Now coming to companies, there he mentioned about something. Do you think that as individuals, as seafarers, is there any onus which should be taken up by these young boys and girls going forward to keep themselves upskilled and updated? You know, there is prescribed, like what sir said, you know, what is prescribed. And then there is what I would like to be able to, what I see as a change, and how do I take control of that change as a seafarer and say, what do I need to do more so that I stay relevant? Because what I understood from what you were talking about, Captain Apankar, is that relevance of training, and same thing I think you alluded to, sir, is the relevance of the examination system should be such that it can be applied to the current scenario on board vessels.
Yes, sir, I'll take that. Now, I would say during the whole regime of STCW convention, there has been disruptive technologies which has come, and right, Captain Sagi said, you can't really wait for 15-year cycle or a 17-year cycle, and unfortunately, I really don't know why, but then there's so much happened between 2010 and now, and but we still haven't had the amendment yet. And by the looks of it, like he rightly pointed out, this is going to be 2027 where it's going to be adopted. And further down 2 more years, that is 2029, where it's going to be coming into force, and another 5 years for the implementation stage. So in effect, we are talking about the existing avatar continuing for the next 10 years. But having said that, there are two disruptive, or at least to my mind, which comes is that GMDSS, which came in the early 90s, and it has to be brought down as an amendment to the existing STCW convention, and also your EGDIS and new technologies which came in, which we really couldn't really wait for that long for it to be implemented. So they had to be brought in like an amendment. Yes, now we really need to upskill ourselves. How we go about doing it, yes, there's no doubt, there's no going away from the fact that we need to adopt the technology. We have to. Now, the existing curriculum may not be necessarily addressing it, but there is no denying the fact that we need to, probably your artificial intelligence, machine learning, all these would come integral part of it. Whether the seafarers are suitable for it? Yes. In my opinion, the most suitable people are the seafarers themselves, and it's not be all end all for seafarers. We need to make sure that as administrations, IMO, as stakeholders in the industry, to bring the right kind of knowledge for these boys or girls to adopt, learn, skill themselves, reskill themselves, and it's a continuous growth mindset. Unless we are there, we are not, unless we adopt it, we are not part of the system. That's as simple as that. We need to adopt this.
Fair enough. So Captain Apankar, just going back to, you were talking about EGDIS, and now Captain Gangadharan is talking about saying that, if you look at this whole thing, even the new changes, the 22 areas which have been mentioned, 10 of them technologic-centric. But then there is also the soft skill part of it, and there is the sexual harassment part. So it's a wide-ranging spectrum. But that coming in is going to take, by the time it gets fully implemented, it's going to take, let's say, about 8 years, give or take. This full decade, right? So if it's going to take this full decade, and there is still the current convention, which, like Sagi sir said, we still need to comply with that, but then the industry demand is coming differently. As an MTI, do you get pressurized from the industry saying that we need to include certain things, we need to have certain additional things as far as training is concerned, because that's there's a long time which the boys and girls spend in the institutes. I think they spend more time in institutes now than they spend at sea. So do you think that there is a focus from organizations asking you to add on to certain of these elements? How are you approaching it?
Sir, as I see, the convention will really take a long time to come in, and if you're going to just sit for the convention to come, or if we are going to have an approach where if the government says DG shipping puts a circular and then we follow it and then we are going to do it, we are going to be lagging behind. Believe me, the way we have replaced, I think my generation replaced Europeans, and probably will be replaced by some other nationality if you do not catch up. As per your question, sir, as an MTI, we have taken a very conscious decision to start certain courses which are the need of our. We are not waiting for any regulation to come in. And of course, the shipping companies, they do tell us to do these courses as value-added courses. So right now, if you see, in our institute, we are approved for 32 courses approved by DG Shipping, but value-added courses we are doing 52. That number itself speaks that there is a gap which needs to be bridged, and the companies are asking for it. Just to share one example, we were doing medical first aid. Today, at our institute, we are doing psychological first aid, because that's the need of the hour. So probably the industry will take you, or administration will take you from there, and shipping companies have already started doing that. There's a specific course by fleet management where they also do the psychological first aid course. Of course, it's not the requirement, but we need to make sure that the seafarer who goes on board is mentally strong enough to handle the pressure situations. So I derived a term, when you join a ship, you need to check the BMI. So they call body mass index. Now I say body, mind and intellect. So we do a course in TS Rahman, which is called body, mind and intellect, taking care of the mind and the intellectual, where it goes in a direction when in pressure situation, they are able to apply, they are able to take the right decisions. So there are certain things which we have started initially. So like 6 years back, every student passing out from TSR has to do a 3 months Ministry of Ayush approved yoga course. Obviously, the fruits are seen now, and I will speak with the data that right from 2014 when we introduced this course, and 2016 it was full-fledged, the attrition rate of a cadet is 0. So there are a lot of things which we are trying to do, talk with the industry all the time, ask them what they want. One of the biggest example is, DG sir showed us the accident video. I had goosebumps when I saw that enclosed space entry, because I am one of the witness of a death on board when I was sailing for an enclosed space entry. And in the system, it is at the knowledge level, that you need to tell the cadet, they understand and everything is there, but there are no practicals.
But does it help you when it comes in through a policy framework, which rather than, when it comes in from an organization, like you mentioned the Ayush initiative requiring, roadmap requiring yoga to be introduced, and because it came from a policy framework, it was much easier for the entire industry to imbibe, including individuals, companies, administration, all the stakeholders, than something which is approached from just a company or certain initiatives which you take. Because your initiatives which you take would be very, very contained and cellular to your MTI. It won't be a very broad-based brushstroke, as I would say.
Yes, sir. If it comes as a policy, I'm 100% sure it will help the masses, because there is a data now available. Somebody has done this for 4-5 years. We have seen what we are getting it out of that. There are special programs which we run, of course, because of the industry demands. But if that comes as a policy, it will benefit the whole mass, number one. Number two, the Indian seafarers' value will go up, less accidents, more resilient seafarers, more competent seafarers, more demand, and then we'll be actually replacing people, and that's how our number will go up. And I think DG Shipping is going forward in this particular aspect. They have formed a committee. We had that on the various groups and emails, we had that, and they're going to talk about it. So I think there's a very positive change. We are not waiting for STCW to happen, but the administration is taking steps, and the whole industry has realized that if we want to capture the market, we need to be one step above, and that's what everyone is going through.
So taking a cue from this, would it be right to say that just like from 78 to 95 convention became very prescriptive, we always hear this word called value add training, you know. I feel every training is value add, otherwise it should not be done. It's a waste of time, effort and energy and money. But something is prescribed under the convention, some things are taken up by different organizations, and it's not a very structured approach, it's very fragmented. Do you think the time has come to ask DG Shipping to take a leadership position and not just adapt to what is STCW, but also to build in? Because we take the STCW convention, bring it into our legal framework, and then it becomes the norm. That's the baseline. Does it make sense for us to look at saying, okay, these are the requirements from the industry, how can they be adopted as an ancillary modular aspect to an STCW plus adaptation within India? That brings in that the Indian seafarer becomes much more competent, much more capable, we build in a systemic resilience to adapt to change.
Yes, absolutely, Captain Mehta, you have raised a very valid point that every company is doing a lot of effort to fill in the gaps where so the STCW is basically it's all about minimum standards. Now, if a person has to sail, say he or she may be a certified hand, but if the person has to sail on tanker, then they need to undergo some basic service on the tanker, some kind of course on the tanker, and then they get endorsement, and then they are given permission to sail on the tankers in whatever capacity. So similarly, the tankers have this requirement under the convention because tankers are very high pollution risk ships. But suppose a person with a basic STCW is asked to work on a huge container ships or offshore vessel or dredgers. There is no such requirement in the convention. But do we honestly think that an officer with basic certificate can work on these ships? The answer is no. He or she needs to be given some kind of specialized training to be able to work on those ships. Now, this specialized training is given at the company level. Now, suppose a person changes the company, then the next company will again give him or her the similar kind of training, but it may be slightly different. The training quality may also vary from company to company. Some may give 1-day course, some may give 10-day course. Now, it is very, very essential and desirable that these gaps are identified, which are beyond STCW and which needs to be taken on board. And they are conducted, these courses are prescribed and conducted by some kind of central authority, could be DG Shipping or could be somebody else, could be Indian Register of Shipping. And then they are harmonized, agreed, and the officers and the ratings are made to undergo these courses and certified, and then the repetition will not take place again. So this kind of approach is certainly very, very desirable. Other thing is what Captain Abankar mentioned is about the first aid courses. This is very, very essential. Typically, the first aid courses we talked about, somebody breaks a bone, somebody falls ill, so you treat at 3 different levels. At support level, operation level, and management level, we have these courses. But now the mental health has become a huge issue on the ships. So it is very, very essential that officers are trained, as Captain Abankar mentioned, to understand. I mean, physically, officer may look perfectly okay, but then his or her psychological condition is in terrible state. So 2 things. First of all, the people who are working on the ships, they need to be able to identify that, yes, this officer is not well, or this rating is not well. And secondly, how to treat that. So officers and ratings need to be trained in that aspect. Not only that, under the personal safety and social responsibility, the seafarers themselves need to know that, okay, I am not something is wrong with me. I'm not what I'm supposed to be. I'm mentally disturbed. So rather than keeping it to himself or herself, and a seafarer needs to be trained that, yes, you need help, you reach out to somebody around you to seek that help. So this kind of changes also need to be brought about into the STCW. And whatever is brought about in STCW is well and good, and what is not, the companies need to cover that as evaluated courses, and that ideally these courses are harmonized. That would be even better. One classic example is that, so basically STCW deals with the safety, security and environment protection. So as long as you take the ship safely from point A to point B, and everybody is happy about it, nobody bothers you, you are a competent officer. But is that a fact? This is from the point of view of maritime administration, from the point of view of IMO. But what about the ship owner? Who is your employer? The ship is his bread and butter. He is earning his livelihood out of the ship. And so are you. So the ship must be operated commercially in a very, very savvy manner. Now that commercial aspect of training is not part of STCW. So it can't be part of the convention itself, but this aspect also has to be taken on board the ship. Now, the two things will happen if we empower our officers with the commercial aspect of training. Number one, they would be able to look after the interest of their owners or employers better. Number two, as manning companies, as RPSL agents, we can market these officers and the ratings better. My boys and girls are not only savvy technically, they can take care of the safety, security and environment protection, but they can also take care of your commercial interests, your legal interests. So there are many such things which need to be brought in as a part of STCW++. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. The last one, coming to Sonali. I mean, I think this is a topic which is going to be, this cannot be discussed threadbare over multiple meetings rather than just about 45 minutes. But I think just one aspect, we've always been talking about technical training, technical aspects of learning, And with the nature of seafaring changing, getting more, going towards data-driven approach, less of, the different type of technology coming in. Do you see that there is a requirement and different nationalities coming in, women coming in? Do you see there is a dire need for soft skills? And you talked about training in terms of business related commercial aspects, but do you think there is also things about soft skill, leadership, etc. on board which need to be dealt with?
Well, absolutely. I mean, we all would agree that in the current context, the human element is going to be a very key element as long as we have seafarers on board. Because seafarers being human beings, and they are not robots that you make 5 robots and all of them are going to give you the same output under the same situations. With the same input, they are going to deliver more or less the same output. But with human beings, you select the 5 people, you put them through the same training, but under the same circumstances, all 5 of them are likely to give you slightly different outputs. So how do we calibrate them and reach at a level where we are able to get the same output under the same conditions? Because we know that ships are huge assets, and the kind of impact they have on the safety, the environment, the lives associated, and the recent case, we are all aware of the Dali. So we need to understand that how human beings would behave in different circumstances, and we need to have means and measures such that we are able to help all of them give us the same output as we desire. So soft skills are definitely, I mean, the HTW 10 has also included that in their element, that under human element, all these aspects And they are inviting the nations also to bring forward the ideas and the researches and data that how they can deal with that aspect. So to keep the seafarers relevant, it's very important that we look at the soft skills and the human element to be able to.
Sure, sir.
So, talking of soft skills, or for that matter, any kind of training, it is best that if it is imparted with case studies. One of the classic case studies with respect to soft skills I can think of is that there was a fitter on the deck side, and the captain was not very happy with his performance. So one day, when captain was walking around, and he went to the fitter and he says, "You are going home next port." Now the fitter was the sole breadwinner for his family, and once he got the message from the captain that he is going home next port, he was completely disturbed and mentally very, very upset. So what he did was that same evening he had a lot of drinks, and at sea most of us don't lock our cabin. He got drunk completely. He went to the captain's room, and he went to his bedroom, and he tried to strangle the captain. The captain sought help and shouted and screamed. The whole crew collected over there, and they manhandled this fitter and probably used excessive force, and then they locked him up in his room. He was screaming, shouting for some time, and after that the screaming, shouting stopped. And when they opened his room, they found that he is no more. He is gone. The ship went to the Gulf, one of the Gulf countries, and there the police came, and virtually the whole crew was arrested and accused of manslaughter. The ship was held up. So this thing went on for months together. The crew was incarcerated, and eventually some kind of blood money was paid by the relatives of the crew members by selling their houses, and these crew members came home. So this is the small incident, how it could have easily been avoided. This kind of training is not there as part of STCW, but it is so very essential to teach this kind of soft skill, how to deal with the crew. And by the impact is there. I mean, if you just talk about it, it is important, this is how you should do it. But if you talk of the case studies, then you always remember that what can be the consequences. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I have been getting messages from there about the time, and I would take that cue, and I think we can keep discussing this, but I will try to sum it up in a few succinct points. I think one of the things as a panel we definitely have come to, and please feel free if you think I am summing it up incorrectly to interject. But I think one of the things which we've come to is that this 15-year cycle of STCW may not be the right cycle to adapt to current shipping trends or the changes in shipping. The second being that the onus of responsibility of ensuring that we are competent, it lies with all stakeholders, including individuals, companies, administrations, and the MTIs. And I think there is supposed to be a far greater dialogue between them to be able to harmonize how we approach this rather than the fragmented approaches which are happening. The third aspect of it is that there is going to be a huge onus on soft skills, which is going to be there in addition to the technical skills as shipping or the maritime industry evolves. And I think it would be fair to say, we had a different bit of challenges when we went out to sea, and things were quite a bit steady and static. You have a different set of challenges when you go out to sea, because when you go out to sea, things will be different. There is also, I think, we all got certificates which were considered foreign-going, basic, unlimited certifications, I would not be far in saying that the way things are going, it might just become that there is a base level certification, and then there is, for everything else, you've got to have a modular stamp on top to say you are capable of doing something more than just being a seafarer. I think there is a cue from what DG mentioned, and that was about, I think we can take that, which is about saying that how Maersk has done it, can we make it more industry-wide, And there are, I think, best practices within the industry being done by different MTIs, they are being done by different companies, and I think that is probably a way to look at harmonizing it so that you as seafarers, or the future seafarers, don't have to do the same thing multiple times again and again. And what you do once is recognized, and that I think also leads into what we call the national education policy, because it's modular. You can do a set of modules and get credits for it, and then that should be able to continue. I think there may be a need to look at something similar going forward, which will bridge the gap between what is the industry needs and the STCW probably. And I think what I would leave you all with is, it's a brilliant career. I think it's one of the best careers. I think what Captain Karthik left out was, in spite of everything which I have done and all the things, I still remain a seafarer at heart. Given a chance, I will do it all over again. And I think that speaks for everybody. Yeah. It's one of the most noble professions which is there. This was the only profession other than the doctors which was running during COVID, and that kept the world running. Had shipping been stopped for 2 days, I can guarantee you that the entire world would have come together to find ways to get people home earlier. It didn't happen because we are so resilient as seafarers, and if you want to stay resilient, you have to stay relevant. And if you're not going to be relevant, then the resilience of seafaring is going to be gone. The second thing is, it's a double-edged sword. If you're competent, you can have a certificate, but that certificate is only paper evidence of something. It gets your shoe in the door. Yesterday there was a talk which was done at IIT Mumbai, and he said that, nobody has asked my degree after I joined, and it's because after that it is only pure demonstration of what your knowledge is and being able to bring it into practice, and that's competence. And if you can't do that, and if you need to learn something, unlearn something, you will need to be able to do that, and you'll need to be able to develop the mental resilience to accept that I need to change, or it's very easy to say you need to change, but start thinking about yourself. Be a little selfish about when you start introspecting, and start thinking as what you need to do. And resilience will come from, I again repeat this, resilience will come from relevance. If it's not going to be relevant, no matter how resilient you are, you're going to get outdated. So change is constant. It is going to be there. And please be mindful of the fact that you're entering a fantastic profession. And as far as ship owners are concerned, let me put it this way. How many of you want to own a Ferrari? Come on, raise your hands. Only 10? Jeez. It's a very nice bunch of people, Okay. So here's my take to you. If you have a Ferrari today, will you give it to me for driving? Why not? I got a license. I've had it for many years. So why should a ship owner give you a ship worth $50 million or $100 million, which is equivalent to about 100 Ferraris? Why should they trust you? And that has to come from your competence and not that piece of paper you carry with you which says your certificate of competency. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Captain Arun Mehta. What a beautiful way of summing it up. Stay relevant to be resilient. And always we stay ahead of the change. And change is the only constant. All I can remember is, I know of no more encouraging fact than the unquestionable ability of a man to elevate his life by conscious endeavor. The person who said is Aristotle. And we seafarer, we need to stay ahead of change. Thank you for the beautiful panel. And thank you, Captain Arun Mehta, for beautifully navigating the panel and touching upon all things. I would like to thank all the panelists. May I now call upon Dr. M. Jayaprakash Wales, Special Officer, AMET University, to deliver the mementos to the moderator and panelists. Memento to panelist, moderator, Captain Arun Mehta, by Dr. Jayaprakash Wales. Memento to Captain M.M. Sagi. Request to felicitate Sonali Banerjee, madam, with the memento. And I request Special Officer Dr. Jayaprakash Vail to felicitate Captain Ashutosh Apankar with the memento. And I request him to facilitate our own Captain Ajay Gangadharan. Once again, I thank all the panelists and the moderator for taking up a beautiful, very informative session, sir. Please, thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Well done, Captain. Academic crowd, yes. Well, coming up, thanks, Captain. Coming up, we are going to create a sense of intimacy, authenticity, and connection between the speaker and the audience. Why? To facilitate a meaningful dialogue, encourage audience engagement, and leave you with valuable insight on perspectives of future. For this, we are hosting a fireside chat, and the speakers are going to be Captain Arvind Shankar and Captain Sandeep Inkoti. May I request both of them to come up on stage. Captain Arvind Shankar, as we all know, is a crusader in blue, is a distinguished maritime leader with a BE in Marine Technology from AMET BITS Ranchi and an MBA in Shipping and Logistics from Middlesex University. 19 years at Maersk, he currently heads the Maersk Center of Excellence, driving innovation and excellence in maritime operation. Is recognized as one of the Economic Times 40 under 40 in 2023 and a champion of diversity by Maritime CEO in 2022. Beyond his professional achievement, Captain Shankar maintains a dedication to environmental sustainability, education, outreach, fitness and sports. Let's welcome Captain Arvind. May I call upon Captain Sandeep Inkoti, please, sir. He launched a maritime career through Maersk's GSPM Cadet Scholarship at AMET in 1999. He excelled in tankers, oil tankers, ascending to the capacity on MOL and TK tankers. Achieved Master COC from UK and completed MBA in specializing in artificial intelligence from Coventry University during the pandemic. He established Smart Seas AI, a pioneering maritime AI startup headquartered in Singapore. He leads as CEO of NYL Technology, dedicated to enhancing maritime safety through innovative data-driven accident preventive solutions. We are pleased to have both of you, Captain Sandeep and Captain Arvind. Here you are with the discussions on Fireside Chats. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karthik, for the lovely introduction. I wonder how you just pull out quotes, just from thin air. You have a quote for everything, and it's so relevant, and and that's why Captain Karthik is also resilient. So a great way to end the previous panel discussion on STCW, stay relevant, and the next chat which we will have with Sandeep, and I can already feel the heat. It is supposed to be a fireside chat. Generally you don't feel the heat, but when you sit next to Sandeep and you know he's giving out all this energy. So yes, welcome you all to the fireside chat, and we're going to talk about staying relevant in the industry. And the topic for today, we will be exploring AI opportunities in the maritime world. So before we begin, I know all your stomachs are grumbling, a lot of heads are drooping. So let's just liven it up a little bit. So how many of you here, including our colleagues here, how many of you here use AI to reply to mails or to do that weekend assignment so that you can go on a Sunday shore leave? Hands up, all the way up.
Rephrase the question.
I'll just repeat the question again. How many of you here
Rephrase.
use AI?
ChatGPT.
No, not yet. Nobody uses AI? A lot of you use AI. Fabulous. So yes, this AI you probably keep your hands up. Keep your hands up because I can take a poll with this. Keep your hands up. Those who use AI For example, like Sangeeta said, ChatGPT for your emails, for your assignments. All right. Now, how many of you who have your hands raised up would trust AI to be your dentist? Anyone with the hand still up? I can't see it really because of this light there. Anyone with the hand up? You can stand up if you're keeping your hands up. So you're okay with giving an assignment, replying to important emails maybe, but you're not okay with AI pulling your tooth out. Is that right? Fabulous. So that also shows us how little we know about AI and its use in the world. And perfectly we have with us Sandeep to bust those myths and tell us what AI is capable of. Sandeep, the first question to you. When I asked the question AI, then you had a lot of people looking, what the hell is that? For me, AI was alien intelligence as I grew up. It was something beyond what I could think, When you talk about, making a model out of a toy or a toy model and bringing it to life, then that became artificial intelligence. Because intelligence to me was what I had, what humans had, It became artificial intelligence. Then came all these jargons which came when I worked ashore, We talked about machine learning and, a lot more. So let's get these answers one by one. What is AI, for a layman like us?
Okay, like Arvind said, there's a lot of heat. I'm facing the heat. He's not facing the heat. So I'm going to address all my answers to the audience here, especially the cadets. They are the future. They are the ones who are going to deal with the technology. Very broad question, what is AI? And the term, as it stands, is artificial intelligence. I think that's the biggest myth we need to bust. When we say artificial, as a human, our brain shuts down. If I give you an artificial food, would you eat it? If I give you artificial food, would you eat it? But if I give you artificial intelligence, would you use it? So that is the first myth in AI. And unfortunately, this term was coined by a genius called John McCarthy back in 1956. So little did he know that humans, we would be so anti-artificial. Right? So coming back to the question, what is AI? So I'm going to answer that question with an example. Forget about AI. Let's take a human being. Right? A human being, a baby. Let's take a baby. A baby is born. What does a baby do? What the baby does is, in the initial stages of infancy, it starts to see colors. It starts to hear noise, starts to observe. Right? So that is basically, it's getting in the data. Let's call that data. That is what data is. Right? It sees there's light, there's no light. There's a color, there's no color. There is noise, there's no noise. And then as the baby grows, a few months, let's say a year or two, then the baby starts to turn over and then starts to experience movement. Then the baby starts to try to walk, falls down, says, okay, tries again, it falls. Then it evolves. It slowly learns to take support and then walk. And then it walks some more and then it falls. Tries to walk faster, it falls. Then slowly it learns to run. And then it adapts. And then it grows and experiences various things, what we are experiencing now as life. So all these experiences you put together in a lifetime of a human being, and what do we have finally? What we have in the end is an adult who has experiences, who has gone through all these experiences, life experiences, who has gone through all the emotions, all of it, right? So that is what we call human intelligence, basically. We are becoming intelligent humans. Now what artificial intelligence is, it's the same thing, it's exactly the same thing, but it's the science of teaching a machine to behave and act like a human. That's what it is about, in simple terms. So all what you're talking about data is just information, dots. So when you connect the data is what you get knowledge. So how you process the data is what is called data science. And it's done by human beings. It's very manual. You take information and then you say, okay, This is red, this is blue, this is black, this is white. And then you try to connect the dots where you get knowledge. Then you say, okay, this is how you group primary colors, secondary colors, and so on. And the next step is, when you're seeing the patterns, how many times are you getting these colors similarly? That's what machine learning is. You're not doing this data analysis, so to speak, manually, but you create an algorithm. An algorithm is nothing but a set of instructions, how you do a certain task. So you say you take the colors, and then you arrange it in the form of the colors you get in a rainbow. Right? So when you take a computer program, you feed it colors and say, arrange it as a rainbow. That's machine learning. And all of this being done automatically by itself is AI.
Thank you, Sandeep. Wow. I have a fear here that I might soon be replaced. Do you think I will be replaced, Sandeep? If we can teach a machine what I'm doing, then where does that leave me?
So that's, I'm sure all of you have this fear, right? When you talk about AI, am I going to be replaced? How many of you use ChatGPT? Yes, 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 a lot of you? Yeah, okay. So let's take a seafarer context. We are all seafarers. The primary fear is, will seafarers be replaced, right? Your cadets going out to sea, 10 years, 20 years from now, will you be replaced? Take out your phone, and why don't you ask ChatGPT, will seafarers be replaced by AI? Go ahead and type it. Go ahead, Arvind, why don't you try? You can try, any of you. Karan? What does it say? I need an answer from the audience, please.
Can you just take out your phones and type out whether seafarers can be replaced by AI?
So you get there's a lot of story there. Why don't you rephrase it and say answer in one word? Can I know the answer? Yes or no? We need a volunteer from the audience. No? How many no's? Anybody had an yes? Can you put your hand up if anybody received a yes? So far. So far, the answer is no.
Sorry? Unlikely. You're using the pro version, right? All right. Thank you, Sandeep, and it's comforting to know that I'll still be relevant. But yes, I think to stay relevant, I need to keep updating myself. All right, let's explore something very close to all of us. We are in academics, so let's look at how AI can support us in academics. With that, of course, maybe we have about 300 plus students here, and each of us has a different learning style. So in a classroom where we have one faculty, 40 students, the delivery of content is going to be it's going to cater to the majority audience. And then of course we have to fine tune. What can AI do to enhance this learning of the user?
So to answer that, I like to retaliate and go back to AI. So what AI is basically, it's a technology, right? So it's a means of solving a problem. Same like how you have a computer or you had internet, it's a technology. So we should not say, okay, let AI solve this problem. I would like to rephrase that. So what we need to first look at is what is the problem? What is the problem statement? Okay, and then AI is a means of solving it, right? So for example, now you said, can you use AI to teach different students with different learning capabilities? Yes, you can, but then again, it's about how. How are you going to use it? So for that, we need to go back to the drawing board. It again starts with the data. It's not going to happen overnight. So for the AI to learn about how to deliver content to a particular or different individuals, what what that model, what I imagine, what that model needs to know is to know your individual personality. So this particular AI, so to speak, is going to be your personality, which is communicating with another, like a teacher personality, correct? So imagine, okay, to make it more simple, imagine the teacher is teaching a lesson or is talking to the audience, and then there are some meters on the side where I can see how many people are interested, how many are bored, how many are hungry, right?
Which is 100% right now.
Which is hungry right now. I can see the hunger, full-on hunger. So it's something similar. So you can measure, you can, in real time, that's the beauty. In real time, you can measure the sentiments. You could have cameras which is looking at the audience and say, okay, there are 10 people sleeping, there are 10 people listening, there are 20 people who are just looking at the watches. Then I know, how should I deliver my content? I can improvise. So of course, you can use AI.
Yeah, thank you for that, Sandeep. So, but in academics, there's another challenge with AI, which I see at least, outright. You could bust that for me. Plagiarism. Does it take out, hard work and creativity when somebody can just go into ChatGPT and ask for a unique model of an assignment? So, how do we work around this?
Do the students understand the term plagiarism? First of all, yeah, plagiarism is basically, in simple terms, copy-paste, right? So, in my opinion, one of the best things in a computer or Microsoft Word or anything is copy-paste. I love the function, honestly speaking. So coming to plagiarism, as a human, we are always looking for shortcuts. We are always finding ways and means to solve a problem as quickly as possible and as easily as possible. So if you have in my opinion, this is my opinion. So if you have a tool or if you have a technology which can give you an answer, why not use it? Now, again, this can be countered as well. So for example, the teachers who are correcting the lessons, there are tools again to detect plagiarism. You need to be aware of that, right? So I did my MBA in UK, and one of my first assignments is what I did. A lot of it, we had copy-pasted from here and there. And I failed because of plagiarism. I was not aware that there are tools for plagiarism. So there are tools which can detect plagiarism. But we need to meet in between, right? So you use ChatGPT for your answers, to refine your answers, yes. But at that same time, you should be aware of the context, and you should be aware of your sources of information. Right? Once you have that awareness, in my opinion, I think it's fair to use it.
Thank you for that, Sandeep. And definitely, yes, also read what ChatGPT is saying. I believe all the content might not also be 100% accurate. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just, so what ChatGPT is basically taking the data available to it, defining an answer, and giving it back to you. That's what it is. So it's similar to a computer, garbage in, garbage out. If you keep putting in the data source is poor, you will get a poor result.
Thank you. Let's talk about some real-world applications. It's in the palm of your hand. Can you tell us, where do I see AI around me? Where am I interacting with AI on a day-to-day basis?
So AI is not something which is just visible to you or you see it overnight. It's a process. It's an evolution. It's a technology that's evolving. How many of you use Netflix? Yes. How many of you use Apple Music or Spotify? How many of you use internet banking, GPay? So it's all the evolution of AI. So we are using AI in our day-to-day lives, but if I tell you this is AI, use it, you're not going to use it. That is the myth about AI. But as we are doing our day-to-day life, our activities, we are simplifying it, we are making it easier, faster, more efficient by using, not AI, the technology itself, right? So we are not yet, as a human, we are not yet, I would say, in that space Now you see Tesla making a bot, a human bot, which is behaving like a human. We are not yet there. And even when you're talking about AI, there's something called supervised and unsupervised AI. So right now, there are regulations where only supervised AI is permitted. Like for example, I cannot bring a Tesla bot and leave it here by itself, right? It's not permitted.
Thank you, Sandeep. Let's now talk about beyond the academic world, now into the world of shipping, being on the ships. So you are the founder of SmartSeas.ai. So how have you, or how does your organization support safer seas, and support the sustainability initiatives in the world?
Yeah, so this morning we saw some treacherous videos of people getting injured. We saw the talk about safety, sustainability, digitization, all of that. So I'll tell you why I started this, right? So we are a startup. The reason I started this, 20 years at sea, a lot of times I had problems, and most of these problems were recurring in nature. We had the same problems again and again. We've had machinery breakdowns, which are very similar in nature. It keeps happening again and again. Then we have, again, the more challenging was human-related problems, injuries and so on. But my question was, how can I try to minimize it? As a captain, that's what I was trying to do on board the ship. So on one ship, I tried to control as much as I could. But when I go on the next ship, it starts from zero again. And the next ship, it's from zero again. I'm sure we have a lot of experienced seafarers here, and they've all gone through this. So what we are doing, what I'm doing, what I've dedicated my life to now, in one line, it's to prevent accidents happening on board ships. That's what I'm trying to do. How we do this is, again, it's a long story, but long story short, is what I do is I collect data. I collect data from ship owners, operators, from various other data sources. We analyze this data, and then we inject generative AI, which is like ChatGPT. You can interact with the data. You can ask how many accidents did we have? Where did this happen? How can I prevent this? What is a recurring theme? Do you see a recurring accident happening on which ship? That kind of insights, where you can take actionable intelligence as quickly as possible. That's what we do.
Sandeep, can you give us some use cases, for us to be more specific on, the application of AI as it is today? I understand that AI is, we are exploring new opportunities as the day comes. Can you give us one or two relevant use cases in?
So in shipping, there are a lot of companies in the marine tech space which are not fully mature yet. It's just in a startup ecosystem still. There's none which is a unicorn still. Most of them are startups. So if you're looking at use cases, there's a lot of use cases. One of it, so the biggest concerns in shipping is one, safety. How are we trying to get more safer operations, safer ships? And this being a business, that has become a second priority. The first priority has been optimized operations, where you want to minimize cost, which is one of the biggest cost for marine is the fuel. So there have been a lot of AI applications in terms of how to minimize fuel, how to optimize the voyages in these areas. So second is in terms of safety again. There are companies which are looking into trying to do more safer operations. Another use case I can tell you is simply as we were talking about STCW conventions earlier. So for you to understand what it is all about, where do you start, how do you implement it, you can just inject it with generative AI, and you can ask it questions, okay, summarize this whole document. Where do I start? What do I have to do? What is coming up? These are simple use cases, right? What other thing that we do, again in SmartSeas, is we do troubleshooting. So when you have a problem on a ship, what we have done is you can go and ask the system, I have this error on the main engine, what do I do? Then the system tells you what that error is, right? So you can go around, find the manual, come and look for it and all that. But imagine the ship is fully loaded, you're passing through Suez Canal, and you have this error. As a human, our mind goes blank. So these are the other use cases where you use AI to retrieve information immediately for you. Yeah. And then again, how you kind of update the data, the whole workflow process. How do you simplify doing a particular task? Like for example, making a GPay payment, right? How do you simplify yourself going to the bank, writing a check, standing in the queue, giving it to the teller, getting money, something like that. So in the Maritime, we have a lot of processes, right? Filling up a checklist, doing an inspection. You could use AI for all of it.
Finally, I think I'll take the last question for you here. Let's talk about autonomous vessels. That's again something which has been on our seafaring head for some time. When they become relevant, when we reach those various degrees and we have the frameworks in place, what is the role of a seafarer there?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, and thank you for bringing that up. I'm sure that's there in a lot of people's mind. When you talk about AI, the first thing we're thinking about is autonomous ships. To start with, why do we need autonomous ships is a question I think I would like to answer. So when you're looking at a ship, shipping is one of the oldest profession or the oldest industry that existed. The purpose of a ship is to carry goods or passengers, so mostly it was goods, from A to B. That is the primary purpose of a ship. But how we were doing it, in the olden days we had a lot of people, right? And then gradually as technology evolved, the people were decreased. So now we have a minimum number of people on board a ship. But if you ask any ship owner, operator, what is your biggest concern of a shipping company, or what is your biggest concern in operating a ship? The first thing is safety, right? Life is precious. So as you saw the video, and as the DG has left us this morning with the shocking videos, most of you are thinking, right, is this what I got myself into? Correct? So this is not something that's going to happen today. It's again, it's an evolving process. But eventually, I believe that is what is going to happen. Why? Again, for you to have safe ships, safety is about, the first element of safety is the human being. That is the risk. When you take a human being and put him in a hostile environment, he's the hazard, right? So what if you take the hazard itself out? That's one of the biggest things of eliminating risk, is you take the source itself away. So if you take a human being out of a ship, then you don't have loss of life. Do you agree that that's one of the biggest, I think, achievers of autonomous ships? Yeah. Now again, what you're thinking again is what happens to the seafarers? So let's go back again a few years. When calculators were invented, there was a lot of cry about, teachers losing their jobs, making students unable to calculate, do simple mathematical calculations. But that wasn't really the problem, right? Do we still use calculators? Yes. Don't we know how to calculate? To an extent. But is that the problem? Do you think knowing the answer of 2 + 2 divided by 10 into 0.100 is important? Or do you believe that you have a problem and you have a minute to solve it and move on to the next problem? That is more important, right? So I think that is a context.
Yeah, thank you for that, Sandeep. Just to summarize, if I may, AI in its present sense, as we explore its new, explore possibilities and we develop it. Currently, it's at a support stage for us as in our decision making, and soon it could reach a stage where it can take independent decisions, but still probably governed, by a framework where humans interact with the system. Is that right to understand?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, there's an ethical element of AI that comes in.
Right. We can open the floor for a couple of questions if there are any. Any questions? Apart from whether you're eating roti or chawal for lunch?
I'm going to use ChatGPT to answer that.
All right, I think we will square it up with that. And thank you so much, Sandeep. And
my pleasure.
Learning every day from you about AI. It's been a lot of fun. And thank you for this wonderful chat. And thank you, Dr. Ramachandran and management at AMET, and my fellow colleagues, as well as the students, for being patient listeners. Thank you so much, and bon appetit.
Yeah, for me as well, I would like to thank everybody. Yeah, I'd like to thank you all very much. I understand everybody is very hungry. And as a special mention, I am an alumni of AMET. I started here. Some of my teachers are still there. And I was recruited by Captain Francis Joseph, sitting right there, first. And I've been with MERS. We have Karan. So it's an honor to be here, and it's really nice to interact with the cadets and give you a glimpse of the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Captain Arvind and Captain Sandeep. Really a very enriching, casual session. You got the audience engaging. And once again, we are pleased to say both of us of alumni of AMET. So it gives us a rich professional heritage for us. And also I would say Captain Sandeep Inkurti is also meeting the vision of our Chancellor, because whenever in any conference or anything, I tell the cadets the culmination of their career could be becoming a master marine or chief engineer. He consciously stopped me. Don't say that. Beyond that, you should become an entrepreneur, a ship owner. So today we have with us Captain Sandeep Inkurti, who is having his own organization. Thanks, Captain. Well, that's been a lot on AI. 1 minute. May I request our Professor Saidu sir, Chief Executive Officer of AMET University, to come and felicitate the guests with the memento. Professor Saidu sir, felicitating Captain Sandeep Inkurti with the memento. Here is Captain Arvind receiving the memento from Professor Saidu, Chief Executive Officer of AMET University, as well as a person who is there since inception with AMET University. And Captain Saidu sir, as we all recognize, he has got a 5 TB memory. He can pinpoint any cadet by his name and face. So, well, just one for the album. As we come to the close of this forenoon session, one question for you, having listened to the AI. On the lighter side, AI seafarers will not go on shorely. Why? Because there are too many bugs on land. I don't know if you want to laugh for it or not, but it's a joke. Let me remind it. Please, thank you. Thank you, and especially for the cadets. And now a few announcements to you. Now we come to the close of the forenoon session. There are two things which I would like to tell you. First of all, there is a selfie booth outside and at the entrance where you can take selfies of your presence in the conference. That is number one. Number two, lunch is being served for the cadets and faculties and staff at the car parking, where there is a shelter and provisions are provided for you. And for the dignitaries, invitees, the lunch will be at the second floor, and our team will take you to the dining hall, sir. So, now as I was checking with you in the morning, I hope we have cadets from other institutions. Is there any cadets from Maritime Foundation? If they are there, please rise. I was looking for you please rise, my dear. Please rise. Let's all recognize their presence here with a round of applause. Cadets from Wales University, please rise. Cadets from Wales, please rise. Please give our regards to Captain N. Kumar, Captain Ajay Gangadharan. He is also here. Thanks for being here. Is there any other cadets from other maritime institutions? Could you please rise? Yeah. For all of you, the lunches will be served at the car park where we have given a shelter. And you please join us for the lunch there. Again, for the faculty, it's there in the same place. And for the invitees and dignitaries, you will be guided by our team to the second floor, which is the dining hall. So on this note, I would request you all to please finish your lunch and be back into the auditorium by 2 p.m., 1400 hours. So thank you all for joining. Bon appetit. Thank you. Yeah. Sir, வாங்க sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I request all the faculty and the staff and dear students, please assemble at the auditorium right now. Very good afternoon. I request all the faculty, students, and staff to be seated. All the students are requested to assemble at the auditorium immediately. I request all the staff, faculty and students to be seated as quick as possible. We're going to get into another exciting session, so please come. Kind reminder, I request all the faculty, students to assemble at the auditorium immediately. Please come. Dear students, faculty and staff member are kindly requested to assemble at the auditorium immediately. We are going to the next panel discussion right now. Volunteers and coordinators, please encourage the students to quickly get into the auditorium. Boys. Faculty coordinators and cadet coordinators, please bring the students who had lunch or waiting outside. Please bring them inside. Please be seated, cadets. Good news for you all. I hope you all had a great lunch, and GME, ETO, or whichever the students or group are going to come, quickly assemble. You're going to get a special gift today. Who's going to grab it? Okay, fast, quick. Cadet coordinators, please bring your students inside quickly. Kind request from the cadet coordinators and faculty to assemble the students quickly, as we are going to head to the panel discussion number 2. It's going to be an exciting session for you all, a treat to the ears. So quickly, we'll have to do many programs. Quick. A kind reminder faculty, and dear students and the cadet coordinators are kindly requested to bring the students inside and please assemble quickly in the auditorium. The panel discussion 2 will be starting shortly. Another few minutes. Students are requested to maintain the decorum and kindly put your mobile phones on silent mode. Do not talk to each other. Be ready.
Hello. Hello.
Check. Sir, கேக்குதா?
ஹலோ ஹலோ ஏன் இன்புட்டு ஆ ஆ ஆ ஆ
ஆமா நான் பேசிட்டேன் வாய்ஸ் கேட்டு
A warm good afternoon to everyone. I hope you all enjoyed the lunch today. Did you all have lunch? Yes? Can't hear you. I need more noise. Yes? That's good. So this session is going to be a very super duper exciting session for you. And the theme is about the climate change for futuristic technologies for maritime resilience. This morning we discussed about the resilience and this is going to give you more idea about it. So let me start here with the moderator. And the moderator for our second event is Captain Karan Kocher, Managing Director for Maersk. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, put your hands together for Captain Karan. Louder, much more louder. Come on, more energy. Thank you, sir. I would also like to invite the panelists, Mr. Sunil Kumar, CTO, Head, and TNA, the Great Eastern Company Limited. Put your hands together for Mr. Sunil Kumar, sir. Thank you. And the next person, whom you all know very well, is none other than our Captain Karthik, Principal AMET Institute of Science and Technology. And the next person, thank you, sir. Next person is Mr. Nipun Chatach, founder and CEO, Fathom Marine Consultants. Please give a clap for him. And another special person here from our AMET University, Chief Engineer Koki Panniselvam sir, Associate Professor Marine Engineering, AMET University. Another special news is here for us, and we have our Nipun sir, founder and CEO, Fathom Marine Consultants, is from our AMET University alumni. Come on, give a clap. More energy, more. Okay, thank you. So, Captain Karan Kocher, Managing Director for MERS, comments illustrious maritime career in 1999, demonstrating exceptional leadership in gas carriers. Holds distinguished academic credentials from BITS Pilani, Mumbai University, Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers, Maritime, Moraji Institute of Shipping, and Cornell University. Graduating as a top student in 2017 and achieving the highest global score in the ICS professional examination. And he has transitioned to pivotal shore-based roles, spearheading technical management at AP Moller Maersk. Elevated to the role of Managing Director at Maersk Fleet Ship Management and Technology in 2023, and driving innovation and operational excellence, renowned advocate for gender equality in maritime through groundbreaking initiatives like Equal at Sea. That is something very special. Please give a clap. Equal at Sea. Earning widespread acclaim and multiple prestigious awards. Thank you, sir. It's an honor for us. The next special person is Mr. Sunil Kumar, CTO and Head and TNA, the Great Eastern Company Limited. Seasoned maritime professional, currently CTO and Head of Training and Assessment at the Great Eastern Company Limited. Over 3 decades of experience specializing in regularity affairs, ship management, vessel construction, and training and development. Represent India at IMO's Maritime Safety Committee, MSc, and HTW Subcommittee sessions in London. Holds an MBA in General Management from IIT Bombay, Masters in Mechanical Engineering, and Marine Engineer Officer Class 1 certification. Chartered Engineer and Fellow of the Institute of Marine Engineers, India, actively involved in technical and training committees, and Chief Editor of Melange. Put your hands together for our Mr. Sunil Kumar, sir. The next person is our Captain Karthik, Principal, AMET Institute of Technology. Embarked on a distinguished maritime career after graduating with a bachelor's in physics from Lilo College, Chennai in 1992. Gained extensive sailing experience over 16 years with the Shipping Corporation of India across diverse vessel types. He transitioned to academia in 2007 at the Academy of Maritime Education and Training at our own AMET, now serving as a principal. Honored at the International Maritime Organization in 2017 for leadership in coordinating students' forums. Holds advanced degrees in shipping and logistics management, yoga for human excellence, and pursues a PhD studies active in marathon running, yoga, and environmental conservation efforts. Thank you, Captain Karthik, sir. Another special person here, our Chief Engineer, Koki Paniselvam, sir, Associate Professor, Marine Engineering at AMET University, the fellow member of the Institute of Marine Engineers and an alumnus of AMET graduating in 1998. Completed HND in Maritime Engineering from CGNS, Glasgow College of Studies in Nautical Science, UK. Began his sea career with executive ship management, part of the initial batch of Indian seafarers of LNG carriers since 2002. This deserves a big hand, the first person to step in. Sailed with Mitsubishi OSK lines for 20 years on LNG vessels, contributing significantly to the training and advancement of Indian seafarers in LNG trade. And the most important thing is about, he has been awarded as the best chief engineer in the fleet for 2022 and 2023, 2 consecutive years. Come on, big hand there. Last but not least, another special person here, Mr. Nipun Chattar, founder and CEO, Fathom Marine Consultants, an emerging leader in the maritime industry, driving the adoption of smart, sustainable, and responsible solutions as well. Pioneering the use of dual fuels like LNG, methanol, ammonia, advancing towards hydrogen-powered technologies. Advocates for digitalization and AI integration, to enhance operational efficiency and sustainability in maritime operations. Led initiatives such as the world's first LNG bunker training program with C-SPAN, utilizing augmented and extended reality to innovate training methodologies as well. Dedicated to inspiring the next generation of maritime professionals, leveraging technological advancement to push the industry forward. I'm very sure this session is going to be a super exciting session for you and going to take you to another world. Put your hands together brightly to start today's session. Come on, everyone. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Johnson, for that powerful introduction to all of us. We need to make sure that we keep up the energy levels on the panel. But before I start, a very big thank you to Dr. Ramachandran and the entire AMET family, on the management, faculty, support staff, and all of you students. Thank you for having me here. Thank you for making this event such a big success. And I wish the AMET family all the very best for the future of this event. I'm indeed honored and humbled to be here. There are some very senior colleagues on the panel as well, experts in their domains. I'd like to mention Captain Sagi also, who was the nautical surveyor, nautical advisor to the government of India at the time that I gave my second mate. So he's responsible for me also clearing my second mates and being here. There's also Captain Ashutosh Apankar from TS Rahman, who's also here and had a great session earlier. Captain Pradhan, who's also a legend. So I'm indeed really honored and humbled to be here. And Captain Tandon, as walking in, is also a legend in our industry. So it gives me great pleasure to be here. So, what are we talking about? In the last session, Sandeep was mentioning the heat is on. The heat is on, and it's quite hot, right? It's getting a bit warm in here. And is that the topic of today? Is that because of climate change? So I'd like to throw a question to the audience, maybe by a show of hands. How many of you think that we are experiencing climate change today? Okay, so at least we believe that, because there's also one school of thought that says that climate change is not real and we don't need to do anything about it. But over here, we have people on board with that school of thought. So climate change is something that we need to address. And we all know what are the negative impacts of climate change. Temperature rising is one of them. I was in Chennai in April, and I remember seeing a news article that it was the hottest month or hottest April in Chennai for last 50 years. So we are seeing this everywhere. We are seeing storms, we are seeing droughts, we are seeing famine, there's water scarcity. So climate change is very real. Last year there was the Paris Agreement, the COP that happened, and in that the agreement was that we need to put in measures in place to limit the temperature increase, the global warming, to limit it to 1.5 degrees. So that means it is happening, it is going to happen. And the best we can do, or the best we are doing today, is to control the rate of increase to 1.5 degrees per 100 years. So that's what, we need to realize about us, about our future generations. So more specifically about the maritime industry, why are we, I think DG also mentioned in his slide this morning, about 2.9% of global emissions comes from the maritime industry. That's about 1 billion tons of CO2 annually. I don't know how much is 1 billion tons, but I saw again in DG Sir's slide that 1 billion is what we are aiming to reduce by 2030. Again, directly impacting the maritime industry is, rising sea levels. Water will rise. It's going to affect a lot of coastal properties, a lot of coastal facilities, ships, ports, infrastructure. And of course, we have seen the number of category 4, category 5 hurricanes that, again, I think we are all seeing in the news, or I think you're also experiencing it here in Chennai quite a bit. And it has been recorded that in this last decade, or actually since the 1980s, the increases have been about 25 to 30% more category 4 and 5 hurricanes every year. At Maersk, I work for Maersk, we are committed to sustainability, to climate change, or to prevent that. And when I say we are committed, it's not just words. You know, when IMO released the reduction of greenhouse gases, the targets for 2050, they released it in 2018. When they released those targets, we said that's not enough. We said we are going to go net zero by 2050. 3 years later, we said that we don't have to wait till 2050. And we announced our new goal of going net zero by 2040. And again, these are not just words, these are actually things that we are doing. We have already had the world's first carbon neutral methanol vessel delivered last year. It's a 2,900 TEU container vessel that is running on e-methanol, completely carbon neutral. And this year we have 2 other ships that are delivered, and we have 50 more in the pipeline. So it's not just about, you know, being committed, but it's about actually putting an action into place towards that. But anyway, I've done enough talking. I'll now move on to this awesome panel over here. And we'll start with you, Mr. Sunil. So, talking about, you know, global warming, our industry, we are like maritime companies. So what steps do you feel that we can take to reduce the carbon footprint?
Thank you, Captain Karan. It's a nice question. As an operator, what we have been doing so far was operational control. That is like slow steaming, route optimization, hull cleaning, etc. These were the things which we have been doing for years now. The step 2 has come, wherein we are talking about alternative fuel, and there are several options that are floating in the market. However, the availability of those fuel is a concern. The bunkering is a big challenge. Plus, we don't know what are the hazards, the safety aspects that is prevailing with use of those fuel. It is not established as yet. So, alternative fuel is one area where ship owners like Maersk is leading ahead with methanol, ammonia, hydrogen. But the challenges are there. It is yet to get fully established that what kind of regulatory regime or the regulation that is imposed by IMO at new building stage has to come. Those things are still in abeyance, I would say. With regard to the technology shift, the technology advancements, propeller design, the Muse duct, then once again the wind assisted propulsion. These are the things which are like, again, everything is in very much liquid state right now. But yes, we are inching towards that, and we hope that the days are there coming wherein we would have established the few particular grades of fuel where the availability will be more evident, the technology which will be like owner friendly commercially, because that is the key. Without commercially impacting the owners so much so that it becomes a non-viable option, we have to move ahead. Then carbon capture and storage. That is one area wherein a lot of emphasis is being given. So these are few areas, like these four aspects: the operational control, the alternative fuel, the technology advancements, carbon capture and storage. These are the few things which owners are seeing and moving with the flow. I can't say that any owner is really right on the top and saying that, oh, I know everything and I'm moving ahead. So these are the challenges. So thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Sunil. And very good point. And that's also where we are right now. We have gone ahead. We have put a bet on methanol. But in order for there to be sufficient supply of methanol, others have to also go for the same fuel. Now, if the others choose ammonia or something else, then we don't build that ecosystem. So it's a bit of chicken and egg, and you're right, there'll be 3 or 4 fuels that will be shortlisted, and then I think eventually maybe 1 or 2 will be leading. But yeah, there are so many options that are there in the market. Captain Karthik, would you like to elaborate?
Check. Yeah, why not? I'll tell from the point of view how education institutions can help in sustainability. I find there are several ways, but I would like to take a 4-point approach first. First, you can think about the curriculum development. We need to update the existing curriculum, where we tend to promote environmental stewardship to the cadets, and we need to make an awareness about them. First of all, what is UNFCCC, United Nations Framework for Climate Convention? And what is COP, Conference of Parties? What they talk about this? What is the agenda for climate change? What is that we need to restrict? So these things, first an awareness needs to be created to the cadets. That can be taken through curriculum development. And second, I see is that, as I told you, the awareness and advocacy part. So I feel that the more the awareness we create, the better they are knowledgeable about it. So how do we create that? But forums like this, we host seminars, we hold conference, we tell them to participate in public lectures where they can talk about climate change. So it has to actually get an integral part of the thought process. Then I feel the maritime professionals whom we are teaching for future ships, they'll be aware of it, and they'll take a conscious endeavor to be a part of this. They'll be able to absorb, able to learn that with a good perspective. Then I can say research and innovation is one great way where we can promote sustainability. We consciously promote the cadets and the faculty to undergo projects which address climate change, and especially ask them to go and probe the methodologies, what we can do to further it in a better manner. Then the fourth way is a simulation and training. We need to put them through some simulation practice which can train them on good navigation techniques. We can train them on energy efficient mechanisms, then some emission reduction strategies. All these things, they can be abreast when we put through the simulators. These are 4 main ways. And apart from that, as a maritime institution, education institution, we can be a part of the bold decision making, policy making. We can contribute to decision making procedures. We can be a part of the policy committee which is making the guidelines and framework. So by this means we can try to bring in a change in their curriculum. And last but not the least, continuous professional development is something very important. I feel there is a big need for the faculties who are teaching the maritime students needs to be aware of the climate change, especially the maritime professionals. So they need to undergo a lot of courses, online courses or seminars or lectures. So this is one great platform what we are doing today. It is rather another big milestone in creating awareness. There are close to 500 of them here. They are listening to us. They are listening to new vocabulary about climate change. This is a great step forward towards how we are going to address the challenge and how we are going to stick to our needs. And our trajectory is really reaching out to the net zero by 2050. It's very doubtful. It seems that by 2050, still there will be vehicles run with 14% of fossil fuels. So India's target is to achieve net zero by 2070. But we are a growing economy. So there are a lot of challenges over there. And the thing is that we need to stay abreast of what is happening and we try to implement. So this, I would say, at the first level, what maritime educations can contribute towards sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Karthik. That was, I fully agree. I think awareness, knowledge, research, and I think, it could very well be that one of these 500 or many of these 500 are the ones who are coming out with the new technology, the new fuel, the future of us going to carbon neutral. It's certainly not going to be any of us over here. But
Karan, I want to add one more thing to what Karthik sir said. There should be a program where the faculty gets to go on board for 3 or 4 days to understand the systems. Like we make technology, even I am not sailing. So what I do with my clients is we ask them that can we go on board the vessels, sail with the staff, understand the limitations and the challenges so that that can be got back to the shore and we address those challenges and make training in a way that when the seafarers or the cadets, when they're going on board, they already know a bit of it. Although experience cannot be, surpassed by the knowledge. So yes, they need to have the experience, but at least they will have core fundamentals strong if the faculty has gone on board and they understand what are the challenges. So I hope I make sense and not, so on a very positive note.
Yeah, fully agree. I think practical experience in any field, especially our field, I've not been sailing since more than 10 years now. I don't think I'd be competent to make decisions for, onboard technologies but I think keeping abreast, it's very important to stay up with what is happening. Although on some of my ship visits, I've also seen that some of the technology has not changed, but then there are newer ships coming in, there are newer technologies coming in. But good segue into technology, and obviously in this path to decarbonization, it has to be technology driven. There's a lot that companies are already doing on optimizing fuel consumption. There are various platforms and support and services that are provided to optimize fuel. So what are your thoughts on optimization, on training, on technological advancements?
Okay. See, today the ships, let's take an example of MOL. So they have come up with a vessel which is having a navigation through augmented reality, correct? So that's one of the examples. So if in the colleges or the marine institutes, the students are trained on those kind of, augmented reality based navigation or simulations or emulators, that's when they'll be ready. So that's one case which I can, look at. But there are many technological advancements, not just the fuel optimization, but you talk about AR, MR, XR, your engine rooms, your engine rooms. Sorry. So your engine rooms, which are very automated. Okay. So I feel the technology solutions have to be very responsible. So we spoke about technology, we spoke about decarbonization. So decarbonization is sustainability, technology is a solution. Solutions have to be smart and sustainable, and sustainability has to be responsible, correct? So the students need to be aware of it, okay? What I feel is that when the operations are optimized, the training has to be optimized. But the marriage between the core fundamental knowledge and technology has to be very, very important. It is a very fragile relationship. We cannot just put students on only technology. Would they, if the technology fails on board, if they do not know how to look at the manual, it fails. So first few years, 1 or 2 years, have to be, focused on their fundamentals and followed by technological advancements. So last 1.5 years should be on the technology. Talk about AR, talk about new fuels. Today what I see is that not many Indians are joining LNG powered vessels or methanol powered vessels. This is what, not just the statistics, but I see with my clients also, that other nationalities are going on methanol powered vessels.
or LNG powered vessels. So this really hurts me, that why. So to address that why, I had spoken to a few maritime institutes in India, in Maharashtra. So they said the students don't want to do a gas course. But this is something it should be made compulsory, that they go through these minimum all kind of trainings so that they're open to the world. And when they join as cadets on a methanol or LNG or ammonia powered vessel, Indians are already there in the market. So that's one way we can, add value to the industry, add value to the nation, and add value to the new seafarers. So this is my 2 cents to this. So yeah.
All right, thanks, Nipun.
Yeah.
And I'll come over to you, Chief Engineer Koki. Clearly, you're the most favorite over here. The number of cheers you got was the highest. So first, our question for you is, why is that? I'm very jealous. Second question is around fuels. So we've talked about different types of fuels. It is, I think, the single biggest impact is going to be the choice of fuel. And if you're using a carbon neutral fuel, then that's a direct advantage. So what are the most promising fuels Mr. Sunil also touched upon, and what are the challenges that come in the way of implementing this?
Hi, Captain. First to answer Mr. Nipun, from this year we have started a course for the alternative fuels. So it is going to be in the curriculum from now on. The students passing out will be going through the AI, powered vessels, all of the alternate fuels will be in their curriculum. So we hope it helps them make a better Indian seafarer in all the future vessels. Coming back to Captain Kocha, first I'd like to put in that, is the alternate fuels we are talking about, is it green? So when we talk about LNG, I'm from LNG, I've been on LNG for 22 years now. So it is not actually green. We are losing a lot of methane. The methane capture is still not possible. So we are just satisfying our ego to say we are using alternate fuel. So clearly hydrogen would be a good option, but there again, is it a blue hydrogen or a green hydrogen? So blue hydrogen is breaking off the methane again. So the cost is less, 300 rupees per kg, which can run 250 miles if you compare a car. But the green hydrogen will be 5 to 6 times expensive depending on the source of it. So a lot of research is needed in this. Ammonia is a better option, but ammonia has its own corrosive problem. The handling, bunkering, as you mentioned, Maersk is going towards the methanol. So, and other companies are going retrofitting into LNG vessels. And some companies are investing in, Norwegian companies are investing in hydrogen. And so if there is no collective conscience in the industry, so this is going to be very difficult for us to arrange for the bunkering, the handling and the training. And what companies basically do when we started to go into LNGs, we were given a proper training course. So one batch, the second batch, then the company stopped training people who are coming in. So the training really watered down. So when the company saw that Filipinos are better trained, now the Eastern Europeans are better trained because they have mandatory courses, they started hiring from there again. So we are losing our job opportunities there. So again, wind capture, MOL being MOL man, so we are doing wind capture already, vessels are on, and solar powered vessels are already in, AI powered vessels are there. So they say about 5 to 15% the emission is lesser in wind powered and solar power. But again, the wind power, it depends on the weather. So these can actually help. And we have to get a collective conscience in the industry that we are going towards one type of fuel, or at least 2 type of fuel, rather than diversifying into 6, 7 types. And the latest one is bagasse. Bagasse is like waste of your sugarcane and the husk of this thing. That is actually carbon zero, because when you burn it, the emitting CO2 is given out by the plant which is when it's growing up. So that is a good option. We can use it in boilers. We can use it in existing boilers. So the shore industry is already very much into it. The shipping industry can look into it. And the green hydrogen is a good option, But again, we need to have a lot of bunkering facilities, transport facilities. It is carbon zero. So these are the options we can look into.
Yeah, that's the problem. There are too many options. And I heard also nuclear power
Nuclear
is also
powered,
being discussed.
yes. And to finish off, now we feel proud having a battery powered car, but we are charging it with coal generated electricity. So it is not carbon neutral.
I had the same view, but the other day I, test driven this EV. So I thought this is amazing. At least the drive is good. There's no noise. But I agree with you that we are running charging it through coal, plants.
And not to mention the environmental effects of lithium-ion.
The scrapping of the batteries.
Yeah.
So a lot of research is still going on, Captain. The Norwegians are quite forward in this. So hopefully the paper should be published by 2025. Then we will have a clear viability into hydrogen fuels. And they are testing also vessels. And MO is going to test their vessels next year, hydrogen powered. Then we'll get a clear picture of the efficiency of it.
Yeah. And I think there's a big problem of supply and supply also. So, and the bigger demand there is there for one particular thing, the more there'll be supply for that. So even at Maersk, we have put our initial bet on e-methanol, and it is a bet because the more people, if everyone goes for e-methanol, then that will become the most commercially available fuel. But we are also looking at now, should we split our bet? Should we go for ammonia and e-methanol? So, but we are definitely not going towards LNG because LNG is a midway. It's not carbon neutral. It's lesser polluting than conventional fuels. So it's a midway solution. So we have decided to skip that completely and, target the carbon neutral. In fact, we have also started retrofitting some of our ships now for methanol.
Karan, sorry, I'll interrupt. Koki sir, one thing what I understand from the market trend is that different stakeholders will, over the years, next 5 or 6 years, what we are going to see is that each ship owner will have a fleet of different kind of vessels. So they'll have a few ammonia, few hydrogen, few methanol, and maybe LNG. I totally agree with Karan that LNG has methane slip and all. So it is just a transitional fuel. But looking at the challenges with the bunkering, looking at where the ships ply, I think each owner will have a mix of, bunch of vessels, just like we have, vegetables in a basket. So this is what I feel. Because C-SPAN is going that way. They are also focusing on ammonia, methanol, same with the Express. And Karan has already said about Maersk. So I think it's going to be a mixed bunch of all kind of vessels.
Yes, Captain, I agree. Now, Honorable DG was showing the retrofit on the new builds, like 30% they are going towards the LNG. And they're not betting, there's no clear bet on the other alternate fuels. So in another 4 years, I think we'll get a clear picture of which is going to be a hit, ammonia, methanol, or whatever it is. So hopefully by the time these first years come out, they should have a clear picture of what is their future going to look like.
Thank you so much, Mr. Koki. Coming back to you, Sunil, so we're talking about all these challenges. So what is the administration, what is IMO's role over here? How can, what are the bigger challenges to adopting these new technologies? Can you speak a little on that?
Yeah, of course. Thanks, Karan. The role of regulatory body, the apex of which is IMO. I have happened to attend 2 of the sessions consecutively, MSc 107, MSc 108. And what was developing there? So that's a very interesting fact to know. So one thing is very sure that they are going, looking at the interest of the industry. They are not pushing things in a very fast manner. Also knowing that rules, regulation must be in place, because once the ship is out, a retrofitting is going to be a challenge. So it has to be expedited. Keeping that in mind, while other aspects are being discussed from one session of MSc to another, they have separated the alternative fuel discussions from the general discussion. So one focus group has been formed. Around 40 countries are participating in that. India is one of them. I'm also representing the correspondence group who will work throughout the year, and in next MSc 109, the papers will be presented. So that is on the IMO side. Coming to administration, our own DG shipping, the shadow committees have been working, and they will further, they have set up, sorry, smaller groups, and things have been distributed, workload, and we are going to put up papers with our own views and India's voice basically. And you could see from the presentation of DG Shipping that we are very aggressive on that. Recently one workshop was held which was focused on the training part, because see, we are talking about all the alternative fuel and everything in the advanced technology, but the people who are going to man those vessels, they need to be trained. And STW10, they were still like far from setting up the requirements, what kind of training has to be given. The trainers, training, this is what the training has to be given. Who will train them? Where are the trainers and their competence? So all those things were discussed, and it was decided that we'll keep it separate from the regular revision, STW10. I mean, that was decided that whole STCW will be revised. So the regulatory part of that, their proactive approach is that they will keep it separate from the revision of the entire STCW. The competence requirement for alternative fuel will be dealt separately. Also here in India, we are conducting multiple workshops. Recently one was conducted on 29th of May. A few more are happening by 15th of July this month. We'll be putting up the kind of summary of whatever we discussed during the workshop. The white paper will be presented and given.
Thanks for sharing. And just who all participates in this workshop? So are they representatives from educational institutes also?
Yes, so it was a very mixed group. All the stakeholders, academia, institutes, the industry, INSA, CMMI, Institute of Marine Engineers, so people, classification societies.
Good representation.
Good representation from all over, whatever they could think of. Secretary to Ministry of Shipping, Mr. Ramchandran ji was also present, and he wanted to, he was very attentive and he was listening to all the problems and he was giving solutions also. Somewhere a statement was made that the commercial side of it, we being the regulators, we are not very sure of what is the commercial side of it, how it will impact the owners. This is the main thing. If owners are not considered, the commercial side is not taken into account, how it's going to move ahead. So in each such committee, which is being formed now in as shadow committee by Indian regulatory body, there will be an economist involved. So that's a good initiative that has come right from the Secretary Shipping. So
that's good, because it has to be, I mean, you can take out a rule, but if
yes,
it's not commercially viable, then it's not going to work.
Yeah, thanks.
Right, coming back to this side and talking about training, in terms of training capacity that we have in the market today, do we have enough trainers available? Do we have enough training capacity to equip the new generation with the knowledge and skills that is required, or is it something we still have to develop?
I'll come to this question a little later part of my available time. The first part, we have been listening to the speakers. They were saying whether, first of all, which is the most optimum fuel? Is it LNG? Is it ammonia? or is it going to be hydrogen, or is it going to be biogas? Everything has got somewhere or other some carbon component is there. And if at all we manage to neutralize that also, do we have enough carbon neutral fuel to supply for the demand? That is naturally not there as of now. So if at all, if one of these fuels succeeded to be a net emission or a carbon neutral fuel, you can imagine all the ship owners will head for that. But at the same time, there is no supply of that much quantity is not. So what is going to happen? The cost will increase. So now the strategy, what to my level, what in the sense what I saw is, there is one professor by name Martin Stafford. He is a famous maritime economist, and he has come with a new edition of his book. What he's saying is that as of now, the possible strategy could be onboard carbon capture. And recently I saw DNV, the last, March 2024, they have come with an energy transition article where they have seconded this opinion. And what they try to do is, you try to develop a mechanism by which you can capture the onboard carbon. For that, what you need to have a facility. You need to have a storage space, number one. But if you happen to store that, what will happen? It is going to be an additional weight, so your cargo carrying capacity is going to come down. So is that a challenge? But he claims, no, it is not, because they are taking a model. They worked on this model with a 15,000 TU container with the onboard carbon capture. It works out to be a feasible one when compared to the new fuels that are upcoming. Now what they are going to do in the carbon capture? There are two mechanisms. One is that pre-combustion, capture the carbon from the fuel, or post-combustion. So post-combustion, when the gas comes out of the exhaust, they try to capture the carbon, and it goes to your onboard carbon capture facility. And once they come to a shore facility, there this carbon is offloaded to a shore facility. From there, it goes to a permanent storage underground. So what they do with this carbon? It goes for horticulture. They try to treat it with methanol and make it as dry ice for selling. So like this, technology is coming where they try to reinvest on the carbon and use for a fruitful purpose. And I recently studied one article in nanotechnology where they intend to treat the funnel inner part with a mechanism what the plants do, the photosynthesis process. It takes back CO2 and gives away oxygen. Just imagine whatever comes out of you is oxygen O2. All that you need to do is just treat the funnel inner part with some kind of coating, a chemical coating or a photosynthetic coating. The same thing what the plants do to exchange a process of taking CO2 and getting the O2 back. This will be some great way things are happening at this very nano level. And over and above this, companies, I feel they should also consider about reducing, in the sense, frictions. They should go for efficient hull designs. Air lubrication system is something which is coming up in a very big manner. All that you need to do is just open up a few nozzles, a sheet of air lubrication is coming under, and then the friction is getting reduced. That is one way the carbon will come down very fast. And coming to this part, what you said, training is something very important. We are all talking about alternative fuels. But have we ever thought about the fire hazards that are going to be created by these alternate fuels? So long in our PhD or whatever it is, we have been trained to deal with fires which are carbon-related fuels. Carbon neutral fuels, they too have a fire hazard. They too can form a fire triangle. There can be something. So how to deal with such kind of, is it going to be smothering, or is it going to be cooling, or is it going to be heating? What is that? So that is where a strong emphasis is coming on training. So first is training we need to do at a very great level from the faculty part, from the existing people on board. There I can see company can integrate with us in a great manner. The industry institution collaboration will be a great hit there, where we can take up a lot of future courses and make it as a conscious behavior to train ourselves. And then that training get transformed onto the students. And this way I think it is a very strategic move. That is what it is, not as an immediate solution. It is not instantaneous. It is an evolutionary process. Whether we are going to reach net zero by 2050 is a big question mark. Even the advanced countries like Norway or Scandinavian, they themselves are having a doubt. They still feel at 2050, it will be still 15% of their locomotives or vehicle will be burned by fossil fuels only. So they themselves are doubtful. When they are at that level, our trajectory is still more longer. It is already overshot the 2050 trajectory. And we are going to feel it at 2070 only, where we can possibly make a net zero effect. But before that, we need to do a lot of modifications. But one thing I am sure, shipping industry has always been very relevant, very resilient. Let it be COVID or anywhere. We have been always challenged with some kind of challenges, and we have come out victorious It's been a glorified march for, let it be the COVID. When all the industry was not working, shipping was at the front line. And we were feeling like a warriors. And that's why even in the morning, DGS, and also he just seconded the statement made by the Chief General Secretary. If there is no shipping, 50% of the world will freeze and rest will starve. That is an emphatic statement. It is a very reality. So on that note, once again, I would like to pass on a big applause to all the seafarers and the cadets who are here taking up this profession. You are going to be a part of this great industry. You are the spinal cord of this world international trade, which is transporting over 90% of the world trade. So you should always feel proud, and we are very happy that we are also been considered as frontline workers. So it's not only the medical team, but also seafarer has been an integral part of it. So I'm pretty sure that whatever challenges it comes, we will face and we will come out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Karthik. I think I could not have put it better, for sure. We are looking at the future of shipping industry, and any further course towards net zero is going to be done by them. They have to find the solutions, they have to implement the solutions, and this is the foundation that we are laying for them, but then they have to carry it forward from there. Just, I'm not sure how we are on time. Should we take some audience questions? Before we wrap up, anyone in the audience would like to ask a question? Okay, please go ahead, sir.
I think all the cadets are sleeping.
The cadets are sleeping.
Good evening, honorable dignitaries of the dais and not on the dais. Since there are academicians and industry leaders, I have two questions, one each. You know, you are very well aware that having the stakeholder pressure, internal pressure, competitive pressure, risk exposure, environmental pressure, as an academician, do you think we have to enable the cadets, the future seafarers, to be only comply with the regulations, or we have to enable them to be compliance plus? When I said that the two questions are interlinked, the second one for the industry leaders, why are we only thinking about net zero? Why don't we think about net positive? As they say, you aim for the sun, at least you can shoot the moon. So this is my question to you.
I think maybe I'll address the industry part, but I think, as Captain Karthik also has put it, that we are already super ambitious when we are looking at 2050, and if we are even by 2050, we'll still have the current trajectory that we're going at, we'll still not be at zero. So when IMO is saying 2050 zero, they are being very ambitious, because they're looking at not just the developed countries, which for whom will be easier, but also for the developing nations and the underdeveloped nations. From our side, we are actually at Maersk, we are actually going for the stars. We are set 2040, we're going to be net zero. By 2030, we're going to be net 30% reduction in our emissions. And that is mostly through retrofits and green fuel and methanol-powered vessels. While at the same time, we have an extensive program for fuel optimization called Star Connect, where we are monitoring every single aspect of the engines running and fuel consumption and voyage. And that is something also that I'm proud that Maersk has pioneered. And I think there are now companies that have gone further ahead, but we are the first ones to have started with slow steaming and vessel performance, data monitoring and fuel efficiency. Do you want to take the academic part?
Sir, I'll make one statement, then I'll pass it over to you. I think it's more of awareness and engagement. And if that's there, then we can go forward. So I'll pass it over to you.
Regarding the academic part, if I heard the question right, it is about, if it is about how the upcoming maritime professionals are going to deal with the challenges of the industry, Captain, when they come here, normally when we interview them, there is a question we always ask, why did you choose the maritime industry? We get two answers. One is, I want to make big money, I want to see the world. Rest all, my dream, my passion all comes later. They know for the purpose what they are here. Naturally, this industry is a very sumptuous industry. It gives a lot of hefty package. You can realize your economic dream within a short deal of time. You can create an economic transformation to an entire family linked to you. So that much potential is there, but undoubtedly, I'm coming to the pressure part. We tell them very clearly, it is not an instantaneous one. It is an evolutionary process. That means first they need to forge psychologically to take up the pressures what they are expected to face. So I put it like this. When you want to come to this industry, probably by this time my cadets would have guessed what I'm going to talk. They have to forgo 4F, family, friends, favorite food and festivals. If they're able to forgo this 4F, they get 2F in return. One is a fortune, one is a future. And they are prepared for it. And that is why we train them and also tell them, if you want to be a seafarer, don't be homesick. You better be sick of home. Only then you can make a tough seafarer at sea. You need to be a brave heart. When you're able to face these nascent challenges at the academy level, when you go on board, you will be able to take up the higher challenges with a brave heart. And naturally, as they become an officer, they tend to take up all the things, and they should be compliant with the regulations. This is what I see. So when it comes to even soft skill, when Ms. Sonali Banerjee was telling in the morning, and the earlier panel was talking, it is very important how you forge your internal self to get tuned for this industry. So that, because companies are investing on you, they are giving you onboard training. You don't know, many things are happening behind the screen. Companies are investing on you, and they expect you to work for them. If you come up and if you feel like a small toy or something like that, where their passion, whatever they call, sometimes it just fizzles out in a 1 month of voyage. They come back and say, I don't want to sail. This is not what I expected. We don't want such things. They need to be a brave heart. I like to remind what our chancellor used to say. We need to take people who are from economically down class, in the sense who are underprivileged, and especially the community from the fishermen, because their life is at sea, their home is sea. They have been brought up by the mother sea. When they go back, they will be there, and they will not tend to come back. Even for that matter, I didn't sail long. I just sailed for 16 years, but there are my friends who are still, they love the sea. So it is like that, the person who go on board, they should be able to face the challenge, they should be able to contribute to the company, and they should come back victorious. So that is what is expected. For that, that forging part is very requirement, and with these type of trainings, what I mean to say, I think we can pretty much handle the pressures what our sir was about to ask. I hope I answered your question, Captain.
So do you think bringing the sustainability culture from birth, which is at the college, will that help them to be compliance plus? Because I see, I'm seeing in my present profession as well, even for the industry leaders, if we try to achieve all the SDG 17 goals, I think that is the only and the easiest way to be net positive. Do you agree with me, sir?
Probably if I could just put, I know a very famous quote, sir. 1,000 miles journey started with a single step. So I believe that whatever small levels of training, what they do in the academy, it takes them a big leap. They need to learn about waste management in the academy. They need to learn about how do they recycle. They need to learn about litter management. They need to understand where they can go and drop their waste. They cannot litter everywhere. So like these kind of baby steps is what is going to take a giant leap further. I'm very sure that whatever they learn at the nascent level, it is going to give them a very great leap as an environmental crusader. That much I am very sure about it.
Exactly. I appreciate your initiatives on sustainability on AMET University as well.
I want to ask one question to everyone. See, we have 5 people sitting here, but we've got 10 plastic bottles. I am not at all ashamed. I'm proud of saying that when I go to my office and even client's office, I carry my bottle, which is a steel or a bamboo bottle. And I'm known for this now, that I get water from the filter. So, should we not be conscious about not using plastic bottles? Is it yes or no? I know we are so used to this, but we should make it a conscious effort. So because it really, I was very thirsty, so I drank. But yeah, so yeah. Sorry, I just went off track. But this is also sustainability, because this is carbon.
I think that's a very important point you mentioned. Also, to address your point, you know, it's very easy to say, yeah, if we cover all SDG 17 points, one training is not going to transform everything. If it was that simple, we would have already done it, right? It is a cultural thing. It's something that starts at home. It starts with our upbringing. It starts with our childhood. It starts with our parents. So this plastic bottles, I mean, we have to stop doing it ourselves. You know, it starts at home, and then it is enhanced when we come to college. But it's not like, you know, whatever background you have, you're coming from, you come to AMET and suddenly, you know, you have crossed or you have achieved, you know, all the, you know, targets and you're carbon positive. That should be the goal. And yes, I think we should all strive to be that personally as well, not just professionally. And I think that's what it comes down to. It is ultimately for our society. It is for our future, our future generations. And that's what we are doing this for, right? So that's why it needs to start at home, and that's why we are here to encourage all of you to make this a part of who you are and take us forward. And with that, I will wrap it up. Thank you. And thank you to the wonderful panelists.
Thank you, moderator, sir, and the panelists. That was food for the thought and a great treat to our ears to listen to the insight of futuristic technologies of maritime resilience. Thank you so much for that. Please give a round of applause for them. When you rise, it's a sunrise. When you drop, it's a raindrop. So whom I'm talking about, it's none other than the cadet. You've been so patient enough to listen to the word of wisdom. Give a clap for yourself first. Clap, well, come on, everyone. Cheer up. It's a time for the honor. So every cloud has got a silver lining and every university has got a registrar. Likewise, we have the man of wisdom, the man of dedication, none other than our registrar, sir. Please put your hands together for our registrar. I call our registrar to honor Mr. Captain Karan Kroher, Managing Director for MERS. Please give a round of applause, dear students. Thank you, Muthalin, sir. Next, Mr. Sunil Kumar, CTO, the Great Eastern Company Shipping Limited. More encouragement. Come on, everyone. The next person I would like to call Captain Karthik, Principal, AMET Institute of Science and Technology. Thank you, sir. And next, Mr. Mipun Chattak, Founder and CEO, Fathom Marine Consultants. Thank you, Nipun, sir. And the Chief Engineer, Koki Paniselvam, sir, Associate Professor, Marine Engineering, AMET University. And our alumni as well, our AMET alumni. Thank you so much, sir. And the memento and also the special honor for them. Let's give a rain clap for them, for they've been here for 1 hour. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come on, more. That's good. Thank you. God bless you. Lovely moment to see that.
Once again, good evening, cadets. I am back to my fort, and I thank Johnson for taking up my role for the brief pause. Thank you. May I just request the cadets to first come back and sit upright, because many of you are already sulking into the chairs. We can see some heads only partially are visible. And may I request the cadets, why don't you get up for a while and then be seated? It's possible, I believe. Yes, please. Yeah, there at the back. Yeah. Thanks for responding. Yeah. Somewhere in the middle, behind Kshitija Morris, that crowd and all. Yeah. And that side behind Sriram. Yeah. Thank you. That gives us a good energy. Please be seated. Yeah. As the dais is getting ready, I'll just give you a quick brief about the turnout of event in the next 2 hours or so. From the AMET Global Maritime Summit 2024, Chartering the Future of Maritime Excellence, we are making a transition to AMET Global Maritime Awards, AGMA 2024. Which has been created under the foundation, Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation. There are three awards that are being given under this, rather 4. One is the AGMA 2024 Maritime Leadership Awardee. AGMA stands for AMET Global Maritime Awards. The second award is AGMA 2024 Maritime Leadership Awardee. The third one is AGMA 2024 Maritime Excellence Awardee. And the last one is AGMA 2024 Maritime Innovation Awardee. In a short while from now, we will be starting up with the proceedings, calling up the dignitaries, and we will be taking through a brief about the origin of this foundation, what kind of nominations we have, how many of them contested for these awards, and to whom it's going to be bestowed. So this is going to fall out in the next 2 hours. So, Yeah. So may I now call upon the dignitaries on dais. To begin with, may I request our Chancellor, Dr. J. Ramachandran sir, to come up the dais. Our Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Rajesh Ramachandran. The High Commissioner, His Excellency, Mr. Hemant Doyle Dhillon, CSK High Commissioner from Mauritius, Professor Adam Ventrit, Chair of International Association of Maritime University, Captain Rajesh Tandon sir, our Vice Chancellor Dr. V. Rajendran, Captain Arvind Shankar, could you please come up on the dais? Professor Dr. Yes, sir. Dr. Angelica Bello. Mr. Suraj Singh, sir, please. Captain Francis Joseph, request you to come up on stage, sir. May I request Captain Ramswamy, sir, to come up stage. May I request Dr. Joe Almeida to come up on stage. Okay. May I request our Vice President Academic, Dr. Deepa Rajesh, to come up on stage. I request our Additional Registrar, Dr. Sangeeta Alban, to be on stage, please. And our beloved Pro-Chancellor Academic, Colonel Dr. G. Tiruvasagam, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear cadets, we begin the valedictory and the award ceremony with an invocation song. May I request all of you to rise for the Tamilthai Varthu, the anthem of the state of Tamil Nadu, which celebrates and honors the rich cultural values of Tamil Nadu.
நீராறும் கடலொடுத்த நிலமடந்தை எழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமெனத் திகழ்பரத கண்டமெதில் தெக்கணமும் அதிர்ச்சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated. Dignitaries on and off the dais, industry colleagues, officer and gentlemen cadets and lady cadets from Maritime Institution across the length and breadth of this nation, I welcome you all for the valedictory and award ceremony. I am pleased to introduce to you A person with 40 years of maritime experience spent 25 years with AP Moller Maersk, commanding large vessels and hold management positions. He led and managed Danish ship owners, Herning Shipping and Nordic Tankers as managing director and general manager. He is a people-centric leadership personality. He is passionate about crew development and client-focused management, fostering high-quality teams. A lot of educational initiatives under his purview facilitated the MOUs between Maritime University in India and China, leading to a dual cadet program and degrees for numerous students. He created a global impact. He chaired the Singapore Maritime Federation, representing over 800 vessels and 30,000 seafarers, and contributed to Maritime Advisory Committee. May I have the honor of inviting Captain Francis Joseph, Managing Director, FJ Maritime Services and Consultancy Private Singapore, also the patron of Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation. Here is Captain Francis Joseph. I would like to request him to deliver the welcome address, please.
Distinguished guests, respected members of the Maritime fraternity, faculty, staff, and the promising students of AMET University, and the other guest students as well. Very good afternoon to all of you. It is my distinct honor to welcome you to this valedictory ceremony and the inaugural AMET Global Maritime Awards, ACMA 2024, a landmark event celebrating excellence, innovation, and the relentless spirit of our industry. The depth of knowledge shared in today's event, the inspiring conversations, and the exceptional talent showcased truly exemplify the dynamism and innovation that defines the maritime sector. It has been a privilege to witness the unwavering passion, dedication, and expertise of each individual who has contributed to this gathering success. As a patron of the Dr. J. Ramachandran Foundation, I'm deeply humbled to address you today. Whilst this ceremony marks a significant milestone in our lifelong journey of learning and discovery, it's also a celebration to honor the remarkable legacy of Dr. J. Ramachandran, whose vision and tireless efforts have made AMET University a beacon of maritime education and a catalyst for positive change. AMET stands as a testament to his visionary leadership, as India's first maritime deemed to be university and ranked among the top maritime universities. In the 1970s, amidst a crisis of youth unemployment in India, Dr. Ramachandran, a young visionary, refused to accept the status quo. He founded NASE, an organization empowering young people through self-employment and entrepreneurship. This initiative ignited hope and created opportunities for countless individuals, paving way for a brighter future. But Dr. Ramachandran's vision extended further. In 1993, he founded AMET, a pioneering institution that challenged the conventional norms of education. He recognized the untapped potential of the maritime industry and set out to create a world-class university to equip students with the knowledge and skills to thrive in this dynamic field. Under Dr. Ramachandran's leadership, AMET has grown into a leading institution in India, renowned for its commitment to quality and excellence. This commitment has been recognized through numerous national and international accreditations and rankings. Dr. Ramachandran's remarkable journey, marked by an unwavering commitment to education, innovation, and social responsibility, and recognized with accolades like the Times of India Edupreneur of the Year and the Lifetime Achievement Award, continues to inspire. On a personal note, not only as a patron, but as a friend, I know of his commitment to social responsibilities. And to share one experience, which I recall during the 2004 tsunami, where Dr. Ramachandran worked tirelessly and involved hands-on, providing aid and comfort to the affected villages. Today, we celebrate his legacy with the inaugural AMET Global Maritime Awards, ACMA 2024, recognize outstanding contributions to the maritime industry in education, innovation, and sustainability. This momentous occasion showcases the best and brightest in the field, inspiring us all to strive for greater heights. AMET's continuous efforts for excellence has attracted numerous shipping giants who routinely recruit its graduates. Graduates of AMET have excelled not only in the seafaring careers, but also in the diverse fields within the maritime sector. Beyond academic and professional achievements, AMET has nurtured a spirit of entrepreneurship amongst its students, with many alumni becoming CEOs in their own organizations. As patron of the Dr. J. Ramachandran Foundation, I am deeply honored to be associated with an institution that embodies the very essence of excellence. For the past 3 decades, I've had the privilege of witnessing the transformative impact of AMET University on the lives of countless aspiring mariners. Being a part of the AMET family fills me with immense pride. It is an institution that not only imparts knowledge, but also instills values that are essential for success in the maritime field and beyond. Values that resonate deeply with the ethos of my former company, AP Moller Maersk, where the mantra, with constant care, guided our every action. With such values and commitment to excellence, AMET University will continue to be a guiding light for aspiring mariners, empowering them to navigate the challenges of the future with confidence and competence. To the students of AMET, you are embarking on an exciting journey in the maritime industry. Embrace the challenges ahead with enthusiasm and curiosity, guided by AMET's values of knowledge, innovation, and excellence. Your dedication and perseverance will lead you to personal success and have a lasting impact on the maritime world. In closing, and importantly, I will take this opportunity to congratulate all the winners of today's awards, which I believe is one of its kind given by a maritime university. Your hard work, dedication, and outstanding achievements have truly set a benchmark for excellence. You have demonstrated remarkable talent and perseverance, and your success today is a testament to that. Without a doubt, this will add as a further inspiration to the students of AMET University to reach greater heights. I wish you all more success in your future endeavors. Congratulations once again, and thank you all.
Thank you, Captain Francis Joseph, for that wonderful address. Now it's time for a felicitation of the guests on the dais. To begin with, I request our Pro-Chancellor, Academics, Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasagam sir, to felicitate Dr. Rajesh Ramachandran, Pro-Chancellor, AMET University, and also the Chairman of Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation with a bouquet. Can we have a round of applause, my dear? Yeah. It's my honor to call upon Captain Rajesh Tandon to felicitate our founder and Chancellor Dr. J. Ramachandran with a bouquet. May I now request our founder and Chancellor Dr. J. Ramachandran to felicitate His Excellency Mr. Hemandoil Dillam, CSK High Commissioner, with a bouquet and memento. I now request our Vice President Academic, Dr. Deepa Rajesh Madam, to felicitate Mrs. Hemant Doyle Madam, who is sitting at the front row. Could you please see? Yeah. Thank you, Madam. I now request Dr. Rajesh Ramachandran to felicitate the guest of honor, Professor Adam Ventrid, Chair of IAMU, Rector of Dynia Maritime Academy, Poland, and also the Chairman Jury for the selection of AGMA 2024 awardee with the bouquet. Thank you, sir. I now request our Vice President Academic, Dr. Deepa Rajesh, to felicitate Captain Francis Joseph with the bouquet. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. I now invite our additional registrar, Dr. V. Sangeeta Albin, to felicitate Captain Rajesh Tandon with the bouquet. I now request Captain Francis Joseph to felicitate Captain Arvind Shankar. It's a great moment. Arvind Shankar was selected by Captain Francis. Thank you, sir. I take the pleasure of inviting our Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Rajesh Ramachandran, also the Chairman of the Dr. J. Ramachandran Foundation, to come and deliver the presidential address, please.
Thank you, Captain Karthik. A warm good evening. After a day-long deliberation, I am delighted to greet the esteemed chief guest, Mr. Hemant Doyle Dilayum, CSK High Commission of the Republic of Mauritius, New Delhi, our very own Honorable Founder and Chancellor, Dr. J. Ramachandran, distinguished Captain Francis Joseph, Managing Director, FJ Marine Services and Consultancy Private Limited, Singapore, and the patrons of Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation, and the reputed Professor Adam Ventrid, Chair, International Association of Maritime Universities, Japan, and Rector, Gdynia Maritime Academy, Poland, Chairman, and jury selection of AGMA 2024 awardees, and other dignitaries on the dais of the dais. As we conclude this momentous summit, I stand before you filled with gratitude and hope. Our time together has been a testament to the power of collaboration, innovation, and shared purpose. We had around 90 paper presentees under maritime education, maritime innovation technologies, maritime management strategies, and maritime sustainability during technical sessions in the forenoon. We have witnessed new findings, solutions to the existing problems. It is time to reward the best papers under maritime research category. There was good volume of nominations for Maritime Leadership Award, Maritime Excellence Award, and Maritime Innovation Award of AGMA 2024. We are truly excited to witness the result and share the happiness. Thank you all.
I request our principal, Captain Srinivas Gopal, to felicitate Mr. Malayappan Nagalingam, Honorary Consulate of the Republic of Mauritius, with a bouquet. Please. Mr. Malayappan Nagalingam, sir. Yeah. Thank you, sir. I am pleased to introduce a person who was awarded with the prestigious Commander of the Order of the Star and Key of the Indian Ocean, CSK, in March 2022 for exceptional service and contributions to diplomacy and international relations. He led noted roles including G20 Sherpa for Mauritius, Chairman of ACP Committee on Investment and Private Sector, and leading ministerial delegations to key international conference. He has an extensive international experience, including diplomatic postings in India, Malaysia, London, and Brussels. Secretary for Foreign Affairs since August 2020, previously served as Chief of Protocol and led bilateral Africa and multilateral political affairs directorates. More than 35 years of distinguished service in Foreign Service of the Republic of Mauritius. Ladies and gentlemen, and cadets, please put your hands together to welcome our chief guest, His Excellency Mr. Hemandol Dillam, CSK High Commissioner of the Republic of Mauritius, New Delhi. Sir, could you please come and deliver the chief guest address?
Thank you. Dr. Ramachandran, Chancellor of the University, the Vice Chancellors, all the distinguished personalities on the dais, delegates from overseas, dear students, I can see a lot of students here who represent our tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a pleasure, an immense pleasure, I would say, and a privilege for me to come here and address you a few words. Though this is not my domain, but I will try my best of what I have learned. But first of all, I would like to pay a big tribute, a great tribute to Dr. Ramachandran. When I was first introduced to AMET University, it was with pride that I learned, I went through the university, I went to those people who contributed to what AMET University is today. And I found I was inspired by Dr. Ramachandran. His long way, it has been a struggle, I would say. Life has not been very easy for him. But he, through his hard work, through his dedication, through his sacrifice, he brought the university unique, I would say. It's not, we have so many universities in India and overseas, but this university is so unique, it prepares you for a certain specific and focuses on one item or one sphere which has become so relevant and so important in our contemporary life and in our day life. So specialization in this field, especially in maritime security, is very, very important, not only for India, but also for neighboring countries, as well as a country, a small island from where I come from, that is Mauritius. We are surrounded by the sea, large sea. Our sea encompasses a lot of ocean, big oceans, and our island is such a small dots in the Indian Ocean. But we have a lot of other countries which border the sea and which have very strong relations with Mauritius. I would say that maritime, earlier we used to say when we hear about maritime, people would think of big shipping companies, think of big import, but now it has gone beyond that. Trade and economic aspect is of course one of the aspects, I would say. But now the challenges are so great that it encompasses not only trade, of course economic activity, but there is a lot of things involved in maritime sector which affect each and everyone. It affects the country, it affects the people. So that's why I say this maritime issues are of great or paramount importance. Just taking one case, the maritime industry is a critical component of global trade and economic development, responsible for transporting approximately 90% of the world goods. This itself indicates the importance of trade, maritime trade, in the economy of every country. Now, over the last, we had a maritime conference in Mauritius. A maritime conference, then we realized, we had experts from various countries, including from India, and various academic people from universities also attended. In fact, I don't know, I'm not aware that AMET participated. But during the conference, we noticed that apart from trade, there are other issues that are linked directly with maritime security. For example, IUU fishing. This is a very important component of maritime security. There has been a lot of illegal and unreported fishing in various areas, especially in our area. There is a lot of IUU fishing going on. So I think this is also an aspect that should be taken into account when we talk of maritime studies, when we talk of maritime training. Apart from this, there is another areas which is very common is human trafficking. I think these human trafficking is so acute in some areas that we need to track down in those illegal immigrants coming or making use of maritime to bring illegal people in the region. Now, apart from this, some other issues is drug trafficking. I think it's very common, it's very famous everywhere that drug trafficking has become a very important component of maritime security or maritime activities. So I think this also should be taken into account, and I am sure, I know very well that AMET University is keeping pace with all these and have already included in their curriculum for the studies of the young generations. Now, we have also illegal trade, which is taking place, and illegal trade represents a lot of counterfeiting, goods coming from other countries, illegal entry into the country, and so this is also another component. Money laundering is also one of the issues that needs to be taken into account, and I am sure that AMET University is already aware of these issues and incorporating these studies in the training program, in the education of the future, or in the curriculum of the university. Now, ocean represents a very important component of the economy of many countries, including Mauritius. So I think development of ocean, degradation of ocean, we have been speaking a lot about climate change. This is also another issue which needs to be taken into account when we talk of maritime issues or maritime subjects. Now, marine pollution, this has also been identified as a very, very serious issue, which is also related to climate change, etc. And today, we find that, when you say you scratch the nature, nature will not pardon you. So this is what is happening in the world, where you find that the climate changes, the effects of climate change is on every humanity. So this is also an issue. Now we have plastic debris, dumping of waste. So these are the issues that are affecting our maritime security. Now, of course, this creates job opportunities. And I'm very happy to learn that those students who study here, they do their education, they do their training, practical training, they're already assured of, ensure that the job is provided to them. I think this is a very important issue. But now going to what AMET University has done, we are in fact very grateful to what they have done in the fields. But AMET University, I am making an appeal that now everything is global. We talk about globalization, And I would make a request that AMET University should find a place in Mauritius to cater for the African countries. I think we should work out on it and see how a maritime school or a maritime university could be set up in Mauritius to cater for, because we don't have actually a university or an institution or an academy dealing with the training of officers of other sectors of the people who are involved in the maritime security. So the primary goal of MET is to ensure the maritime professionals possess the necessary skills and knowledge to perform their duties safely and competently. This includes understanding complex navigation system, emergency response procedures, and adherence to international regulations such as the International Maritime Organization standards. We are aware that the maritime industry faces increasing pressure to reduce the environmental impact. So there is a need to include MET program to incorporate training on green technologies, energy efficiency, and environmental regulations, ensuring that future maritime professionals can contribute to sustainable practices. We have learned a lot during post-COVID or during COVID time, and I think where e-learning has become very prevalent. So I think online platform and digital resources have made MET more accessible and flexible, enable continuous learning despite geographical constraint. So there is a need for MET institution to continuously update their curricula and training methods, ensuring that trainers are adequately equipped and knowledgeable about the latest technologies. That is essential. Maritime regulations and standards are constantly evolving. MET institutions must stay updated with these changes to ensure that their training programs meet international requirements. This involves regular curriculum reviews and dates. One of the greatest struggles faced by the maritime industry is to attract the young talent due to perceived challenges such as long periods away from home and harsh working conditions. But I am very much aware that the MET University is doing a lot in this sector and accommodating students, making them feel comfortable and at ease at the university. So the challenge for us is to craft an acceptable architecture. For this to happen, we need partnership, continuing dialogue, and accommodation in the sense of sitting under the same roof, the same tent. Once again, I take this opportunity to thank all those behind the MET University, and their contribution, their dedications are very remarkable, and we salute the efforts of each and every one for what they have done to make what MET University is today. And I wish all those who are in this field all the very best to you all, and I wish also the MET University all the success and that it deserves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that powerful chief guest address, laying a lot of emphasis on technology safety. Almost you touched upon all the aspects of today's conference. We thank you once again for that. Before we proceed to the presentation of Founders Nominee Award and acceptance speech, here is a brief about Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation. The Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation has been established to honor the remarkable contributions of Dr. Naze J. Ramachandran, an eminent educationist and visionary leader. His mission is to recognize and celebrate outstanding achievements in maritime education and industry, focusing on sustainable development goals. The aim is to inspire future generations to follow in Dr. Ramachandran's footsteps, driving innovations and excellence in maritime sector. In this regard, the first award, which is the Founder Chancellor nomination, AGMA 2024. AGMA stands for AMET Global Maritime Award 2024, Maritime Leadership Award. I'm very pleased to announce the AGMA 2024 Maritime Leadership Award, which is a Founder Chancellor nomination, goes to Ms. Nunine Norman Schur, Senior Director, Head of Marine People and Culture, AP Moller, Maersk. Please cheer up with a round of applause. We have with us Ms. Nunine Norman Schur, online connected. May I now request Captain Arvind Shankar. Yeah, a video will be played. Please, I request all the audience to take a look at the video. May I request Ms. Nunine to proceed?
Increasing complexity in global supply chains is making them inefficient, vulnerable, and unsustainable. AP Moller, Maersk AS, also known as simply Maersk, has been the world's largest container ship and supply vessel operator. It is based in Copenhagen, Denmark, with subsidiaries and offices across 130 countries and around 88,000 employees. It operates over 786 vessels and has a capacity of 4.1 million TEU. AMET's relationship with Maersk has been paramount and everlasting for the last 25 years. More than 2,400 cadets have been recruited by Maersk, and many of them are currently occupying coveted positions in various renowned international shipping companies as managing directors and CEOs. Maersk's strategic vision is to become the global integrator, offering truly integrated logistics solutions that connect, protect, and simplify customers and supply chains. Decarbonizing logistics is central to Maersk's vision of a truly integrated world that benefits everyone.
One of them is as part of our decarbonization ambitions. We are, of course, very focused on ensuring that the green fuels we'll be using in the future are produced in a sustainable way that does not cause harm to the environment, and we have a whole dedicated team working on that, doing the life cycle analysis that we needed, and in general making sure that it's produced in a sustainable manner.
Maersk's commitment to investing in low-carbon technology has reduced carbon emissions by 40% in the last decade, and Maersk is accelerating their targets to reach net zero by 2040. Senior Director Nunine Norman Schur joined Maersk in 2017 and has, during her time with the company, had different roles covering both commercial and operational responsibilities. Prior to joining Maersk, Nunine Norman Schur worked for Vestas in government relations and in different international business organizations, including the International Chamber of Commerce. In the beginning of 2024, she took on the role as Head of Marine People and Culture, where she is responsible for everything from hire to retire for our approximately 13,000 seafarers. She is a passionate advocate for diversity and inclusion, and her leadership is marked by a strong focus on engagement. AMET is honored in awarding the visionary Min Norman Schur with the Maritime Leadership Award 2024 for her extraordinary contributions to the maritime education and industry.
Thank you for sharing that wonderful piece of video. Now, Ms. Nunine Norman Schur will witness the award being received by Captain Arvind Shankar. May I request Captain Arvind Shankar to come on stage and receive the award on behalf of Ms. Nunine Norman Schur while she witnesses this. Yes. The award will be presented by Founder Chancellor Dr. J. Ramachandran, Professor Adam Ventrit, Chairman, Jury Council, and His Excellency Ms. Hemandoil Dillam, High Commissioner of Mauritius. Thank you. Here is Captain Arvind Shankar receiving the award from the Founder Chancellor, Professor Adam Ventrit, and Ms. Hemandoil On behalf of Ms. Nuna Norman Shua. Maritime Leadership Award 2024. The recipient is Honorable Ms. Nuna Norman Shua. Thank you. Now may I request Ms. Nuna Norman Shua to deliver the acceptance speech for this award. Here is Ms. Nuna.
Can you hear me okay now? Yes, I see nodding. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this award. And please let me start out by saying, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow colleagues and beloved cadets, today I'm joining you virtually from Denmark, actually from the maritime city of Svendborg. And I'm joining you filled with a feeling of profound gratitude and humbleness. Accepting the Maritime Leadership Award at this year's AMET Global Maritime Summit 2024 is such an honor, and it really underscores the commitment that we have at Maersk to shape the future of our maritime industry. This is a commitment that we share with our valued partners at AMET. Together with my dedicated colleagues across Maersk and the Marine People and Culture team, we have embarked on a transformative mission to embed and sustain an environment where every colleague at sea feels valued, respected, and empowered. At Maersk, the safety and well-being of our seafarers are non-negotiable. Our safety culture is embedded in our organization and how we do business, and it guides us in all the decisions that we take. From creating comfortable workwear to investing in upskilling and training, we equip our seafarers with the tools that they need to perform their roles safely. But safety isn't just physical, it's also psychological. We have rolled out the cultural transformation journey, empowering our seafarers to speak up and make better collective decisions. When our crew feels supported, we know that they bring their best selves to work, inspiring trust among colleagues and transforming life at sea. On the cadet training front, our 27-year collaboration with AMET has birthed the Maersk Center of Excellence. It was so nice to revisit the pictures here that you showed in the video from the Maersk Center of Excellence. I had the pleasure of visiting the center a bit earlier this year, and it clearly stood out how this is an educational institution which takes ambition and vision to new levels. The energy, the commitment, and the passion could be so clearly felt, and the students I met were so proud to be there. And I can understand why. The Maersk Center of Excellence symbolizes our commitment to quality education and the opportunity for our seafarers, but also it highlights our efforts to create equal opportunity and foster resilience, competence, and compassion. Our seafarers play such a crucial role in global trade, ensuring that food, medicine, and other goods are transported across the globe every day. But also our seafarers play a crucial role in the decarbonization which we are committed to. In Maersk, our commitment to sustainability is not just a buzzword, but it is our guiding principle in decision making. In supporting our growing fleet of methanol vessels, we have equipped our seafarers with the knowledge and the skills of the future, ensuring that we have the capabilities to support the energy transition and the decarbonization, which we're in the midst of and which we all need at a global level. In closing, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. J. Ramachandran and AMET for this honor. Dr. Ramachandran, we truly value and appreciate the collaboration that we have. And on behalf of Maersk and our entire maritime community, I would like to extend warm wishes for a very happy birthday and a continued good health. And to all of you who are with us on this remarkable voyage, thank you so much. Together we sail towards a brighter maritime horizon one that's sustainable, safe, and inclusive for all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Nuna Norman Shua, for joining online and giving that wonderful acceptance speech. We are indeed grateful for you to accept the award and delivering that wonderful acceptance speech. Now, out of the 4 awards, the one which was awarded to Ms. Nuna Norman Shua was totally exclusive and fully different from the other 3 categories. Until the other 3 categories of award that are going to be awarded, the ACMA Leadership 2024.
Adam has to address.
The first award in the individual category is ACMA Leadership Award 2024, which recognize eminent individuals who have significantly uplifted maritime education and industry. The second category is ACMA Excellence Award 2024. It acknowledges institutions demonstrating outstanding performance and innovation in maritime education and shipping industry. The third category is ACMA Innovation Award 2024, honoring startups that have transformed or advanced shipping industry through their innovation. I now call upon Professor Adam Ventred, who is the jury chairman, to brief about the selection process and announce the awardees. Here is Professor Adam Ventred.
Mr. Chancellor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very shortly, because everybody are waiting for the winners. So about 2-3 months ago, I obtained an invitation from my new Indian colleagues to be chair of the international jury for this awarding. It was great honor for me to accept this invitation. And I was informed that also my 2 colleagues from International Executive Board of the International Association of Maritime University also accept this nomination. There was the Dr. Stefan Hart from the Australian Maritime College and Professor Nafis Arija, rector of Piri Reis University from Turkey. Finally, on the beginning of June, we obtained a lot of documents, a huge amount of the documents with the candidates. And we spent a few nights to read this category and to check in internet is it true or not. And finally, we we made a short list of the candidates to be winners, 3 candidates each. And finally, we made a final list. And it's a surprise, I can't inform who is the winner. There were 3 categories: for the personal, for the company, and for the institution. So please accept our decision. Thank you very much.
You can make an announcement, individual category award, please.
There were 3 nominations from individual category awards. There was rank number 3, Professor Salman Nazir and Professor Boyan Mednikarov. Number 2, Professor Prashanto Mukherjee, and winner is Vice Admiral Eduardo Santos from Philippines.
Shall we finish your turn? Yes, you please sit. Let your come and finish presentation one by one, please.
Yeah. May I request to play the video, please?
Dr. Tirubasagam, the members of the faculty and staff of the AMET University, the attendees to this AMET Global Conference, a pleasant day to everyone. Let me thank you for bestowing upon me this prestigious award of leadership. All of this is actually dedicated to improving the education and the training of our seafarers who move the world in terms of moving cargo in all situations, in all conditions, even under threat of death. These are our heroes. So that all of that award is actually dedicated to all of our seafarers. So let me thank you, and let me assure you that first of all, we will continue the close relations between AMET University and MAP, and we will support each other in promoting further competence amongst our students. And of course, always keep looking at the welfare of our seafarers who are going in harm's way in order to ensure that the logistics chain is not cut. So having said that, I humbly accept your award, and as I said, this is dedicated to all the seafarers, wherever they are around the world. And my sincere and deepest thanks to you, Dr. Tirubasagam, and to the AMET University for this honor. Thank you, and a pleasant day to everyone.
Yeah, our founder and chancellor is very particular to tell about the details of the nomination as well. See, we have received 14 nominations for the individual category. Out of 14, our chairman, Shuris and others, they have selected the map of Philippines. Likewise, we have received almost 9 nominations for institution categories. That we will come later. Now I am requesting Captain Karthik, please call Madam.
I'd like to call upon Dr. Angelica Bayon, Director International Relationship, Maritime Academy of the Asia and the Pacific, to receive the AGMA 2024 Maritime Leadership Award on behalf of Eduardo Ma R. Santos. May we have a round of applause, please? Yeah. Here is Dr. Angelica Bayon receiving on behalf of the President of MAP, Maritime Academy of the Asia and the Pacific. I request Professor Adam Ventrit to announce the Maritime Excellence Awardee, please.
Yes.
Go on.
Yeah, yes. It's okay, it's in the paper, okay? Yes. Which one is easier?
So the second category is the nomination from individual, nomination for the institution category. There were 3 candidates on the top of the list. There was Centro Universitario di Studi sui Trasporti and some Italian words from Messina, Italy. The second place Istanbul Technical University from Turkey, but this time the winner is Maritime Academy of Asia and Pacific from Philippines.
Could you please play the video? Thank you for that wonderful audio visuals. A truly deserving institutions to receive the AGMA Excellence Award, which is for acknowledging institutions demonstrating outstanding performance and innovations in maritime education shipping industry. I now call upon Ms. Professor Angelica Bayon to receive the award from Professor Adam Manfred, His Excellency Hemendol Dilip. Dr. Angelica Bayon receiving the Maritime Excellence Award 2024. At this moment, I also take the pleasure of inviting our Managing Trustee, Ms. Sushila Ramachandran Madam, joining us there, giving the award. I now request Ms. Professor Angelica Bayon to deliver the acceptance speech for the award.
So allow me to deliver two acceptance speech. First, from Admiral Santos, and second for the institution. Protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and fellow maritime professionals, Vice Admiral Santos deeply regrets, or rather sent his regrets, for not being with us today to personally receive the award due to important commitments in the Philippines. So allow me to read his acceptance speech. I'm deeply honored and humbled to receive this prestigious AMET Global Maritime Leadership Award 2024. It is truly a privilege to be recognized for my contribution to the global maritime industry, an industry that I'm incredibly passionate about. I must express my heartfelt gratitude to the remarkable AMET organization for bestowing this honor upon me. I also want to thank my colleagues, mentors, and supporters who have been instrumental in shaping my career and helping me grow as a leader in the maritime sector. The maritime industry plays a vital role in global trade, connecting nations and facilitating the exchange of goods across the seas. As leaders in this field, we have a responsibility to uphold the highest standards of safety, sustainability, and innovation. It is through collaboration, dedication, and a shared commitment to excellence that we can overcome the challenges facing our industry and pave the way to a brighter future. Receiving this AMET Global Maritime Award only strengthens my resolve to continue championing the values of leadership, integrity, and forward thinking in all my endeavors. I'm committed to driving positive change, fostering growth, and inspiring the next generation of maritime leaders to reach new heights of success. Once again, thank you for this incredible honor. I'm truly grateful for the recognition and inspired to continue making a meaningful impact in the maritime industry. Together, we can navigate the seas of change and steer our industry towards a prosperous and sustainable future. On a personal note, words is not enough to express my happiness, gratitude, and respect for this award. I have a great respect and admiration, first, to Dr. Colonel Turusuvaman. I've known him and have learned how great AMET is. And today, that I'm in AMET, for the very first time, I arrived yesterday, July 1. The more I have developed great respect and admiration to how great AMET organization is. Having listened to the various sessions, listening to the top-notch graduates of AMET who are now handling executive position. So I'd like to congratulate students. You are the future leaders of the maritime world. You are so lucky to be with AMET University, who have all these initiatives and wonderful plans for all of you. To that, congratulations to future leaders. Thank you on behalf of Admiral Santos, sir. Now for the acceptance speech for MAAP. On behalf of the Maritime Leader Awardee, MAAP President Vice Admiral Eduardo Mar Santos, we are truly honored and humbled to accept this prestigious award on behalf of the Maritime Academy of Asia and the Pacific. I'm Dr. Angelica Bailon, former Pioneer Maritime Executive Dean, former Director for Research and Extension Services, and now the Pioneer External Relations Director of the Maritime Academy of Asia and the Pacific. Winning the title of Best Maritime Institution 2024 is a testament to the dedication, hard work, and passion of MAAP leaders, faculty, staff, and students. At MAAP, we strive for excellence in maritime education, training the next generation of seafarers, maritime professionals, and leaders in the industry. This remarkable recognition reaffirms our commitment to providing top-notch education, state-of-the-art facilities, and hands-on training to our students. We would like to express our deepest gratitude and respect to the AMET organizers of this award, the amazing judges, and all those who have recognized our efforts and contributions to the maritime community. This accolade will serve as a motivator for us to continue pushing the boundaries, innovating in maritime education, and setting new standards for excellence for sustainable development. We also want to thank our students, alumni, industry partners, friends, and supporters who have been instrumental in our success, especially to AMET, with a special, of course, acknowledgement to Colonel Pro-Chancellor Dr. Colonel Tirusubama, and our co-IAMO member institutions, ably led by our chair, Dr. Professor Captain Adam Minduit. Your trust, dedication, and belief in our mission have been the driving force behind our achievements. As we celebrate the Ramachandran milestone, let us recommit ourselves to the values of professionalism, safety, sustainability, and excellence in maritime education. Together, we can continue to make a positive impact on the maritime industry and shape the future of seafaring. This award is truly unexpected and a surprise. Glad that the submission for the nomination was extended from June 2 to June 15. AMET sent invitation to IAMO, and which was forwarded to MAAP, which is composed of more than 70 maritime institutions. And AMET, who will be hosting the IAMO next year, will be able to meet this prestigious global MET institutions. AMET also sent invitation to the Philippine Commission on Higher Education, and this was forwarded to all the 80 maritime education institutions in the country. And we are so honored and really very grateful to the prestigious AMET organization for having chosen MAAP. Thank you so much, sir. This we will treasure as long as we live. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Angelica Bell, for sharing your gratitude and giving the acceptance speech, most momentous of the day. I request Captain Rajesh Tandon, who is one of the jury member in the selection of the awardee, to announce the Maritime Innovation Awardee, which is being given for honoring the startups that have transformed or advanced shipping industry through innovation. Here is Captain Rajesh Tandon, please.
Sir, we have received 9, we have listed out 3, sir. That you can tell.
Good evening, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Ramachandran for inviting me here and giving me the honor and privilege of being one of the jury members. Thank you for that, sir. I know it's been a long day, so I won't keep you between the award now. I understand there were 9 nominations received for the Startup Category Award, and in order of merit, number 3, Trek Codes U105 Kovai Pudur Coimbatore. Number 2 was Rakis Marine Hyderabad Telangana, but the winner was Seekar Systems Private Limited Maharashtra. Put your hands together for Seekar Systems. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Video, sir. Yeah.
Thank you. Pretty impressive video. And I request Mr. Suraj Singh, founder of Seeker Systems Mumbai, to receive the award from Professor Adam Ventred, our founder chancellor, Dr. J. Ramachandran, and His Excellency, Sir Hemando L. Dillam. I request dignitaries to join together to hand over the award for Maritime Innovation Awardee, Mr. Suraj Singh, founder of Seeker Systems Mumbai. I now request Mr. Suraj Singh to deliver the acceptance speech, please.
Okay, what a day. Dear respected dignitaries, dear sirs, madams, and the entire cadets, I think one thing you could have seen in the video, like many of our teams are of your age. So we are very proud to be part of this event where we can see like the whole young cadets like you are sitting patiently and hearing all of our sessions here. Namaste, first of all, sorry. It is an immense honor to stand before you today as a recipient of the Best Maritime Startup Award. This recognition is not just a testament to our hard work and dedication, but also a celebration of the relentless pursuit of innovation in maritime industry. First and foremost, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the organizers and judges for this prestigious award. It is truly humbling to be acknowledged among such distinguished peers and innovations in the maritime sector. Our journey began 2 years ago with a simple vision to revolutionize maritime operations through cutting-edge technology and unwavering commitment to excellence. From the outset, we understood the challenge that lay ahead, the complexities of maritime operations, the necessity for seamless data integrations, and the critical need for real-time solutions to enhance operational efficiency. This award is a reflection of the collective efforts of an extraordinary team, to the brilliant minds who have worked intensively alongside me. Your dedication, passion, and ingenuity have been the driving force behind our success. It is our unwavering belief in our vision that has propelled us forward even in the face of adversity. We owe a great debt of gratitude to our partners, clients, who place their trust in us. Your support and collaboration have been instrumental in shaping our solutions and pushing the boundaries of what we can achieve together. Innovation is at the heart of everything we do. We are committed to continuously improving and adapting our technology to meet the ever-evolving needs of the maritime world. This award is not the cumulative of our efforts, but rather a milestone on our journey to create a smarter, safer, and more efficient maritime ecosystem. In closing, I would like to dedicate this award to everyone who has been part of our journey, our team, partners, clients, and supporters. This recognition belongs to all of us. Together we are shaping the future of maritime, and I am incredibly excited to what lies ahead. Thank you once again for this incredible honor. Here's to innovations, collaboration, and a brighter futures of the maritime industry. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Thank you.
Friends, the chairman of Dr. J. Ramachandran Meditation Foundation, Dr. Rajesh Ramachandran, is very particular to establish how we have done this selection. in a systematic way and transparent way as well. So I would like to read out the communication sent by the Chairman of Juries Committee, Dr. Adams. On behalf of the four-person of jury, I would like to inform you that we have completed our work on the rankings and recommendations for the individual leader, institution and stand-up awards. You can see the detailed nominations below. We reviewed each of the applications submitted to us and used a mixed ranking system to try to capture and account for the weightings. I made appropriate summaries and prepared a draft version of the final report. The final nominations awards are marked in red color. Such a way you have done a systematic evaluation, sir. Thank you very much indeed. They have given the list of nominations received for individual category. Due to time factor, I don't want to read out all the 14 nominations, but I can share with you nominations what we have received from different countries: Turkey, Oman, Norway, Muscat, China, Philippines, USA and India as well. Likewise, there are 9 nominations for institutional category. It came from Philippines, Italy, Turkey, Norway and Istanbul. And there are 4 numbers of juries, as we have informed. Professor Adam Weinstein is the chairman, and along with him, Professor Dr. Nafis Arika, the rector, Periris University, Turkey, and another member, Mr. Stephen Hurd, Director, Center for Seafaring and Maritime Operations, Senior Lecturer in Marine Craft Operation, Australian College, University of Tasmania. And the 4th member right now available before us, Captain Dr. Rajesh Tandon, CEO, PASMA, Mumbai. So I have submitted the details, sir. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, sir, for giving a detailed briefing about the award choosing and awarding procedures. Now it's time for us to felicitate our Managing Trustee, Sushila Ramachandran Madam. May I request Vice President Academic Dr. Deepa Rajesh to felicitate our Managing Trustee, ma'am. Ms. Sushila Ramachandran, please. Thank you, madam. It's time for us to now for the presentation of the Best Paper Awards. For this, I call upon Professor T. Sasilata to announce the Best Paper Awards in the technical session. Over to Dr. Sasilata, madam, please.
Honorable dignitaries on the dais, delegates, participants, industrialists, cadets, my dear colleagues, very good evening to all. I am very glad to announce the Best Paper Awards for the conference AGMS 2024. We have received more than 100 articles from various industrialists, academicians, scholars, students across the globe under 4 different tracks, namely Maritime Education and Training, Maritime Technology Innovations, Maritime Management Strategies, and Maritime Sustainability. We had rigorous selection process for each of the tracks to select the best papers by the eminent personalities as chairpersons and co-chairpersons. So under track 1, Maritime Education and Training, we have the chairperson, Captain Rajkumar Palanivelu, IMCO, International Maritime College, Muscat, and we have the co-chairperson, Chief Engineer K.R. Chidambaram, Director, Department of Marine Engineering, AMET University. And for track 2, we had the chairperson, Captain Dr. Arif Taksan, IMCO, Muscat, and co-chairperson, Professor Dr. Susai Rajendran, Research Director, Corrosion Research Center, St. Anthony's College of Arts and Science for Women, Dindikal. And for track 3, we had the chairperson, Captain B. Chandrasekhar, Principal of AMET City College, Chennai, and co-chairperson, Dr. Karim Altaf, Professor, Department of Marine Technology, Marine Biotechnology, AMET. And for track 4, we have the chairperson, Dr. Rajashekhar, former scientist G, and the group director, VMC NIOT, National Institute of Ocean Technology, Chennai. And we had the co-chairperson, Dr. K. Suresh Manik, Head, AI Research Center from National University of Science and Technology, Muscat. Now we present the Best Paper Awards with a certificate and cash prize of 3,000 as honor for the research works carried out, which is a truly commendable one. So for track 1, we call upon Captain Arif Tuxan and Captain P. Rajkumar and Abdulgani Bayana, National University of Muscat, National University of Science and Technology, Muscat, for their papers presented under the title Innovation, Maritime Training and Education Institutions, Curriculum by AI and Advanced Technology Integration. So please, sir.
Award will be presented by His Excellency.
You just.
I request His Excellency, Mr. Hemandawal Dillam, to give away the awards to the winners. Captain Arif Tuxan and Captain Rajkumar Painivil receiving the award.
And for track 2, we call upon Dr. K. Juliet Catherine Angel from Holy Cross College, Trichy, for the paper presented titled Optimizing the Energy Consumption in IoT-based Mobile Wireless Networks. So may I call upon Dr. K. Juliet Catherine Angel from Holy Cross College, Trichy. For track 3, Maritime Management Strategies, we call upon Dr. S. Uma Maheshwari from Tamil Nadu Ambedkar Law College, Chennai, for presenting the paper titled Guarding India's Future, Strategies Against Drug Abuse Among Children and Maritime Trafficking. And at track 4, Maritime Sustainability, we have the cadets Jyotika Shiva, Cadet Yokesh Raj, and Captain Dr. K. Rajesh of AMET University for their presentation titled Advancing Sustainability in Maritime Transport, Innovations and Regularity Frameworks for Green Shipping. Best wishes for all the awardees. Thank you all.
It's Cadet Jyotika, Cadet Yokesh, and Captain Dr. Rajesh receiving the award. Thank you. Thank you, well done. Yeah. It's now time for the commendation address. May I request our founder chancellor, Dr. J. Ramachandran sir, to come and deliver the commendation address, please.
Long day, so I just want to cut short my speech. His Excellency, our chief guest, Chairman of International Association of Maritime Universities, and Captain Rajesh Tandon, CEO of FOSMA, and other dignitaries of the dais, and my dear faculty and staff and students. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Adam for accepting our invitation to be the chief jury to select the awardees from the nominations. Along with him, Professor Nafis Arika, Rector, Piri Reis University, Turkey, Mr. Stephen Hurd, Director, Center for Seafaring and Maritime Operations, Senior Lecturer in Marine Craft Operation, Australian Maritime College, University of Tasmania, and our Captain Rajesh Tandon, Dr. Rajesh Tandon, CEO from FOSMA. So they have done a wonderful job by selecting the awardees. First of all, I would like to thank them for doing this excellent job. Thanks for the juries. When I am given an opportunity, first of all, again, this foundation initiative and the Global Summit initiative is really appreciated by me, though I was really reluctant in the initial stage when it is named after me, but the enthusiasm made me to accept. And when I was asked to nominate as the Chancellor nominee for this award, I had no choice than to appoint one person from Musk. Musk is a company which is fond of Indian students and always coming forward to work with Indian students and help the Indian students to get selected from India for their fleet. So I have immediately nominated Mrs. Naini for this leadership award. And after that, the juries have very seriously considered the nominations and selected Maritime Academy of Asia and Pacific, MAP, Philippines, for ACMA Maritime Excellence Award 2024. MAP's commitment to providing world-class maritime education and training, coupled with its state-of-the-art facilities and rigorous standards, is commendable. And again, they have selected VADM Eduardo Ma R. Santos, AFP retired, also receiving the ACMA Maritime Leadership Award. And Suraj Singh, founder of Seeker Systems Mumbai, on winning the ACMA Maritime Innovation Award in the startup category. I appreciate and I really extend my commendable appreciation to them for winning these awards. Hope this will continue for coming years, and very short period, so many people have nominated. I am very delighted to hear from Dr. Thiruvasagam that people from different countries, different positions have applied for all these awards. And AMET will do much more in the coming years and extend its awards to many global leaders. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the commendation address, sir. Indeed, it was great to know from you that within a short span of time, the foundation has done a pretty good deal of job in selecting the best out of everyone. It's now time for us to come to a close. For that, I am pleased to invite a person who served as a resource person at national and international conference, workshop and faculty development programs, visiting professor at the University of Madras and external examiner for Tamil Nadu Open University and SRM University. She was honored with the Best Citizen of India Global Medal Award and Young Researcher Award for outstanding contribution in management and research. She published numerous articles in peer-reviewed journal and Scopus Index journal, organized international and national conferences on sustainability advancements. She is renowned for a rich academic, research and administrative experience, specializing in human resource and systems with a doctorate from University of Madras. She is none other than our Director of Human Resource Development Center, Nodal Officer of AMET University, Association of Indian University, Academic and Administrative Department Center, and editorial member of the prestigious journal. Let's welcome Dr. Deepa Rajesh, Vice President Academics, Convener of AMET Global Maritime Awards 2024, to deliver the vote of thanks. Here is Dr. Deepa Rajesh.
A very good evening. Such an elaborate introduction to satisfy the ego of the speaker. Anyway, thanks, Captain. An anonymous person once said, "I feel thankful for what I feel in my heart, not in my pocket. At this juncture, I'm overwhelmed by the response of all the stakeholders, the participants, the patrons, and the participating industry fraternities, and I am overwhelmed to give the vote of thanks." Good evening to all. It's an honor to stand before you at this distinguished gathering, celebrating the remarkable achievements of our esteemed awardees. At the outset, I would like to thank the Honorable Founder Chancellor, AMET University, Dr. J. Ramachandran, Dr. Rajesh Ramachandran, Pro-Chancellor, AMET University, Chairman of Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation, and Sushila Ramachandran, Managing Trustee, Madam, who's all been the backbone of this stellar event. The chief guest of this evening, H.E. Mr. Aman Dayal Dhillon, CSK High Commissioner, High Commission of the Republic of Mauritius, New Delhi, and is better off, Bharati Dhillon. Glad to have you here, ma'am, amidst us. And Professor Adam Windrit, Chair, International Association of Maritime Universities, Japan, Rector of Gdynia Maritime Academy, Poland, and Chairman of the Jury Council for the selection of AGMA 2024 awardees. Ms. Nin Norman Stewart, Senior Director, Head of Marine People and Culture, AP Mola Maersk, Denmark, and also the recipient of AGMA Maritime Leadership Award 2024. Captain and Director, Captain Francis Joseph, Managing Director, FG Marine Services and Consultancy Private Limited, Singapore. Patron, also the patron of Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation. Other dignitaries on this dais, invited delegates, participants from various countries, faculty and cadets from AMET and other institutions. What a sigh of relief. I've come to the vote of thanks. A couple of more patronage and we conclude this event in a successful way. Yes. So, believe in yourself and all that you are. Now that there is something inside you, know that there is something inside you, and that is greater than any obstacle. The hero who lived his life true to these words are none other than our founder and chancellor, Dr. J. Ramachandran, and the chief source of the inspiration of this summit and award ceremony. Through his tireless dedication and unwavering commitment, he has transformed countless lives and brought about significant positive changes in our maritime community. In the realm of education, he has brought significant changes in the maritime industry and nurturing the potential young minds. and also beyond the realm of the education, in his contributions to society are marked by his compassion, leadership, and a profound sense of responsibility. It is our founder chancellor's legacy that has been brought together today by many stalwarts of maritime discipline at this momentous occasion to celebrate the maritime excellence. I thank our founder chancellor for his inspirational commendation address. I profusely thank and express our sincere gratitude to Dr. Rajesh Ramachandran, Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation, AMET University, for his inspiring presidential address. His vision and dream have been the driving force behind our endeavors. We are deeply honored by the presence of our chief guest, H.E. Mr. Aman Doyle Dillam, CSKI Commissioner of the Republic of Mauritius, New Delhi, for his insightful valedictory and chief guest address that highlighted the importance of maritime excellence and also a future between Mauritius and AMET. What an interesting thought, sir. Thank you for that. Our sincere thanks goes to Professor Adam Wintret, Chair of the International Association of Maritime Universities, Rector of Dynia Maritime Academy, Poland, and Chairman of the jury for the selection of AGMA 2024 awardees. Thank you for presenting the awards and for your invaluable contributions to the maritime community, sir. Your coordinated efforts with the team of the effective jury, the selection of the awardees have been done without any bias, and thus we could see what a truly inspirational personalities have received the AGMA awards at this 2024 event. I extend our heartfelt gratitude to our jury members, Professor Dr. Nefis Erika, Rector, Piri Reis University, Turkey, Mr. Stephen Director, Center for Seafaring and Maritime Operations, Senior Lecturer in Marine Craft Operation, Australian Maritime College, University of Tasmania, and Captain Dr. Rajesh Tandon, CEO FOSMA, Mumbai. I'd like to record our sincere thanks to our academic mentor, whose guidance and constant support have spearheaded in achieving grand success of the 2 mega global events on a single day. It is none other than our Honorable Pro-Chancellor Academics, Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasagam, sir. Sir is our mentor, guiding us all in the endeavors of the university and the foundation, and we hold him in the highest regard. Much appreciation goes to our Vice Chancellor, Dr. V. Rajendran, who has shown great enthusiasm and keen interest in making this event a memorable and a successful one. His dedication has been pivotal to the success. We have formed many working teams, all of which have done extremely well, showcasing teamwork and dedication that are second to none. The commonly championed causes, At this juncture, I'd like to express my heartfelt thanks to Captain Karan Kocha, Managing Director of Maersk, who has been associating with this event both in the capacity of patron of Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation and a moderator in the panel discussion. Captain Karan is a long-term well-wisher of AMET, whose insightful initiatives in the maritime industry are noteworthy. Thank you, Captain. Captain Arvind Shankar, Maersk Manager Fleet Maersk Management Technology, for his constant support and with his creative inputs, he's always been a source of inspiration. Thank you, Arvind. I'd like to appreciate the sincere efforts of our Special Officer, Dr. Jay Prakash, our Registrar, Sir, Dr. Muttailan, for his organizing capabilities in putting this event together, and the AGM-MS 2024 Conference Convener, Additional Registrar, Dr. Sangeeta Albin. I sincerely thank Captain Francis Joseph, Director of FG Marine Services and Consultant Private Limited, Singapore, and patron of the day, Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation, for his warm and welcoming address that set the tone for this grand event. Thank you, sir. On behalf of the organizing committee, I sincerely thank the patrons of Dr. J. Ramachandran Maritime Foundation, Captain G. Ramaswamy sir, CEO of the North Ships Management, Captain Rajesh Tandon, CEO of FOSMA, Mumbai. On behalf of the organizing committee, I take pleasure in congratulating and thanking our Senior Vice President, Mr. S. Karikalan, our CEO, sir, Mr. Saidu, Captain Gopal Srinivas, Principal of AMET University, Captain V. Chandrasekhar, sir, Principal of AMET City College, Captain Karthik, Principal of AMET Institute of Science and Technology. Sir, it was a pleasure listening to you, and now that you're donning the hat of an MC. The strength of the team is in each individual member, and the strength of each individual member is the team, says Phil Jackson. True to these words, there is a team behind this momentous day. If I chose to name each and every one, the list is endless, and it would take even more longer for me to finish it. I sincerely thank all the HODs, the deans, directors, faculty members of AMET for the support they rendered for the initial stages of planning for this mega event summit till this glorious evening. Thanks to all the admin and support staff for your behind-the-scenes efforts ensuring the smooth functioning of the operations. Your hard work often goes unnoticed, but it's deeply appreciated. The transport team, the PRO office staff, the canteen staff, and your diligent work ensuring all the logistic and hospitality supports are provided and met in a seamless way. A special thanks for the maintenance department headed by Mr. Sudhakar. Your tireless efforts in maintaining our highest facility to the highest standards created a welcoming environment for all. The conference working committee and the volunteers for your committee and commitment and enthusiasm to make this event a grand success. Some important patrons who have been today participated in the delegation and provide some valuable inputs. To name them, Captain Tushar Pradhan, General Secretary, Maritime Union of India, Professor Angelika Bailon, Director of External Relations, Maritime Academy of the Asia and Pacific, Philippines, Captain Rajkumar Parnivel, Dean, International Maritime College, National University of Science and Technology, Oman, Captain Arif Tuxan, Head of Maritime Department, National University of Science and Technology, Oman, Ms. Sonali Banerjee, Marine Surveyor at the Indian Register of Shipping, Captain Ashutosh Apanda, Principal, Training, Rahman, Captain Ajay Gangadharan, Captain Superintendent, Maritime Foundation, Captain Manmohan Sagi, Director, Naraton Moroji Institute of Shipping and TM Arbor Services Private Limited, Captain Sandeep Inkoti, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Smart Seas AI Singapore, Mr. Sunil Kumar, CTO and Ed, TNA, the Great Eastern Company Limited, Mr. Nipun Chatrat, Founder and CEO, Fathom Marine Consultancy, Captain Francis Joseph, once again a big thank you, sir. Captain Dr. G. Ramaswamy, CEO, North Ships Chennai. Captain Rajesh Tandon, sir, again, once again, a very big thank you, sir. Mr. Suraj Singh, Founder of the Seeker Systems, Mumbai, who is also the Innovator Awardee. Thank you, sir. Special mention to these people here. Jagadamba Prasad Pandey, Manager of Business and Promotion, Marex Media Private Limited. Mariappan, Honorary Consulate of the Republic of Mauritius, Chennai. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here. And we have another few names to be mentioned and not forgotten today. Yes. Thanks. So thank you once again for all your presence and participation. Let us continue to chart the future of maritime excellence together with unity and dedication. Last but not the least, I would like to appreciate the sincere efforts of Professor Dr. T. Sashilata. Ma'am, we would like to have you here because she was the backbone of the organizing committee of all the conference and all the work that has been done. And my dear students and friends who've been patiently sitting throughout the day and taking some valuable inputs, I guess, which is going to be, checked in your classes. So thank you once again for being here in this event, and looking forward to see all of you in AGMA 25 next year. I know this applaud will be more because I'm going to leave. A big thank you and good evening to ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Madam. May I request you all to rise for the national anthem, please.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you all. The high tea is being served for the cadets in the parking area and for the dignitaries at the second floor. Please join us for the high tea. And thank you for being such a wonderful audience. Signing off from you, it's Captain Karthik. Thank you. Okay, the high tea for the dignitaries is being served at the VIP room. Our volunteers will please guide you. Yeah. Thank you.